I realized that it was from my bank. So that was where I had the mentality that, so the service you promise to give us, you are not doing the service. So that's why I talk about performative versus genuine corporate morality. Performative in what sense? These people are they seek virtue signaling. They will come to the internet, they will come on the street to meet you that open this bank, we will give you the best offer, but they aren't giving you. Do you understand? So that is the difference. But the moment OPay came, everybody sits right. There was a time in Nigeria that if there's a particular bank, before you can create an account in that bank, you must first pay 5,000 naira. That 5,000 naira is not for you. That money belongs to the bank. It must always be in the bank account. Then there was nothing like zero account. You can't withdraw your money from the bank. You must leave at least, there are some banks that at that time that you must leave at least 2,000 naira in your account, which means if you stop using your bank, the 2,000 naira must be there. And there was one bank at that time that before you can open the account, you must have 20,000 naira. She said she's the biggest bank. It's fine. At some point she reduced it to 10. I'm using she because she's a body that's what built. That's why I'm using she. So he reduced from 20,000 naira to 10,000 naira, then to 5,000 naira. But this same corporate body preach to us on social media, preach to us on everywhere that they are here to make life better for us. Moral contradiction. I'm saving with you so I can have something tomorrow. But now, the money I'm saving with you now, you are trying to take a very big percentage. Until OPay came, so when OPay came to Nigeria, that was when we realized that. So, we can even create a bank account without having any money in it. The first day I created OPay, I didn't put any money inside now. They were even telling me that, will you get a loan? I was like, no, I don't want loan. Do you understand? Performative versus genuine corporate morality. The remaining banks in Nigeria, I would regard them as the performative, because performance, they are always showing that we are the best, we will give you the best service, but in reality they are not. That is what under performative. But under genuine corporate morality, that's where I'll put OPay, because it was so genuine, and PalmPay as well. It's genuine in what sense? There was a time when OPay came up. The only thing you need to create the account is a phone. It's not necessarily the phone belongs to you. You can tell your neighbor that, please, I want to create an OPay account on your phone. All you need is have a phone number and have an NIN number, national identity number, as a Nigerian. If you have that, you've already gotten what? An account. Do you understand? If you have that, you've gotten an account already. That is what? Genuine corporate morality. They are genuine because they believe. I said something. There was one time I was talking about source, remembering your source. You know that the source of opening a bank is to make it comfortable for you to carry out financial responsibilities. So what is the point waiting for 3 days, filling 3 pages of book because you want to open an account? Then opening an account is not something you do in a hurry, because they will tell you to first write your name, your home address in the form. After then, you write the home address of your next of kin. After your next of kin, you fill form where you talk about your parents. After that, you fill form where you write about your profession. You would have like 7 pages of books from somebody that tells you that they cares about you. Do you understand? So performative cares about more public marketing. You do more public marketing about caring, but they don't act according to what they say. That is what? That is performative. They do marketing online that they will care for you, but they act otherwise. On the other hand, genuine, they don't do too much PR. They don't do too much PR. They don't do too much PR, but they always have what to do or to say. Moving on, after performative versus genuine corporate morality, I'll be talking about personal life contradiction. So now, talking about contradiction, moral contradiction in society today, we'll be talking about personal life contradiction. Personal life contradiction: preaching loyalty and not being loyal. Let's look at what is happening nowadays. You would see the society say, women, you have to be loyal to your husband, but you are not preaching that their husband is loyal to them. Do you understand? I'm not saying, of course there are religions who say you should marry more than one wife. There was one day something happened. This is on moral contradiction. So what happened? This man and his wife were having disagreement. Then the man was saying the wife is jealous because he got married to two wives. Then he came to meet me, to consult me, and he said, have I done anything wrong for getting married to two wives? So I now said, sir, the point is, what was your reason for getting married to two wives? He said, because my religion said I should marry two wives. Then I asked him, I said, okay, your religion said you should marry two wives. Okay, it's fine. If you would talk about your religion saying you should marry two wives, we have to understand your religion better. Now, I said the first thing is, which religion? He told me the religion. And God so good, his religion is a religion that I have a very wide knowledge about. Then I asked him, I said, at first your religion states that if you want to marry someone, where the book was saying, let thief marry a thief, let a holy person marry an holy person. Now, in what sense? If you would marry two wives, you must have built that foundation. How? Psychologically, in what sense? The person you are going to get married to must be someone that will have that understanding, so you will not cause what? You will not cause problem in the future. So now this woman you got married to does not have that understanding, so why are you getting married to two wives? That's one. Secondly, equal treatment. If you are marrying two wives, it is stated here that you won't reduce what you are doing for the first wife, and the same thing you are doing for the first wife you must do for the second wife. So if you are staying in 2-bedroom flat before that has been comfortable for the both of you, if the new wife is not going to be staying at that place, the new wife, you have to go and get a 2-bedroom apartment for the new wife also. Equality. If the old wife used to give her 100,000 naira every day, the new wife will also collect 100,000 naira every day. So at the end of the day, if you look at the structure, you would see that you won't even want to get married to two wives, because the brain behind that statement was not that you should get married to two wives, was because of the population of women in the world. Women are of course times 3 of men's population. Check. So now the thing is, if all men get married to one wife, then what will happen to the remaining women? I'm not here to tell you to marry two wives. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm talking about is the moral contradiction between the society. Personal contradiction, when you preach loyalty and you're not loyal. Don't cheat, but you are cheating as a man. But you expect the woman not to cheat. The second moral contradiction when it comes to personal contradiction is advocating mental health but shaming vulnerability. This is very common. Many of us would come and tell us that people, take care of your mental health, don't think too much, don't overstress yourself, be calm. But you are the reason why the other person is not happy. Protect your mental health. Then you come and tell the other person that since you have been working from January to December, what have you achieved? Don't you think the person will think? When you come and tell somebody that, oh, since you have been going, okay, you'll be speaking for 40 years now, you can't even afford a Bugatti. Since you have been writing Ayo, you've published 2 books and we don't even know your name. You understand that kind of thing? This is very common. And it reduces people's performance because it doesn't encourage them. When you tell someone that, okay, I remember in school days then, we had persons who are very academically dedicated, but despite their academic dedication, their score, their academic grade is nothing compared to those people that we see that they are not dedicated. I experienced something during my exam. There was one lady that was seated beside me, I won't mention her name. After I had done, because in our exam then, our exam is mostly theory. So the theory, you are expected to answer 4 questions out of 7 theory exams. So I had done my first theory, second theory, third theory. So after doing my third theory, I wanted to do the 4th one. And I realized that this lady has not written anything. But she talks to me very well. And I signaled her, of course it's against the exam rule. I signaled her, why are you not writing? Because she was very close to me. We sat 2-2. So she was sitting at the next desk. I was like, why are you not writing? And she said, don't worry. Then I offered to open my book for her. Because I was just like, it's not that you're not writing anything. Then she told me something, she said, don't worry. She said, I'm not writing, but I would have a good grade. I thought it was a joke. Until the results came out. In that course, I had 3. 3 is credit. She had 4. That's B. Do you understand? She told me that. She told me, don't worry, when my result comes out, I'm going to show you my result. She showed me a result from the portal. It was 4. In that course, I had 3. Don't forget, I answered the 4 theory questions. And she did not answer even 1. So now ask, where did she do the exam? So you might see people that will tell you that, despite all your reading, I have a first class, you don't even have a first class. You understand? So we advocate for mental health. We do mental health advocation. But yet, we are the reasons why other persons are unhappy. Because tell me, if someone spent the whole night reading, then you decide to reward someone that did not read. Now the person that did not read will now come and be telling us that last class, wetin una be. But there's one thing about performance. When you work, hard work does not lie. Hard work does not lie. This person I'm telling you about, she's currently serving. And we were posted under the same organization. So while we were posted under the same organization, they made me the team head for the core member for that organization in Lagos State. So aside from making me the team head for core members, at the branch where I am the head for both core members and staff who are under foreign language body. Then they begin to wonder that how can they make you a copper? How can they make you the head of staff? Because that was the first time it's happening. At some point, after spending like 5 months serving, at some point, the organization was talking about making me the head of department overall. I'm talking about national head. of department. So one day when I was doing evaluation, I was trying to evaluate the staff, because after, aside from our stipend, there's this bonus we get. So the bonus, before you can get the bonus, you would have to do evaluation. So I went to her branch where she was taking, so I would inspect how she's teaching. Then I got to her branch and I sat. That's the girl, the lady that passed older me. Then I sat at the place. She was like, she was introducing me to her student, that this is my classmate in school. He's a very good classmate. This is. I said, teach, let me see, because this is duty. I don't mix duty with pleasure. It's not the same thing. When it's time to work, we work. Then she started teaching. Even she that is teaching, she doesn't understand what she's teaching. And it was showing on the face of the student. What was she teaching on that day? She was teaching basic greetings in Portuguese. Do you know what she did? She wrote notes for them, and she was like, these are the way we greet in Portuguese language. And I told her, I said, are you done teaching? She said, yes. I said, I don't think you are done. You can't be done teaching. Said, and the lesson is paying you. So I stood up, then I collected the marker. And I wrote on the board, basic greetings in Portuguese. And I said, you all need to first understand where Portuguese started from. This was how I taught them. I said, Portuguese is a Romance language. That's the origin. So now, when we talk about Romance language, when we talk about the origin from Latin, we talk about language like. So now, another thing I said, have you ever noticed that Portuguese, French, Spanish, and Italian language look alike? I said, hey, it's true, we used to notice it look alike. Of course, you would see como se chama in Spanish, you will see como se chama in Portuguese. You understand? You will see, when I was watching the Champions League final against Chelsea versus Man City, there was one display I saw on the field where they write "Hola" is in French. Hola means hello. The same hello in French is the same hello in Portuguese. Hola. In Spanish also it is the same thing. Hola. This was how I was teaching them. I said, the reason why they have this relationship is because of what? Because of their origin. The origin is what? Latin. Romance language. And they begin to understand the reason. And I said, so don't mix it up. Of course, in French, one is what? Home. In Portuguese, one is still home. And after I explained to them, good morning is what? Bom dia. Bom dia. So the D is sounding like what? D. You don't pronounce the D as dia like that. Good afternoon. Boa tarde. Boa tarde. The DE at the end is pronounced as what? G, not D. That's how I started to explain to them. That good night is what? Boa noite. It ends with Noite. So when TE ends a Portuguese word, it is pronounced as chi, in favor of the Africans who are Igbos, because they are used to calling Chichi, Chibozo, Chinodu, Chinoso, Chikuzi. Do you understand? So when I see things like Boa noite, that's where you see their talent. You discover their talent. These people are very good at Chichi. Boa noite. You understand? Then the students start understanding very well that, oh, so this is what it means. And I told them, I said, stand up, form a big circle. Then she was like, what kind of style is this man employing? My student at King's College will tell you. After writing on the board, after they had written, they will tell me, they will say, I think the reason why they call you general case is because of the military style you always employ. All of them will be standing up. That's why sometimes when I'm displaying here, I will say, rise, sit. Sometimes I used to, everybody please rise. Rise, all audience rise. Let's do a practice. Rise. So at that time, we would, when they are learning, I will tell them these are basic words. When I was teaching them verbs, then I was teaching them regular and irregular verbs. You know I told you to write. One of the moral contradiction in the modern day and the traditional days, during the traditional day, they do all it takes to acquire knowledge. But we now, we are lazy. I know you are not sleeping, but you are sitting too much and you are not paying attention. Joy, rise. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when I was teaching them, please see after me, this is what I was teaching. I was teaching them regular verbs and irregular verbs. Then listen. Then I said there is said. Say said. There is a star. Say a star. So now I told them that say is what? Permanent. A star is temporary. Say is what? Repeat after me. Say is what? A star is what? Say is what? Say is permanent. A star is temporary. No knowledge is waste. You don't know where this. You don't know what favor this knowledge will do for you tomorrow. I remember I taught someone at Surulere just say and a star throughout for that 1 month, and I collected the 100,000 naira from her. So now I'm doing this for you for free, and you are not paying attention. That's the difference between moralities, old value, and now. AY, you are obstructing the camera. Move to this side. Sure. Yes, including Tony as well. Move to this side. So now we have cell. Cell is what? Permanent. So when we talk about cell being permanent, you know in English language. No, you know in English language, there's one thing about English language is English language at times does not specify. Portuguese language is very, very specific. Say it is very, very specific. It is very, very specific. You know why Portuguese is very, very specific? It's specific in the sense that Portuguese explains to you what everything means. What everything means in what sentences? My clothes, is what? Hoopa. Say hoopa. Say hoopa. Now, when you hear pa, how does it sound? It sounds like what alphabet ends the word? What alphabet? When I say hoopa, what alphabet ends the word? A. Thank you. So now it means in every word when A ends a word, it means that word is what? That word is a feminine word. So that means my clothes is she. Yeah. And the table is mesa. Say mesa. What alphabet ends mesa? A. Good. So it means the table is what? Is feminine. That is how specific Portuguese is. Yeah. The door. Say porta. Say porta. Now, what alphabet ends porta? A. It means the door is what? Is feminine. But now, there's this nasal word. You know, when I was explaining bilingualism, I said Portuguese is a nasal language. I said we have words where you pronounce using your oronasal cavity. Now, if door is porta, what if the door is very big? That becomes what? A gate, right? Yes. So now, how do you call it? It becomes portão. Say portão. Portão. So now, ask yourself, does that change it to masculine? No. The root is what? The root is feminine. Porta. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. So now, I've spoken about when A ends a word, it is what? Feminine. So now when O and what is masculine? Masculine is when O ends a word. For instance, your shoe, you call it sapato. Say it, sapato. Sapato. Now, your shoe is what? Is masculine. Is a male in Portuguese. Computador is computer. Say computador. Computador. Is what? Masculine. Do you understand? The fan is what? Ventilador. Ventilador.
What is microphone?
Macador. You understand? Are you with me? So these are things you learn. So what I was explaining for the students, like I'm explaining to you right now, so the student was they begin to understand better. You see the advantage. She lost moral value. That is where we are coming from. Moral value in what sense? When others were paying attention, when others were studying in school, she wasn't studying. She was passing corner to get a degree. Now NYC has put her to a PPA where she's going to teach Portuguese. She's only writing notes. The notes she got from ChatGPT. Then she told them, "This is what I've come to teach you today. 20 days of eloquence. You can go back to your house. No achievement." That's what she was doing to her students. Are you with me? That's what she was doing to her students. Who was she doing it to? Her student. Who was she doing it to? Who was she doing it to? Her student. Do you understand what I'm saying? Please rise, everybody. So now she was doing that to her students. So I made them understand something. Then after doing basic greetings like bon dia, boa tarde, boa noite, then I now explained something to them about the difference between Brazilian and Portuguese. Joy rice. Then the lady on glass.
The lady on glass, right?
So now when I was doing,
She said joy rice, the lady on glass, right?
so now this is it. When we talk about contradiction in society, it is of moral when you do the right thing at the right time. The moment you are not doing the right thing at the right time, you are losing morals. Here I'm talking about personal morals. See, there's always a consequence when you lose moral. The consequences of the moral she lost when she was being taught in school and she was not paying attention. What was the consequence? The consequence was that she can't teach the thing she said she had learned. Now I ask you, what is the essence of education if you are not practicing? It makes you an illiterate, a sick person who is illiterate. And that's why many of us, many persons would read but will not get the message in what he or she is reading. You would read but you will not get the message in what you are reading. Imagine leaving your home, your comfort zone, to a place where you said you want to make an achievement. Then you get there and you are sleeping.
Who does that?
Do you understand? But at the end of the day, these are people who would resume at prosperity prayers at 5 a.m. on a Monday morning. God, I want to prosper. I want to prosper. I want to prosper. But you were sleeping at that point where you would have found prosperity. Now you should now start to imagine why people like Professor Bolushoyinka who say he doesn't practice any religion is doing well in life. Because what? He's working hard. Professor Bolushoyinka is working while you are sleeping. See, I will tell you a Yoruba word. In case you are feeling tired, I will tell you something that will motivate you. Yoruba will say that ẹni tó bá ṣe nǹkan tí èèyàn kan ò ṣe rí ó lè lọ kójú ẹ̀ rí nǹkan tójú ẹ̀ ò rí rí. See, 20 days of eloquence is what I'm referring to. Nobody in the world has attempted speaking for 20 days back to back. The only person that tried it spoke for what? 5 days and some hours. Do you understand? So now the reason why you are seeing what anybody has not seen before is because you are trying to attempt what no one has done before. So at any point in time you are feeling tired, always remember that I'm attempting what no one in the world has attempted. Do you understand? So you are doing what nobody in the world, no one across the globe has ever, since the origin of humanity, no one has thought of let's speak for 20 days. So now think of how many generations that has gone. This is 2020 what? 2026. So it means for the past over 2,000 years nobody has thought of speaking for 20 days. Then a body from Nigeria just woke up one day and said we need to correct the moral contradictions in the world. We need to educate the world. We need to talk about WHO, World Health Organization. We need to talk about heartbreak, people that are heartbroken. We need to talk about mental imbalance. We need to talk about language. We need to talk about gender inequality. We need to talk about security awareness. Then let's teach the world again. For how many days? For 20 days.
Oh, easy.
So the moment, so if you look at this thing, this kind of idea, I would trace it. Of course, it happened in the modern day, but I would trace this idea to the traditional moral, because it is in those days we always give academics, we always give study, we always give research more time. Do you understand? So another thing, another moral contradictions we suffer as human beings is the contradiction. Please sit. At this point, we need to, yes, at this point we need to be on the same page.
Yes, boss.
Another personal contradiction is the contradictions among you've gone to farm, but the things that would make you harvest, you left them. Then you pick up your phone. Does the phone help you farm? When we talk about the personal contradiction, I will be talking about those things that we said. So at this point, the world, let's be serious.
Okay, sir.
We have things that, we have bodies, we have organizations that we said this organization has come to make us better. But instead of making us better, we as humans, we are using this organization to make life worse for ourselves. And what organization am I talking about? I'm talking about the religious organization. The religious body is a body that is supposed to bring unity. But unfortunately, it is the reason why there is disunity in the world today. I can tell you for a fact that the major reason for unrest in the whole world is because of the two major religions we have in the world. I won't mention their names, we know them. The moment you start to think it is one of the two, then you are also one of the reasons why there is unrest in the world. When I talk about unrest, I'm talking about conflict, war, disagreement, disunity. One of the religions that will not come and meet you on the road and stop you and criticize you for what you are doing is the African traditional religion. You will not see any person who practices the African traditional religion that will come and meet you and say, guy, come and join us, leave your place of worship and come and join us. The point is, if you leave your place of worship and come and join us, who would go to your own place of worship? One of the ideas behind religion is that everyone who practices religion always believe that the religion he or she is practicing is the best in the world. Now, explaining the moral contradiction will take me to the work of a great Nigerian who is trending currently. Her name is what? Toyin Ayimaku Abraham. So she released a movie currently. So that movie was talking about, she said, I think she titled it Love Between Two Authors. And what was she saying in this work? She was talking about two individuals. This story is very relatable. Okay, what happened to me and why the story is relatable and why I see it as moral contradiction is this. When I was in 200 level, so there was a lady at that time, she gained admission into my school. So when she was doing her registration as a fresher in my school at that time, the day I saw her, I liked her. So I decided that I was going to help her, because at that time I had gotten this level of fame in school. So I could enter any office because of my relationship with staffs and lecturers. I could enter any office and say, ma, please, this person wants to do this, help me assist her. So I took her along, then I was able to help her. So despite helping her, I didn't get her phone number. So she won't feel like the reason behind, at times you just have to be strategic and diplomatic. So that she won't start feeling like the reason behind this guy favor is because he's expecting something from me. But I didn't get her number. I let her go because I know I will still meet her someday. At times there are some things you don't need to rush about. What will be will be. So now I wasn't rushing. Oki is not ki sera sera. It is oki sera sera. Oki sera sera. Don't spoil the quote. Oki sera sera. Do you understand? So I realized that this lady, she's in my department. She just got an admission, so there's no problem. They won't know her. She will still see me. So I didn't bother collecting her number. So I left her. Then at the time she resumed, I didn't really have time to talk to her because I have this mentality. What's the mentality? The mentality is, if I lose someone today, I will meet a better person tomorrow. That has always been my mentality. So that's why at the point I lose someone, I don't really feel that heartbreak. That heartbreak, I don't really feel it because I know life will always provide something better. See, the difference is just that it might get tougher. Yes, it is part of the process, but it will get better. So at that point, I let her go. But when she resumed, I wasn't paying attention. Sometimes if life wants to put you in some seats, you will just find yourself there, unaware. You get? So do you know what happened, madam? Do you know what happened? So at the time I got to 300 level, I became the president of my department at that time. Wow. So during our screening, they did not do screening for the financial secretary. So they had to do a by-election and all. After the by-election, that lady I helped became my financial secretary. Wow. So now life has brought us together. Do you understand? So the moment she texted me, she said, I am the financial secretary. Don't forget, I did not collect her number, so I didn't know she was the one. I was like, financial secretary. I said, okay, that's fine. Please send your picture. Let me see who my financial secretary is. And she sent a video and I said, she's this girl. So at that time I was very happy that she came back. Now learn emotional intelligence. I was happy that she came back, but I remember that if I would become a successful president, I must not mix duties with emotions. Then I said to her, because at that time she was already feeling that vibe, that love. Then she was getting so close, but I reacted differently. My reaction was the opposite of my feelings because I don't want to affect my nutrition at that time. Because my first goal was that I would set a record that no president would break. You don't understand? That was my intention. I said when I was taking my oath of office, while my left hands were up because my heart is at the left part of my hand, I said I promise that I will discharge my duties to the best of my ability. I don't take my word for granted. I don't take my word. See, I don't belong to those people that does not have that moral. And I'm not doing virtue signaling here.
President of Nigeria one day.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Most of my classmates have said it. And there was one girl a few months ago where she came to me. She said, in few years, you become Nigeria president. I don't know, but I'm anticipating. So now, the moment she texted, then I remain calm. There's one thing in the Gen Z called steeze and composure. I was very, very composed. I was in 100% composure because I don't want to compromise the standard. Then I sent a BC. I called for a meeting. I said in the next 72 hours we'll be having a meeting and all executive members should be there. Then she texted me. She was like, KSO, please, I won't be able to attend the meeting. I said, if you do not attend the meeting, I'll request that you return your certificates of office. Then she was like, I'm very sorry, sir, Mr. President. She moved from KSO to, I'm very sorry, sir, Mr. President. I will make sure I'm there tomorrow. Listen, moral contradiction. Then the next that on the meeting day, she came early. She was the first to appear at the meeting. And other members of the meetings are there. And I spoke to them. This is the agenda for this administration. And I said, every money coming to the administration should go to the purse of the treasurer or the financial secretary as stated in the constitution. I told them, if anybody tries to compromise this constitution, I will be at war with the person, because the constitution is the reason why I am here today. The person does not make a constitution. It takes representatives from different constituencies to make a constitution. So the moment you are trying to compromise the constitution, we are losing morale. You've lost morale. You've threw away morale. You have become an irresponsible and irrelevant person. Forget how many shout outs you get from people. Shout out does not change your likes on the internet, your repost, your retweet, your share, everything, all the engagement you get on the internet does not make you relevant. What is first class without relevance? Do you understand? Like Banike will say, no be by BSc, sure I'm a ESC. Do you get the point? So now, moving on. They had started the administration, everything was moving very well. Then she had an issue between herself and the treasurer. So what was the issue between herself and the treasurer? The issue between herself and the treasurer is that her treasurer, anytime she goes to conference, she would tell people to call her that my name is KSO wife. So that was where the hatred started from. So she started hating the treasurer. Then she stopped giving report to the treasurer. Normally she's supposed to report to the treasurer when she gets money, but she didn't. So if she wants to make report, she will text me that Mr. President, we got so amount of, and this is it. He will send to me. I'll say okay, it's fine, because you know the president is the head of all offices. You get. But I didn't see anything bad in it, because I feel since she's giving reports, in her office is in a jurisdiction that she accepts money. So it's not bad that she's accepting the money. So I just left the whole thing to her. Until the treasurer came one day. That day I was under the tree where I was resting with. I was talking to freshers. I was advising them, because at that time we were preparing for what we call Mr. and Mrs. Fasa. It's just like Mr. and Mrs. Nigeria. You understand? It's a beauty pageant stuff. So on that thing, we've never won it in my department's history. And don't forget, I said I want to create a record that nobody will beat. So I had called Sammy of Lagos, who had experience in it. I had called persons who had experience. I had called them. I said, please help me train our representatives. They must win this thing. And of course, we won it for the first time. The winning mentality. So after winning it, so I was talking to them that we have won the Mr. and Mrs. Fasa for the first time. But that is not, don't forget, the reason why we are all in school is to study, so we get our degree. If you get a certificate in beauty pageant and you have 3 carryovers, you are already losing in life. So as we are winning socially, let's win academically. That's why when they see me, they will say the leader with clear vision. When you have morals, you would have clear visions. So where am I coming from? I'm coming from personal life contradiction. So do you know what happened? I organized for the first time. I changed our normal party to an adventure. Our normal party, in the culture of the department, our party is that at some point we would go to a clubhouse. Do you understand? We will have party as students, we will enjoy. Do you understand? But I changed it from that phase. I said no, we won't do this. We would go on an adventure. The moment I said we are going for an adventure, so I named it Adventure 23. So the moment I said Adventure 23, they begin to wonder that, what do you mean by, it was my cabinet at first. They said, what do you mean by adventure? I said I wouldn't have named it adventure, but I remembered that when I gained admission, when I was leaving home, My cousin, who can't do without me, when he was posting, he said my brother is going on an adventure, and now I'll be in a very sad, I'll be living his very sad life because I can't do without him. He's my cousin, we are not blood brothers, but it's only the only time you see him alive, the only time you see him in high spirits is when he see me around. The moment I'm not around, he won't be in that high spirit. So when I remembered my brother message, I said I would tag this adventure. Of course it's an adventure. And I told them, I said, on this adventure you would have many experience, but the experience, don't let the experience make you lose morale or discourage you. Let this experience be your strength. Then we were planning. The lady who I said was the crush, as we were planning, we were getting money and doing everything. So that's not the point. On the adventure night, after I'd been through many stress, she came and she was like, Mr. President, I can see in your eyes that you have been through many stress. And you know why I said I've been through many stress? Because there's one thing about me. My left eye, anytime I'm stressed, my left eye is always in than the right one. Do you understand? So the moment you start looking at my left eye, you start feeling like, come on, let's see this boy won't die. Like some persons will say. So when she was like, are you sure you are fine? Then he said, please, I would offer you a hug. Then I said no. He said why? I said because my cabinets are here. If I hug you here where my cabinet are, what do you think I'm trying to show? And I said it's fine, I appreciate the hug you offered me, but for the sake of protecting my office, I wouldn't want to do this in public. Do you understand? Imagine the person you like, but because you want to maintain that morale, what are you doing? You are doing what? You are fighting your own emotions. So now, what's the main point? The main point is, after all the closeness and relationship, there was nothing called relationship between us until the day I handed over power. The day I finished as the president, that was the day I approached her. They were like, why is it today? I said, it is today because I know there is no business between us again. I said, if I had done this during my administration, it is going to affect how things work. Then you start saying things like, your financial secretary will just come and hit you at the back of your neck. Then the next time will be like, Mr. President, what is happening? You understand? I had someone there, and I had the speaker there, the speaker of Flasan there. The speaker of Flasan is someone that at that time he doesn't know how to relate. Like, he plays with different kind of girls. So because he used to play with different kind of girls, there was one day that he was having a sitting. Imagine a speaker having a sitting, then one small girl came in and he moved his scarf from his head. I was in that sitting that day and I felt embarrassed. I said, is this what you call sitting? So the moment you start throwing away morals, you begin to lose relevance. So now the point is, after approaching her at this point, do you know what happened? She accepted. That's one. She accepted. And the reason why she accepted was that she said, of everybody in this world, this is the first person she would love truly. Then things was going as the both persons wanted. So now look at where personal life contradiction comes in. Don't forget that the explanation is on what? Personal life contradiction. This thing I'm saying is what almost everybody is experiencing in the world. So now what happened? After dating for 2 years, her mom do not be deceived. The Bible will say, do not be deceived, for God is not mocked. What a man soweth shall he reap. I'm a Muslim, but I'm helping you there, so that you not what? You not go astray. So now the point is, after 2 years, I had met her mom. I and her mom, we met once, and the day I met her mom, do you know what her mom said? Her mom said, you are a very good guy. And I won't mention her name. And Toyosi always say good things about you. The way she put it. Then she said she's very, very happy and she hope this lasts forever. And I said, okay, it's fine, mommy, thank you very much. We would always be motivated by your words. Then she said something. She said, this is her mother. Her mother said, as far as anything will bring happiness to my child, I would always support it. So now, this mom is a redeemed pastor. So at this time, probably because of my name, she didn't know I am a Muslim. Do you understand? So she thought, because when she heard the name Damilare, because she calls Damilare, Damilare would be a. So until the day I was talking to her daughter and the phone was on loudspeaker, then I told her daughter that I will call you back. I just got to mosque, I want to pray. Then the moment she heard mosque, she said, who were you talking to? She said, talking to KSO. He said he wants to pray. Then mommy said, pray for what? He said, he's a Muslim. He said, is that boy a Muslim? Then you know the next sentence her mom said? Her mom said, I'm giving you just this minute that you break up with him immediately. Then do you know what? After praying, when I when he said, how are you doing? The how are you doing was not sounding like the normal how are you doing. So I knew something was wrong. Then I was like, are you moody? What's wrong with you? Like, no, she's not moody. And I called. So when I called, her voice was shaky. Why is your voice shaky? Talk. So she kept it to herself till after like 2 weeks. You understand? So after keeping it to herself for over 2 weeks, normal supervision. After keeping it to herself for over 2 weeks, she now said, I'm feeling bad because mommy said things like this, things will not work because of the differences. I said, is that what mommy said? She said, yes. I said, you know what? We are all responsible for the consequences of our actions. So she was expecting me to overreact, but I never reacted. You know, I never reacted. I never reacted because my first heartbreak, I experienced it when I was 7 years old. The day my daddy left. You understand? So from that day, I've always prepared my mind that anybody can leave at any time. So the moment she left, what came to my mind is, someone better is coming. Don't worry. Then I left her to go and watch Liverpool match. What broke my heart on that day was because Liverpool lost to Tottenham. If Liverpool had not lost, I wouldn't have been in pain. I cherish Liverpool FC so much. You see? So now, what am I trying to talk about is personal life contradiction there. Personal life contradiction is national life contradiction is when you say this thing makes you happy. This religion has come to make you live a peaceful life. But you people that are practicing this religion, instead of you to bring peace, you are bringing discrimination. You are promoting enmity among people. Do you understand the point?
Yes, sir.
Personal life contradiction is when you preach first thing about the next person. Like you tell someone that you know what, KSO is talking bad about you. He said you are doing normal supervision. So the only thing you hear from here is when KSO said someone is doing normal. But the parts where KSO was talking good about the person, you did not hear that part. Personal life contradiction. Gossiping. You gossip about people. This is moral contradiction. At every given time you have to sleep so that you can rehearse at night, you rather spend that time gossiping. He's doing eye service, he works too much. Yes, eye service is part of service. So what is your problem? You understand? So personal life contradiction. You understand? If she's doing normal, she's not doing normal. What is your business if she's doing normal, she's not doing normal? So stop shaming people. Another personal life contradiction is what? Gender expectation.
Yes, that's it.
I told you once, I said the day I celebrated that I am a man was the day Boys to Men Foundation came and said, today at NYSC we will do a special CDS for you men alone. We will entertain you, we will talk to you, we will make you happy, and when you are going home we will give you some money. what we are talking about, gender expectation and toxic behaviour in the society we find ourselves today. Part of the moral contradiction we have is that you expect that a man carries all the whole pain, you expect that a man does not feel pain, and that's why if police raid in Lagos today, maybe something bad happen, maybe a criminal or maybe a conflict happen in Lagos, and that's an example, and the police came around so they can raid persons who they find outside. I can tell you for a fact that when the police see female, they let them go, because they have this mentality that female they don't commit crime. I can't count the amount of time that they have stopped me on my way to school to search me, but they don't search girls, and we have female police among them. Gender expectation. So you are expecting that boys are criminals, that you have to hold them with strong hand. But when you see the female, you let them pass. You don't. Your men are always suspect. That's why when police raid, as a man, they will tell you have to come home early. You know you're a man. Another one is that the gender expectation is on when you expect that as a woman you must know how to cook, as a woman you must be modest, as a woman you must not double date, but it's not working on the other hand. So as parents, while they are training their children, you will see them ask their female children to go to the kitchen to cook or to stay in the kitchen with them, but their male child, they will leave their male child to be playing games in the sitting room. That's moral contradiction. So you expect that the female are useful in the kitchen, you expect that the female are able to I'm a victim of what I'm saying. Because while I grew up, I never liked the cooking gas until I gained admission into the university, because if I need to eat anything, my mom will cook. And mind you, I don't eat spaghetti, I don't eat indomie, I don't eat macaroni. So any day that they do spaghetti at home, I will drink garri, don't worry. So I wasn't really worried about knowing how to cook, because my mom didn't see it as something she should force me to do. But my sister, if my mommy lights the gas and my sister is sitting, she won't call her, she would throw a turner at her. Bam! So the moment that turner hit her on her head, say, "Mommy, what did I do?" If not that you don't have sense, will I be cooking and you are sitting there? But mind you, this moment is that moment that you see me go outside and play street football. Gender expectation. You are expecting this gender to be this, but you are not expecting the other gender to be that. Another one is the domination I was speaking about. In today's world, when men sit down, for example, this our handsome witness seated here, if men sit down, you hear him say things like, "You see Choma, I like Choma now, me and Choma did yesterday now. Boss said, me and boss did yesterday, told him, that one no really, me and I did yesterday." You understand what I'm saying? So you would see them say things like that, you see them display that heart. Then you see someone like Brother Ezekiah, who is well dressed in suit, a lecturer, you not see him say, "How far, Bola, you just enjoy now, you say, what, I like your style now." You understand? Because as a man, the way the society portray men, they don't portray men in a way that men has limitations. They feel like you are a man now, you are a man, so why can't you dominate? But if a lady does the same thing, then you see them set panel. Now, I'm about saying you, that person, she's a prostitute. The reason why you're calling her a prostitute is because she dated two persons at the same time. But did you even have a dictionary? Have you checked the definition of a prostitute? Do you understand what I'm saying? So, gender expectation. I spoke about gender expectation in how many ways? I spoke about when you're expecting men to be strong. when you expect that men does not double date or anything. Then I talk about when you expect um when you expect men that men can double date but women cannot double date. Then men should not cook. Parents, your male children should be at home playing games while your female child work with you in the kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Another aspect is financial aspect. I want to even ask us, who brought the law that says that the man must be the one paying the rent and the woman must not pay any amount? Do you understand? Now it has now become something that a man now sees as an abnormal thing when he can't afford his house rent and his wife is paying it. But the moment you don't have money, it's not bad if you seek for help. Yeah. You know you can't afford the rent at this year. Okay, you have been paying your rent for the past 5 years. And this year, probably because of one or two things, you could not afford it. It is there. Tell your wife that, Joy, this year, I don't really have much. And you earn so much amount. Please, can you just pay the rent for the year? Even if Joy was reasonable, if not because Joy was feeling so entitled to her husband money, she's supposed to even be the one to come up with the idea with, Daddy, sweetheart, I realize that you don't really have much this year. Please, I would like to support you with this amount of money. But because of gender expectation, she is expecting that her man will do everything for her. So that expectation has blocked that passage, that critical thinking passage in her. That expectation has blocked it. So she is not expecting that critical thinking passage is not functioning again. So the passage that is functioning is the expectation passage that my husband is supposed to pay all the bills. We have countries where women pay bride price. But I won't speak about that. I know African culture doesn't support it. But that doesn't mean it is right or wrong. Another thing is gender expectation is I noticed this thing. What happened? There was a time where I had a friend. So that my friend is handsome. Then we stay in the same hostel but different rooms. So there was this neighbors. They were also students in our hostel. They are roommates. They stay together. We have one, Rachel. The other one is Okwe. So now Rachel was already crushing on that guy. This is gender expectation here. He was already crushing on that guy. So instead of Rachel to wake up to the guy and tell the guy that, instead of Rachel to walk up to the guy and tell the guy that I like you. Do you know what Rachel did? Rachel told Okwe, our roommate, that, and I like that guy, but I can't tell the guy. You know the funniest part is that Rachel was telling Okwe about her feelings. Okwe is also having that same feelings towards that guy. And this guy is someone that he doesn't really relate to people. He's very focused, very strict. The person is someone you know. It's just that the person is training the narrative. The person is very strict. So you know what? So the person is always sitting down inside the room. If he's not reading, you will see him go outside and make friends with guys outside. The person is of the opinion that what did I want to be talking about with girl? Then Okwe, who played a smart role there, you know what she did? She now start establishing conversation with the guy. Since the day her roommate had told her that she's also crushing on that guy. So she don't want the situation whereby the roommate will go first before her. So she now starts establishing good relationship with the guy. You know what did she do? She walked up to the guy one day and she told the guy, said, why is it that in this house all of us will come together and play but you're always alone? And the guy told her that I have a lot to do and I won't be spending much time eating with people. Then I asked her, do you watch football? He said yes. Football club is Liverpool. Then Okwe said she's a Liverpool fan. Hey, Said,
Situation balance.
then you know what Okwe did? Okwe started checking on the internet when Liverpool wants to play. So on the day Liverpool had match, Okwe walked up to that guy and told the guy that Liverpool is playing today. Are you not going to watch the Liverpool match? He said yes. I'll watch the Liverpool match. He said okay, let's go together. Then the expectation. Rachel was expecting that the guy would walk up to her. But Okwe made the move. Then they started working together. But fortunately for Okwe, the guy did not like Okwe. But the point here is, the moment Okwe started working with the guy, they started establishing that good relationship. Rachel became jealous and started fighting with her roommates. That's Okwe. Meanwhile, Rachel would have had more advantage because who the guy liked was Rachel. But the guy was feeling like this Rachel is always staying at the back, she's not always coming up. So what's the point? So the guy now went outside to bring someone. He found someone else outside who he liked. And started dating. So the day that one person came to their hostel, then Rachel just walked and hissed. He was like, why are you hissing? He said, why won't I hiss? You think you're acting responsible? Then the guy was like, what did I do? What has responsibility have to do with you passing? But the guy remained calm. Then he left. Then the next day, he told the guy that, don't you know I like you? So you left me and go and meet someone. Is that not late? That's late. Campaign after election. So you were sitting down expecting that because you are a lady, the guy must come to you first.
It's not bad. Who said?
Of course, there's nothing that says. See, there's no rule that says that. There's no rules that says that you can't. This is emotion. So it's about how you construct things.
Exactly. You
So
are different.
making the move is not necessary that you tell the guy that I want to date you. Of course, even as a guy, when you are meeting a lady, or you can't tell a lady on the phone that you want to date the lady now.
It's just like position yourself for opportunities.
Do you understand? She said, you know what she said? She said, positioning yourself for opportunities. You understand? That positioning yourself for opportunities that she said made me remember 2019 when Liverpool won Champions League. Do you know what happened there? Liverpool was playing against Tottenham, and Sadio Mane had seen that they are disadvantaged. You know what he did? At the moment he took the ball to Tottenham 18-yard box, he realized that Tottenham defender hands were up, was up. Then do what? He raised the ball to hit the Tottenham player's hand. He knew that once ball touch your hand in the box 18, it's automatic penalty. So he had seen that position of opportunity. Then he pushed the ball there. Then the referee has to check VR because people were like, was it intentional? Was it not intentional? But the truth is, intentional or not intentional, his hands were up in box 18 and the ball had touched his hand. So it's automatic penalty. You don't have to check it. That was what secured the win for them. So you as a lady, you don't have to keep expecting that. Yeah, as a guy, the guy must come to me. You can also make the move. Make a move. Stop expecting too much. So now, the topic of the speech, the topic of what we have been saying since, is the moral contradictions in the society today and the solution. So now the solution is what? The way forward. So now what's the way forward? The first question I will ask you after listening to all this speech, can the society be rebuilt? Can the society rebuild moral clarity?
Yes.
Of course, yes. If we change the way we think, if we start to honor hard work, if we start to stop seeing engagement as validity. You understand? From the moment we stop seeking validation and start finding truth, it would recreate our society. Look at what's happening today. What our parents taught us was that we should be modest. That's for the female. That we should what? We should be modest. But now, what are we experiencing in society today? Because someone wants to gain validation, because a lady wants to get 1,000 likes, she would go further to borrow a friend's wig. She won't just stop at that. She would wear something that's supposed to call pint, then she would call it clothes, with an irrelevant top, calling it tank top. Then she would make a video, post it on the internet so as to gain a lot of followers. In case you don't know, you are creating serious harm in society. Of course, you have the freedom to live your life anyhow, the way you want, but you have to also think that the way I want to live my life, is it a reasonable way? Yeah, is it a reasonable way? Another way forward is recognize right versus wrong. What is right? What is wrong? What is right are those things that when you do them, you want to see people see you doing them. What is wrong are those things that when you do them, you don't want to see people seeing you doing them. Of course, if you have a good mother, if you have good parents, if you have parents whose thinking are not the same as your thinking, of course, the moment you start to upload videos like that, they would call you to attention. If you upload irrelevant videos and your parents are not calling you to attention, it means the both of you have lived, or you are living similar life. So recognize right and wrong. It is wrong to take bribe at the place of work. For banks, Nigerian banks and banks across the globe, it is wrong when you promise your customers that we would give you the best service and their money earned, just for you to tell them to come back until after 7 days before you review if the money was sent to them or not. This justifies one of my experience at a bank early this year. There was a time in this year that my alawi earned. So when I tell you about my alawi, I'm talking about the stipend. No, I'm talking about the money federal government of Nigeria used to pay their National Youth Service Corps member. So you know one thing about that money? I'm of this behavior of, I don't care if the money drops late or early, because I have other things that would give me money. So now, at January, probably because I have spent so much, I don't have any money. So I was expecting that my February alawi would be what? My means of survival. So February came. In February, the first day, because we used to collect our alawi around 28th of the month, 27th of the month, 29th of the month. So in February, for core members here, I'm sure all core members in Nigeria experienced this February this year. This January alawi for February. You understand? So it was delayed. February 1st, I didn't see my alawi. 2nd, I didn't see my alawi. 3rd, I didn't see my alawi. And I have planned my life around this fee, that when this fee comes in, I'll be able to solve problems. Do you understand? Now I'm talking about more contradictions though. Why I was waiting, and I realized that this money had not dropped. But there was no hope. Do you know what I had to do? I had a save for me account in one of the banks. That save for me is like a fixed account, but I have access to remove the money if I need it for emergency. So I walked to the bank and I told the bank that I would need to withdraw 70,000 naira from this money because I'm very broke at this moment. Then the bank receptionist, no, the customer care service person told me that I will have to wait for 1 hour for them to lift the restriction on my account. I said okay, I waited. So waiting for 1 hour, she said she would call the person that would lift the restriction. You know what this lady did? This lady did not call anybody. After 1 hour, I now asked her that, I thought you said you would call the person. The person said they cannot do it, that I would have to go to head office. And I said okay, there's no problem. Then I picked up my phone, I called my brother at the head office. I called him, I said I'm at this bank now. The customer care service attendant said I can't be able to access my money until I go to the head office. And he said please give her the phone. When I give her the phone, she was not like, I'm very sorry sir, it was our network, I will fix it. Just imagine, what a contradiction. You had assured the people that you would give them the best service, but you have to first frustrate me first. She now start apologizing that I'm very very sorry, I'm very very sorry. It was this experience that made me know that Nigeria can really work. We can actually rebuild moral clarity in our society. Do you know why I said that? Now, when I did not see Malawi, I went to meet my fellow corps member, my friend. I was telling them that I didn't get my Alawi. That's I'm talking about the federal government money. They didn't know what my friend said. He said there was 1 month like that they did not pay me now, but I did not go and complain to them. I knew that it is the LGI that took my money. I was like, why would you say that? He said, before uncle. I said, don't say that though. I said, no, but don't worry, I will take steps. Then I went to my LGI office. When I went there, I told her, I said, ma, I didn't really receive my Alawi for January. She said, did you do your biometrics? I said, yes, I did. She said, are you sure? I said, yes. She said, you know what? Go and print out your LGI clearance to show if you did your biometrics. One, she said, your relocation approval, that's if you do relocation, bring it. Your PPA posting letter, bring it. Your PPA acceptance letter, bring it. Your bank transaction for that bank, the bank using receiving your Alawi, bring it so we can check. Of course, it sounds like it's very long. It sounds like it's very long for people who are lazy, and that's why it becomes difficult to rebuild our society. When she requested those documents, to me first sounded like, I was like, this document is much. I'll bring all of these things. And I said to myself that okay, it's fine, I would try and provide it. Then I went home because he said if I'm bringing it, it has to carry the date of the day I'm bringing it, and that is, it was already past. So I went there. So there was nothing I did not ask. He said I should write a letter to the state coordinator asking that I have outstanding allowance. So I wrote a letter. She said an handwritten letter, not a letter that you go and type. So that letter must have the stamp of my PPA. This is where you know people that are ghosting their PPA. She has told me everything. So I went home, I wrote a letter. Then on the day I wrote the letter, I went to my PPA because I am of good values and a responsible corps member as my PPA. The moment I told them, they said, they stamped the letter and they signed the letter. So I told them that they should put the date on the 17th because I'll begin on the 17th, which is on Monday. And they should not put the dates of that day. So while they put the dates and stamped the letter, I went to my bank. I got my bank statement. Then after getting my bank statement, even at that bank when I went to get my statement of account, I was told that I will have to pay for printout. Things that are not even happening before. But it's fine. This is one of the moral contradictions we are saying at corporate level. I paid for the printout. Then I got all necessary documents. Then I went to my LGI. When I got to her, she checked. She said, "Oh, you did your clearance. So what happened?" She said, "It must be human-made error." Then do you know what my LGI said? She said, "Don't worry, we will review it." She said, "Please send me your account number and your name." I'm telling you this so that you can change your mentality about the society. He said so I can check what the listing. Then she sent a text to the state coordinator. From the accounting office, they reviewed it and they realized that it was a mistake. You know what happened? In just 2 days. Don't forget, people were telling me that before you see that money, you will spend 2 months or 3 months. I saw to God who made me. I went to the place on Tuesday, which is what my CDS day. On Thursday evening, while I was sitting down somewhere, I was just reading. Okay, I think I was reading for this 20 days of eloquence. I was reading on politics and hypocrisy on that day. Then I received a message from Wema Bank that I have been paid, and I saw it. I was like, and I'll be for January. Not just that I've been paid. That was the money came in on the second day in the evening. Then the first thing in the morning, my LGI called me. She said, "Hello, Kasali, is this Kasali?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Have you received the money? Look at humanity. Look at the service." She said, "Have you received the money?" I said, "Yes." She said, "Thank you very much." She said, "We have other persons who have the same complaint." She said she will call. Later in the afternoon, probably she forgot she has called me. She now said, hello, good afternoon, please, am I speaking with Kasali? Please, have you received the money? I'm talking about the LGI at Lagos Mainland, Yaba, opposite Panti. That was a very good display of humanity. Aside from just doing that, what happened? She now sent a message on the group that if any core member discover that he or she has an outstanding payment, please come and claim your money. Showing you that they are not there to eat the money. Now, going back to that, my friend that has that mentality that it is someone that eats your money. If they ask you to write letter, despite the fact that they have been teaching you formal letter and informal letter from primary school to you graduate from university, you can't still write a letter and you want to receive your money. So sometimes we need to learn to follow due process. Next speaker. Sometimes we need to learn to follow what? Due process. You have to learn to follow due process because due process is the way to rebuild moral clarity in our society. Just get ready as we are rebuilding. So there's another thing. You know what you are doing. Do you understand? What I mean by you know what you are doing is you that you want to build a better society, you that want to do away with the moral contradiction, you have to know that what you are doing is right. So when you see someone post a sensitive video on the internet, you don't engage, you scroll, you throw it away. Not that you start engaging the person and the person will start feeling like, oh, now I have posted one bad video, I have 100,000 likes, so what I'm doing is right. You understand? Then you see Barrister Favour who posts a very decent picture of herself, then she'll be getting like 10 likes. Moral contradiction. But the same you that refuse to like Barrister Favour's picture would like that lady's picture dancing naked out there. At some point, some persons will even give you job because you are dressing in an indecent way. Imagine at a shop where you need to employ someone who would sell building materials for you. Then the criteria for selling beauty, for being employed at a shop where you sell building material was that you should be attractive. What does attractive have to do with selling cement? If not because we now live in a society whereby moral values has become something that we don't even value again. You see many offices today, when they want to employ, the women are always at advantage. Why? Because they feel like if you have a woman here, if you have a very, not just a lady, a very beautiful lady, like, if you have a very beautiful lady at the reception, the moment you enter reception, you first be attracted. I like this lady. And it's even affecting our students too. Let me tell you one of my experience at the school where I was teaching for my NYSC. So SS2 students who used to do Portuguese language, before I got there, they were about 120. So I met them at the first class. So at the next class, when they saw me, that I was one that was going to take the next class, they reduced from 120 to around 45. Then I was wondering why they stopped coming. Then the vice principal told me, said, the reason why they stopped coming to your class is because you are not a lady. It's an only boys' school. Imagine secondary school students. Said because they knew that teacher that used to come, the way she dressed attracts them. Said there was even a point whereby they hit her on her heart that they had to look for the student who did it. They couldn't find the student. They had to punish all the students. Look at what we have transferred to the people we call the future hope. So they couldn't attend my class. So they left from Portuguese class to German class because the teacher who is taking German class is a female. They did not attend Chinese class because Chinese class is being handled by a male. So the majority of the students that I used to have are from SS1 because SS1 have not had that orientation. So you will see SS1 students. In short, when I was marking my script for SS1, I got that because I had about 320 students did Portuguese exam in SS1. and that gives me relief that okay, SS2 shebi you guys are looking for female teacher, nobody go. Do you understand? So this is moral contradiction where we have transferred, because you know culture is a way of life that is transferred from a generation to another generation. These people are saying you live this lifestyle, that people at our front, our predecessor, this is the way they live their life. So we as the successor, we should live our life that same way, or we should do worse than it. If you as a parent, you are telling your child that, tell that woman that I'm not around, meanwhile you are inside, you've taught the child to lie. So you should expect the child that the child will not stop at that one lie. A day will come, she will still meat in your pot, she will lie to you that she didn't take it, and she will tell you that it's her younger sister that took the meat. So you will beat her younger sister for what she did not do. Then her younger sister will develop a feeling that, why did I not even steal the meat actually? I would have just stole the meat, since this is how she will beat me for stealing the meat. So where am I coming from? Know what you are doing. Don't be moved by crowd. Of course, it is easier to stand in crowd, but it takes courage to stand alone. So as I continue my story with those students, they won't come to class. I even thought it's just my school until I went to another federal school at Yaba. When I got there, they had 3 Portuguese teachers. So they have this, let's say, I don't want to talk about that department, let's say we have science, arts, commercial. So they have Portuguese class at the same time. So I realized that for the science class, they used to have the highest number. They had the highest number because they have a female teaching them. So me as a supervisor, as the overall supervisor, so when I go, I noticed the same thing. Then I now begin to understand the clear picture that, so the reason why these students used to go for this female class is more because they are being taught by female teachers. But trust me, I think there's one thing between female to female. I think female to female, they don't like themselves. I noticed that. You know why I said I noticed that? That class where they had female teachers taking them. So we have like few female students in that class. Majority they were male students. So I now decided to take them on that day on a quick test to see how good they are. But before the test, I taught them the topic before the test. The moment I took over the class, the guys, they were giving one bad reaction. Like, how did this man come? Then I told their teacher to sit. This is what I teach. Then the female students, they were clapping, they were like, thank you, I enjoyed this class today. So why? Because all their teacher body has nothing to do with the female. They don't even care. Then the female student was now asking that, KSO, what is I love you in Portuguese? That was not even bust my head. I was like, okay, you amobose. Like, you amobose, okay, you amobose. Saying, okay, so I said, don't say it to me again. Do you get it? So you have to understand. Oh yeah, the other thing is, for us to build moral clarity in our society, we must have emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence in what sense is? Of course, because you saw a news on the internet that Burna Boy slapped DJ Tunes alongside 9 other persons, making 10. The thing you will first think about is DJ Tunes came online the next day to post himself. With 10 persons beat one person, and in 24 hours the person will come and post. Emotional intelligence, think now. Not just that, he said that they were matching him with Timbaland. Who knows Timbaland shoe here? So now imagine 10 persons matching you, stepping on you with Timbaland shoe. Will you wake up the same way tomorrow? I have seen someone beaten by just 2 persons, and I saw the reaction. Not talking about 10 persons. Emotional intelligence. For us to build moral clarity, we must have emotional intelligence. Don't just come to your husband and say, you have not been giving me anything since all these days. He knew he lost his job. You know. It's not like you don't know. But you know that he lost his job. You are not coming to him to tell him that. What has even been your role since all these days? You have not been doing well. I have just noticed that. In short, I regret this relationship. then you be the one posting say no to depression, but you made someone else depressed. Moral contradictions. Practice what you preach. I remembered one year I was talking to my classmates in school, and you know why I was talking to them? I said, you ladies, you are beginning to act different from what you say. No, I said that. I said that because of this song. There was one song sang by Nigerian musician called T.I. Blaze. The title of the song is I can't remember the title, but the verse that I needed here was where he said, food no dey give man joy, but Canadian loud the feeling is different. He said food does not give man joy, but Canadian loud the feeling is different. Then you saw girls start posting it that Canadian loud the feeling is different. And I asked my classmate, have you started smoking Canadian loud? He said no. I said, why are you now posting food does not give man joy, but Canadian loud gives man joy? I thought you said you never date a smoker, but why are you now promoting weed on your WhatsApp? He said it's just cruise. Emotional intelligence. Those behind are watching. Emotional intelligence. Learn to correct people when you see them do wrong. I was talking about security awareness in the morning when I said you don't have to display expensive things publicly. When you see, like when one of the speakers was speaking yesterday, he said when he was coming he was carrying some amount of pounds. Emotional intelligence is wrong. You can't be publicly speaking that you are carrying pounds to at the guard may be at. You want us to be robbed? Do you understand? Imagine walking to a place and you carry a gold chain of 50 million on your neck. What is wrong with you now? If you want to start good business, go to Yaba where you meet Hausas who has more gold than you have. For us to build moral clarity within ourselves, you have to learn to say what is true. And this has been a major problem among us. You have to learn to do what? Say what is true. You have to do what? To learn to say what is true. Don't give people the word based on your relationship with them. Okay, because me and Tony are good friends, I would always hype Tony and I would say Tony is better than Joy. Meanwhile, you know that the difference between Joy and Tony, the difference between heaven and earth. You see the gap? But because you want to praise that person that is close to you, then you begin to hype, not just that, you begin to over hype the person. You have to what? Say what is true for us to build moral clarity. Say what is true. Of course, I come to realize that there is no religious book that supports that you do anything immoral. But why is it that the people that are practicing it are doing things that are immoral? You will see some persons, because they want to justify how good their religion is, they will start telling you good things. Hey, my pastor is the best, my alpha is the best in the world. He doesn't lie, he doesn't steal, he doesn't do anything bad. You see someone come and tell you that, hey, let's be good friends. I ask you, why do you want to us to be? Say, I want you to come to my church so you show me you love me. The moment I tell you to come to mosque, you tell me you can't come. Are you not an hypocrite? So even trash that conversation. Don't even come and tell me anything that has to do with that. Practice what you preach. What you would not accept, don't do it to others. If you tell me to leave Redeem and come to Deeper Life, then who will fill my space at Redeem when I come to Deeper Life? It's just an illustration. If you tell me to leave the mosque and come to your church, that place I do stand, who would fill that space? Not because you want to justify that what you are doing is the best. And at the end of the day, you will tell me that someone that practices what you practice better than me because you want to justify how good people are. In Africa, African traditional religion has always created that love among people until you brought European religions to Nigeria. I'm not saying the religions are bad. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm telling you that the level moment you start experiencing high level of discrimination was when those things came here. And you are up to today, you are not willing to accept. You know the truth, but you are not saying the truth. And you want us to be a better society. If a person deserves a reward, it's not only in religion, it happens across tribe. I remember in my secondary school when they said an Igbo boy cannot become the head boy. And the person that deserved to be the head boy in the school that time is an Igbo boy. I fought against it at that time. I'm a Yoruba boy now. That was when people start calling me a father of justice. Like, you're a very good Yoruba man. Don't call me a very good Yoruba man. Call me a very good human being. I'm an human being. Being an humanitarian is what comes first. Humanity comes first before anything. Before I become a Lagosian, I am first a what? I'm first a Nigerian. So I have been a Nigerian before I become a Lagosian. The same thing, you have been human before you become that religion. You have been human before you become that tribe you are practicing. So that's why humanity has to be the top priority. On no condition, don't come up with the idea of because this person belongs to Boy Scouts and this one belongs to Girls Guide, so I will support the Boy Scout ahead of Girls Guide. Meanwhile, you know fully well that the person that belongs to your party, which is Boy Scout, is not doing well. The same thing, same thing happen at election. You have people vote for a candidate because the candidates come from where they come from. Meanwhile, that candidate who will do things better is not from their party. Something happened during my time in school. So election was coming up. Then my department produced a candidate who was going for the office of welfare director. Then I told my department that sorry, it was not welfare director, it was social director. So I told my department that they asked me to post my department's candidate. You know what I told them? I said I can't support him. I said why? I said because the person that is going against him is better than him now. I said because he has proved to us that he is better. I said this person you want us to vote for, I have known him to always be humanizing. I have known him to always miss classes. I have known him to always post pictures of him smoking and doing all of those things. I said, is this who you want us to vote for as leader? They said it doesn't matter, you know he's from our department. I said if that is the way you see it, it's fine, you can give him your vote, but I would not vote for him. You understand? What am I doing? I was saying what is true. We have to rebuild moral clarity in every society we find ourselves. You get the point? Say what is true. Call a spade a spade. If you see someone who is doing something that is wrong, tell him what you are doing is wrong. That culture of saying this person is an elderly person, we don't correct an elderly person. Then if you keep saying you don't correct when you want to correct an elderly person, there's what we call diplomacy. You understand? There's diplomacy. You don't go straight. At times you have to just be diplomatic with your correction. Diplomatic in what sense? There was one day we had someone, the person came, he's an elderly person, but the thing is, at the hospital we had patients who are very sick and they need to sleep, so we don't need noise at the hospital. So on that day, this elderly man came in. He was just shouting, he was greeting someone and he was shouting. You know, normally someone else would have just gone to meet the man that, sir, stop shouting, and they would sound disrespectful. You know what I did? I met the receptionist beside the man, who is my friend, and I hit him. Bam! I was like, are you okay, Kies? Why do you hit me? I said, you are always used to shouting every time. Most people are in the hospital, they arrest him. Why do you like shouting? I hit him again. Bam! I was hitting him. He was like, are you mad? Do I look like I'm shouting? You shouted yesterday. Then the man was looking at me. So the man reduced his voice. That's diplomacy. Till I got to where I was going to, because it was a mirror. So I was looking at the man from the mirror. The man was looking at me. The man knew I was talking to him, but because I can't come and meet him, I have to respect him as an elderly person. Diplomacy. No one is telling you that you can't correct an elderly person. Another elderly person come and argue and tell you that Nigeria has gotten 10 supersonic jets, which is not true. If you want to correct the elderly person, you don't have to attack him while he's speaking on a global stage at times. You can just call Joy and say, Joy, it's not true, they have not gotten the supersonic jet too. Then the man will hear, will not like, I think it's not true, they have not gotten the jet, true. Do you get the information? Always say what is true, regardless of if the person is older than you, younger than you. It doesn't matter. What matters most is what? Saying what is true. And the last part is be willing to stand alone. If you must build moral clarity in a society, you must be willing to stand alone. Because we live in a society whereby people have lost morals. The things we used to see as normality before, now switched to the other side. They now start looking abnormal. I'm sorry to use this word. There was a time in Africa, maybe in the world, where if a lady is not a virgin, or a guy is not, your parents or the people around will tell you that don't marry her. You don't understand? They will tell you not to marry them because they feel like the moment they are not a virgin means they have used their life in one reckless way. That's the feeling. In Yoruba land at that time, if you marry a woman on the night of your wedding, while you are having your first sexual relationship, when you are having your first sex on the day of your wedding, you would place a white bedspread, a white handkerchief or a white towel on the bed, just to confirm if there will be blood drop, to prove that the wife you got married to is a virgin. And that time after it, when you do it, you would throw it. That's Yoruba culture. You would open your window and throw the towel through your window. You have persons waiting outside at the night of your wedding. You have a lot of people waiting outside that you are waiting for him to throw the white clothes. You meant to throw the white clothes outside and they see it stained with blood. They will say, oh good, he got married to a virgin. They will celebrate. You married your wife from a very good and reputable home. And people will have the assurance that nothing will happen. You have got a good wife. That was how it was before. That was the normality of yesterday. We moved from that normality to a day like today, when if a boy at the age of 17 tells you that he's a virgin, you will see people telling you that, are you okay? Are you sure you are healthy? Look at the transition. So now, the normality of today is that as a lady, you are not expected to meet a lady as a virgin. Remember, we were having relationship talk at our CDS one day. Then a guy said, if you want to marry, if the lady is not a virgin, you can't marry the lady. Then if you look at the way everybody looked at him, that maybe you date your mommy now. When they said that thing, I was like, are you okay? Is it that you don't have morals anymore? So they are trying to tell you that you can't find. Meanwhile, there are, but they are very limited. They are very minute. Because what we used to see as normality before has become abnormality today. Before, it is normal that when you meet a lady, she's a virgin. But now, you start asking yourself that, hey, I hope this girl is not cursed. How come she stayed from age 0 to 25 and she didn't meet any man? And you as a man, if you have decided that you will not be doing all of those things, they start seeing you as you be mumu. There was a day like that I remembered when I went to a night party. Which party is that? Clouda X, good. So at Clouda X at midnight, we were already having fun. So it was around 2, 3, then my friends they met a lady they don't know at the party, because when we were at the party we collected bundle of money, so we were spraying, so you get. Then when you bring your money, you see these girls, they want to come and dance with you. But me, I don't use them away. The person I wanted to pay the money for is the person that hosted the party, who is a guy, just to compensate him. Then they start to feel like, why are you always different? Everybody is paying money for a lady. You say you want to pay money for a guy that hosts the party. Why are you always behaving like this? Well, if you be successful in life, you have to have the mind of your own. I was on my own. That is none of your business. Then later at night, what's the next thing? The ladies were like, what would you like to have now? Let's go together to your hotel room now. So the first one went, I won't mention their name. The moment the other lady now came to me with smoke in her hand, I said, first go and quench the light of this smoke before you even talk to me at all. Like, I see the way you are talking to me as if you own this place. Said, if I give you dirty slap, that sounds very aggressive, I know. Said, you are talking to me. I have the power to undo how you communicate with me. What if I'm asthmatic? Go back. And she now came to preach about we can go to the room. I said, if you go to the room, what will happen? Then she was like, are you a little boy? Why are you asking what will happen if you go to the room? I said, of course, I went to school and I was not taught things that the only thing I know happens in the room is probably you sleep in the room. Do you understand? But I was not taught that at a party I would meet a stranger and go to the room with the stranger. I was not taught like that in school. So explain to me what you mean by go to the room. She could not explain. She left. She left because my attitude to her was very, very, very weird. Like my brother would say, don't forget, say, KSO, among all of us, now only I'm the only thing different. So if you are making plans, always remove me from the plans. The only time they always include me in plan is when they want to say truth, when they want to say the truth. They only include me in plans when they want to do things that are right. There was one of these boys, one of these socialites in Lagos State, Sami of Lagos. You know what happened to him? So when I was very much active in school, I helped him with his party. Then he do a lot of sold out. The moment I left, he was really banking on other people because he feel like other people would always help him the way I used to help him. Once the day comes, the people that he was banking on that were helping for the party, they didn't even push his party at all. It was like, I really miss KSO. If KSO was here, he would have helped me push this thing out. Then he texted them, he said, please help me. Then they asked him, they said, if we will help you, how much will you give us? You understand? One of the norms now is that everything we are doing, we are expecting money from it. There are many opportunities that money will not give you. I can tell you for a fact that in Lagos State, as far as Lagos State is concerned, if any university, if any institution in Lagos State organize a party, if I would attend that party with free tickets. Almost every month, every party that holds in Lagos State schools, I get an invitation, and the invitation covers for 5 persons after me. Do you understand? I went to one party one day like that, and people were asking that, who is this person? You know what they were asking? They were asking because when I got to the venue, I went there with an Uber. The moment I got to the venue, the securities, the leaders in charge, when they saw me, they stood up and they started escorting me to where I was going to sit. And someone was now asking that, how much did he pay? That even we that paid for VIP, we didn't get this treatment. That's the truth. That's true that there are many things morals will buy for you that your money will not buy for you. Those are the VIP on that they paid nothing less than 150,000 naira. But the treatment I got, they won't get it even if they pay 300. Why? Because these people will always make reference that this person, when it comes to moral, there are times whereby, there are some of them whereby the election was rigged and I will go and write a letter to the petition committee that this election was rigged and we would like us to do a review. They will do review and they will declare the legitimate person the winner. So, as I'm rounding up, I would like to take every one of us back to where we started from and how we got to this place. We started from when I said my topic is about the moral contradictions in the society. And I said we live in a time where values are loudly proclaimed but quietly abandoned. The moral contradiction in the society. Moral contradiction. When you preach moral but you act different. That's why people say practice what you preach. Practice what you preach. Practice what you preach. From there, I explained that what determines morality? Is it the society? Is it culture? Is it social media? And when I was speaking about social media morality and performative morality, I spoke about virtue signaling and versus real character. And I said virtue signaling is about you trying to post something online to express that you are a good person, meanwhile you are not a good person. And I said versus real character is that sincerity, who you are truly outside your post, outside what you post for us that we read on the internet. Who are you? Quem é você? Quando eu falar quem é você, eu estou perguntando que você falar. Meu nome é Kesu, eu tenho 20 anos. When I'm telling you, what I'm saying is, when I'm asking you that, who are you? I'm not telling you to tell me, my name is Kesu, I am 20 years old, I am from Lagos. That is not who I'm telling you. Who are you? Who are you is who you truly are, not what you post on the internet that you are. Not every public statement are false. I said that. Not every public statement are false, but social media reward visibility and not sincerity. Barrister Favour has always post modest pictures because of how sincere she is. It is very evident. You can see her performance at work. But she would get a very lesser likes because we live in a world whereby it is visibility that you are, it is that bad thing that you want to do, that immoral thing they want to see. But she will not trend because she's not doing the other way around. And for you who want to build a better community, you should start promoting those who who show high sense of morality. If you stop promoting them, we would go back to that time where we have a coordinated and moral life. Then I said, talk about cancel culture, where I said the social media has this culture of when they don't like you, they will push narrative against you. If they see you do mistake, they will push narrative that you are cancelled. The cancel culture. The cancel culture. And I spoke about the experience with Mohbad and Eramali. And I spoke about Burna Boy experience when he sent a fan outside from the concert and how the social media treated the matter when they said let's cancel him, but they ended up being unable to cancel him. As I speak with you, Burna Boy for the first time in his life, he is doing a performance in a stadium in Egypt. You can check it out. The person they would have cancelled. That's why you should not show sign of weakness. So now the problem of cancel culture, I told you cancel culture often leaves no room for growth, and I gave you many other reasons. And I said seeking validation instead of truth, that's what the social media is all about. I explained that. I explained validation seeking behavior, posting for applause. You are posting what is not right because you want to get applause. Imagine posting that School of Eloquence has built a new headquarters at Dubai. You know that it is not true, but because you want people to say, oh wow, oh wow, oh wow, Bat was here yesterday. Not Bat. I'm talking about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was here yesterday, which is not true. You understand? Then I moved on then where I said truth-seeking behavior requires willingness to disagree with the truth, with what is false. If you are truth-seeking, you have to be willing to disagree with what is not true, what is false. You must, I'll be rounding up with Mahatma Gandhi word that says, you must be the truth you wish to see in the world. Distinguished guests, let's not just waste this information. This is a lesson that come to correct the society at large. As parents or as aspiring parents, the knowledge you have gathered today, make sure you impart those knowledge on your children when you become parents, or when now that you have them, because they are the future hope. They are as a result of the life you live. They are a replication of you. Remember when Her Excellency was speaking this morning, she said if her child misbehaves in school, she will tell her child that, have you forgotten that you are an ambassador of this house? You've done what? You've tarnished the image of this home. Should learn to encourage our children to do very better. Distinguished guests, I leave this with you. I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Wow, that was a stretch. That was a stretch. Well done, KSO. Good morning, audience. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning to the world, and happy Sunday to West African countries. My name is Oluwatoyi Ruth Odejide, and today I titled my speech Timing versus Readiness. Timing versus readiness. Why good relationship fail. Have you ever wondered why good relationship fails? Have you ever thought about it? Why is it that good relationship doesn't last? Now, I'd like to direct a question to us. Audience, are you with me?
Yes, Mama.
I'd like to ask a question, and I'll appreciate if you answered me. Have you ever met someone that looks like the prayer you've actually prayed for? It looks like everything. It looks like answers to prayer.
Yes, Mama.
Thank you. If I may ask, okay, please, I would like two persons to stand up and tell me what they look for in a partner. KSO, I'll go with you first. Stand up, please. What do you look for in your partner?
The first thing is physical appearance.
Physical appearance.
Yeah,
Wow.
physical appearance first, because you can't just live.
Yes, physical appearance.
You must not be a short lady.
Wow.
You must have.
You want tall ladies, okay?
I'm not saying very tall.
Very tall, but not short. Okay, justice for short ladies.
Secondly, she must have
She must have.
front and back. That's
Alright, I don't know what that means, but okay. Okay.
that thing is, she must be very intelligent.
Wow, intelligent.
She must
Intelligent.
not be light skinned.
Okay, you want dark skinned ladies. Dark skinned ladies, okay. The list is already looking long. It looks like one sheet will not even contain it. So thank you for that response. So now I'll ask you. That looks like, well, you've told us what you look for in a partner, and I'm sure you're praying to meet a lady like that. Even if, okay, you're not praying. Oh, you're not praying. But have you met that person that has the old characters?
Yes.
You have.
I have not.
You haven't.
I met someone that had something related, but she was short.
She was short. But are you looking forward to meet someone that has all this character?
And what I'm looking forward to right now is the Guinness World Record. This is something I can talk about.
It's okay, it's okay. Thank you. But of course, for you to give us a long list of somebody you would like to, be in a relationship with, it means that you are looking forward to meeting the person one day, sooner or later. Now, let's look at the lady's perspective. Joy, please answer me. Joy, what are the things you look out for? You're looking out for in a partner? Yes, in a man. Thank you. Please, I'm listening. I'm waiting. What are the things you look out for in your man?
You must be intentional.
Intentionality. Thank you. Intentionality. Okay.
You must be intelligent.
Intelligent.
Intelligence must at least pass my own.
Wow, wow. His level of intelligence must be more than yours. Another one.
Love me.
Aww.
Love you.
Wow, 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 wow. Alright, thank you. Is that all? Thank you so much. So now, have you met someone that has all these qualities?
We are online.
Oh, we are on live. Okay. Alright, thank you. Thank you so much. So now, this just shows us that everyone wants good things. Now, have you ever wondered why? I'm sure most of us would have been in a relationship in time past, and probably some of these relationships are good, but at the end of the day, it didn't last. Have you ever sat down and you thought about it? Why is it that good relationships don't last? And today, I'll be talking about relationships. I already said it. Timing versus readiness. Why good relationship fails. Today we're not talking about bad relationship. We're not talking about toxic relationship. We are talking about the good one that did not last. We're talking about almost perfect relationship where love was present but readiness was absent. Now, love is not always the problem. I'm sure majority of us, they will say that heartbreak, is breakfast. Breakfast is a national cake. Everybody is, going to participate. So one way or the other, I'm sure some of us have gone through breakup in time past. But seriously, love is not always the problem. Love is not always the problem. There's a line that we've always... Audience, no distraction, please. No distraction, please. Okay, as I was saying, love is not always the problem because, I've met people who will tell me that, they don't believe in love. Love is scam, love is this, love is that. But really, really, love is not the problem. Love is not the problem. There's just this thing about, meeting the right person at the wrong time. Remember, I'm not talking about bad relationships. I'm talking about almost perfect relationship that did not end well. Now, let me take you through a story of a perfect couple that we name Tunde and Amara. They were the couples that people admire a lot. Mind you, they are not married, but I'm calling them couples because it was looking like they are going to marry. People admire their relationship from afar. It is a type of relationship another person will pray for. It's a type of relationship a person would wish for. Relationship where you admire and be like, oh God, can it be me? Can this be my relationship? So that was the relationship that was existing between Tunde and Amara. Tunde and Amara. Tunde is the man and Amara is the female. So, but Tunde, this relationship, as I said earlier, it was almost perfect. Of course, in every relationship, there's usually up and down, but this relationship was perfect. They were living their lives. Looking up to, Amara is always looking forward to being in marriage. She's ready for marriage. She's spiritually ready for marriage. She's emotionally ready. Like, I mean, she's all round ready for marriage. But today, on the other hand, was not ready for marriage. He wants to explore life. He feels he's not there yet. He feels he's not there yet. So fast forward to many years down the lane. Fast forward to many years down the lane. Amara asked today, and she was like, "Oh, where's this going? This is a perfect relationship. When are we getting married? When are you proposing?" And then today said something that broke her. Today said, just anytime a conversation is starting from "I love you," but just expect heartbreak. That's just it. So Tunde said something, and Tunde said, "I love you, but I don't think I am ready." And that was the end of the relationship. Okay, I'll come back for somebody that said they didn't hear. I was talking about Tunde and Amara. I said Amara was all round ready for marriage. She was emotionally ready, she was spiritually ready, she was mentally ready for marriage. But today, on the other hand, wanted to explore life. He wasn't ready, but of course, he's enjoying the relationship. Many years down the line, Amara asked Tunde, "Where is this going to? When are you proposing? When are you asking me to be your forever?" And then Tunde said something that broke Amara completely. Tunde said, "I love you, but I don't think I am ready." Now, have you ever been the Amara, or maybe the Tunde once, sometimes ago? Probably you were the one who led somebody on, and at the end of the day, you're telling the person you are not ready. Now, I'm talking about why good relationships don't last. And that is the difference between timing and readiness. Of course, these two couples were perfect. Right people, but they were not ready. One of them was ready, the other was not ready, which means this relationship wasn't going to last. Now, what does readiness really means? What does readiness really means? Sometimes you may meet the right people, as I said earlier, but the wrong timing. You are not fully prepared, you are not ready. You feel like, oh, probably you're struggling financially and you don't want to go into a relationship at that time. But you met this person that was like literally answers to prayer. Like, this is the person that you've been hoping to meet, this is the person you'll be praying to God for, the tall, dark and handsome guy. And this person is coming your way, but one of you you're not ready. I'm going to tell us 3 types of readiness. And the first one I'm going to talk about is emotional readiness. Before you go into a relationship, are you ready emotionally? Are you ready emotionally? Some people had suffered heartbreak in the past. They suffered betrayal. They were in this relationship, they were committed, and then one partner betrayed the other. They suffered past heartbreak, they suffered betrayal, they've suffered abandonment. Some people were in a relationship and the other partner would just ghost them. No saying, "Oh, you did this, that's why I'm ending the relationship." Like, the person just ghosted them and leaving them to being abandoned. So some people have actually gone through these bad things in the past, and when love now shows up to them, they tend to portray all these wounded parts of them on the new relationship. That is, they've not truly healed from the past relationship, and they are projecting it on the new relationship. In this new relationship they are in, this partner is not doing anything to them, but because of the past experience, they sabotage the love, they sabotage the relationship. Unhealed wounds will make people bleed. People who do not cut you, when you are not healed, you tend to make people who did not cut you bleed. There's a lady that went through an heartbreak. She was in a so-called perfect relationship, but down the line, the man cheated on her. The man cheated on her, which led to ending of the relationship. So the relationship ended, and some, I think about a year and some months, she thought that she had recovered from this betrayal. Then she decided to go into another relationship. This guy was loyal. This guy does anything for this girl. Like, this guy was usually there for her, but because she thought she had already healed, but has not healed. So anytime this guy says, "Oh, I'm busy, babe, can we talk later?" in her mind she's already thinking, "Oh, I think this guy is cheating on me. This guy is talking to another lady. That's why he doesn't have my time." But really, this guy is just busy, and he's always accountable. "Oh, babe, I'm not going to talk to you for this number of hours. I'm busy. I'll come back to you." But this lady here always feels that this guy is probably cheating on her because she has not healed from the past relationship. Remember, I'm talking about emotional readiness. You should not project your wound on another person before you go into a relationship. Try as much as possible to ask yourself, am I ready emotionally? Am I going into this new relationship to project my wounds, my unhealed wounds on the new person? Be emotionally ready. Take time to heal before entering a new relationship. If it has to take you a year, some people are fast with their healing process. Trust me, some people within 3 months they are fine, they are healed, and they are good to go. But in your case, ask yourself, how long? Just see, the truth is, if you really want to know if you are healed or not, you will know. You know yourself better than another person. You should stop deceiving yourself that you've healed, whereas you've not healed, because another person is going to suffer from that. Take your time. Taking your time might mean you having to stay single for a year, you having to stay for 2 years, and even more. Take time to heal. Be honest about your triggers. Be honest. Don't deceive yourself. What are the things that trigger you? Don't try to pretend as if these things don't really trigger me. Be honest about your triggers. Don't expect a new partner to fix your old pain. Do not and never go into another relationship because you feel like this new partner is going to heal you from the old pain. Do not. Take your time. I'm talking about emotional readiness. And do not forget, I'm talking about why good relationship fails. Most of this perfect relationship, they fail because one partner or both of them are not ready emotionally. One of them is still carrying the pain of the past into a new relationship. Now, the second readiness I'm going to talk about is financial and life readiness. Financial and life readiness. Love is emotional, but relationships are practical. Beyond love, there are practical things, there are more things to relationship. Love alone does not sustain a relationship. Love alone does not sustain a relationship. Of course, love is one of the important things, but amongst other things, love is not the only thing that sustains a relationship. And there's this belief that we have that the man has to provide. He has to be the provider in a relationship. So most time when guys, they are struggling financially, they tend to end their relationship not because they don't love the lady, but because they are struggling financially and they are egoistic. They are proud enough not to communicate to the lady. They feel like, what will my communication do? Am I going to now call her and be saying, oh, I'm going through this challenge, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Okay, probably I should just ask the men in the audience. Excuse me, sirs, heartbreaker, I think you should answer the question. Why do you guys tend to leave a relationship when you're struggling financially? Is to provide for a man should provide for his family. Every man.
So many men may have not come into that realization or understanding that if I can provide for
My family.
I will probably provide for my family. We feel like an individual, not capable.
So would you call that you trying to protect your ego? Or would you say that means you're proud? Or would you say you feel we ladies, we don't listen or we don't understand when you communicate?
It's all about how men, most men are egocentric.
Yeah, of course. Useful.
Like they cannot be there for their family, they cannot
Provide. So that means providing means you are being there for your family. Okay, but of course there are other ways to be there. Okay.
We don't teach men to provide for that. Most men just think that once I've given you
Money, I'm there already. Once I've given you money for wig, money for this, money for that, I am there already. Wow. Thank you for that response. Thank you for that response. So which brings me back to financial readiness. That's one of the things that makes good relationship. It makes relationship not to last. These relationships are good. They are not bad. No toxicity whatsoever. They are almost perfect relationship. But once there is a financial challenge, and this is mostly from the men, because of course we ladies, I don't think if you are financially, if you are financially unstable, you still tend to be in the relationship, right? But I think the society has made us believe that the men should only be the provider, and the women should just be there to be at the receiving end. Of course, but not like the woman should not be there to support a man. And if your man is going through any challenges, you should be there you should be a good listener, listen well, and try to see a way you can work it out. But I feel most men do not communicate. They say we don't reason logically, we reason emotionally. So we cannot relate. So they tend to leave the relationship. Which brings me to another story of a man who genuinely loves his girl rather. This man loves his partner so much. Like, I don't even know what word to use to describe the love. This guy was always there. The guy is okay. The guy is doing well for himself. But along the line, he encountered some challenges which brought him down financially. This lady was there to, understand, But this man did not just want to communicate it. He feels he doesn't want to bother this lady, he just wants to be there for her, he doesn't want to punish the lady, so to say. But this lady loves him also. She wanted more for them. They could work it out, it's just a phase. They are going to get over it with time. So anytime this lady brings up the conversation of, oh babe, where's this going to, how are we doing this, anytime the girl just wants to have a normal conversation, this guy sees it as pressure. He feels like he's being pressured, whereas this girl is just trying to ask normal questions, but he's being pressured, which led him to just breaking up with the lady. Not because the lady betrayed him, not because the lady cheated on him, not because the lady did anything that was wrong. He just felt pressured because he's struggling financially and he's not ready to communicate. So he ended the relationship. Do not forget why good relationship ends. The first thing I spoke about was emotional readiness. People project past pains in their new relationship. And the next thing I talk about is financial readiness. When a partner is struggling financially, they tend to leave a relationship. And that brings me to the society pressure on man. The society pressure on man to have it all together. The society had already portrayed it that, oh, if you're a man and you don't have it all together, you don't have the right to be in a relationship because you're meant to provide for your family. So that pressure on the man, it helps in it contributes to that factor of not making good relationships work. When financial instability affects confidence, so far I noticed that when men don't have money, their level of confidence tends to drop. We ladies, you still find a way around it, right? But men, your level of confidence tends to drop, and which I think most men should work on. They should work on. Financial instability affects, the confidence of men, which tends to make them just say, oh, see, babe, I don't think this relationship can work any longer. Not because I don't love you, but I'm going through some things, and probably when I'm back, we can continue from there. But this thing really hurts ladies. You just feel like the lady should just leave the relationship and she will be fine afterwards. Of course she will not be fine. It will even take time for her to heal. For in another case, if she doesn't heal and she feels like, okay, maybe if I enter another relationship, the partner is going to make me heal, she will project that pain, that hurt into a new relationship, and which will make that relationship again not to last. It will not be it will be transfer of pain from one relationship to another. Financial readiness. The difference between potential and preparedness. There's difference between potential, and what do I mean by potential? When somebody is saying that, oh, don't worry, I'm working on it, I'm doing that one, I'm doing that one. They are not doing anything, no. They're just saying that, I'm not here, but I'm working on it. I have action plans. These are the people that can tell you about 1 million plans that they have, but they never carry the step. They are just telling you with words. And you because you are in love, they say love is blind. You're trying to say, oh, my partner is going to get there, my partner is going to do this, so let's just wait. That is potential without preparedness. But if you are prepared and a relationship you've been praying for comes your way, trust me, it's going to last longer than you being in a relationship with somebody that just have 1 million of action plans, but they never even do one. And that is one of the things that affects relationship, that affects good relationship. Because you are there, you are hoping that, oh, my partner is saying that you will do this, my partner is saying she will do this. Okay, so let me just wait. You are hoping that this person is going to make a life out of all this action plan. You are there waiting. Your relationship is perfect. No abuse, no molestation, no toxicity. You people are good. Even people from outside, they are admiring your relationship. Remember, I'm talking about good relationship. But your partner is just there. Today, I will do this. Tomorrow, I will do this. But they are not doing it. That alone will even get you frustrated, which can lead to ending of a good relationship. Now, solutions to this financial problem: honest conversation. And that's why I said earlier that I noticed that men don't like to talk about what they are going through, especially once it's financial problems. They don't like to talk about it to their partners. Honest conversations. Who told you that if you tell your partner is not going to understand? If you love someone, you are ready to endure anything with the person, and that's the truth. Only if you don't love the person. What do you say?
Some partners can be very stubborn.
They can be very stubborn. Okay. But in my own belief, if you love someone, you love the person genuinely, you are ready to endure.
That's true.
And that is what Jesus Christ even endured for us. He loves us. And look at the pain he went through. So if you love someone really, you are ready to endure. You're ready to endure. So have these conversations with your partner. You're going through something. Open up. And your partners too. Be a good listener. Listen. And look for a way to solve this problem together. You love your partner and you will be ready to do anything. So listen. So there are sometimes that once guy, I'm sorry that I'm mentioning guys a lot. You know, guys, once they notice that they are saying something and you're not really listening to them, they will not tell you anything again. Somebody is already pointing at an example. They will not listen to you. So be a good listener. Listen. And you listening, while you are listening, you'll be able to provide solution to what is going on. Supporting, not pressuring. Supporting, not pressuring. You know, there are some ladies in a relationship because they already feel like it's my man that should provide. They will pressure that guy. Even when he doesn't have, they will make sure that they guilt trip him till he look for a way to send money to them. Learn to support your partner. Don't pressure them. I don't have a man. So yes, thank you. Yes, it's not a thing of shame. It's not a thing of shame. So yes, I don't have. Thank you. So support, not pressure. Be there to support your man. Do not pressure your partner. Which brings me to another solution. Understand that love doesn't remove real life challenges. Understand that love, because you are in love, you know, the mushy, everything is still in place. You're forgetting that there are actually real life challenges to solve together. Once you believe that there are actually real life challenges, I think you'll be fine. You're looking for solutions together and you will be fine, which will make your good relationship last longer. So that will bring me no. Okay, so I forgot to mention something. Do not build a future on promises that are not backed with actions. Do not build a future on promises. And that is why I said there are some people that they have plenty things. They have 1 million things that they want to do in this life, but they are not acting. They are not acting upon it. So do not be in that type of relationship where your partner is just giving promises upon promises upon promises with no action. You will regret it, trust me. You will. Okay, that brings me to another readiness, and that is mental and maturity readiness. No matter, there are some people that are very, very old. You think that they are mature. Trust me, some of them are not matured. So maturity does not actually come with age. If you are not matured, good relationship will not last. And now let me cite a scenario of a two. Remember, I'm talking about only good relationship. Of a good relationship, a man, a guy and a lady, they are in a relationship. They love each other, they are always there for each other. But this guy, anytime there's a issue, probably an argument between them, this lady will expect that they communicate about it. They talk about the argument. But this guy will laugh over it. Like, it's just his way of saying, I want to keep peace. I don't want problem. And that happens repeatedly. He doesn't want to, have serious conversations. He doesn't want to resolve conflict. He doesn't want to take accountability. It's just his way of saying, I want peace. I choose peace over problem. But to the girl, it is, emotional neglect. It's like the guy is not there. He doesn't want to be there to listen. He's not there for her emotionally. But to him, it is keeping peace. And that is why I say mental and maturity readiness. You have to be mentally ready. You have to be matured to make your good relationship last. Love without maturity will still cause you pain. Love without maturity will still cause you pain. You are going through, probably you guys just argued about something. The right thing is to talk about it so that that thing does not happen again. But no, you want to keep peace. You saying that you want to keep peace, of course it sounds good, but it just sounds like you are not mentally ready for the ups and downs that comes with relationship. So be mentally ready and be matured before you go into a relationship. Some people like to walk away instead of resolving issues. They like to walk away. Just why? Why? And that thing will be piling up. You think that you are just trying to make peace with your partner, but trust me, with your partner, it's piling up. The partner is just waiting for the cup to be full. Once it's full, there's nothing you can do again. That will be the end of the relationship. So do not walk away from arguments. Try to solve it. And do not, there are some men that you are just trying, I'm sorry I'm attacking, it's also with women too. So the two gender, you are trying to have serious conversations though. Just, to you it's just a very serious conversation, but before you know, your partner is already angry. Like you are just there trying to, oh, let's see this thing together, let's talk about this thing, you know. But the other partner is already angry, and that serious conversation, they will not turn it into argument and conflict. Do not. Your partner is just trying to have serious conversation with you, so calm down. Take a deep breath. Yes, thank you. It's not that deep. Calm down. Listen to what she has to say. Listen to what he has to say. It's not everything that you should channel towards anger. No, you should channel anger towards rather. You don't have to be angry about everything. Calm down and listen to what he or she has to say. Ego versus humility in relationship. Everybody, as our heartbreaker said earlier, he said men are egocentric, right? Bring down your ego, bros. Bring it down. Be humble. These are the things that, sincerely, these are the things that makes good relationship to just end abruptly. Ego. Bring it down. Be humble. As a lady too, you are earning more than your man. Be humble. You don't have to always say it to his face. Be humble. Bring down your ego and be humble in relationships. And the truth is, you cannot convince somebody to be ready. That's the honest truth. You say that this person is not ready, but you are there, you are trying to beg your way. You know, you are trying to beg the person. No. Readiness is a personal decision, not a relationship negotiation. Readiness is a personal decision. If you have not decided that you are ready, no matter how much your partner begs you, you will still not be ready. But if at the end of the day, your partner now chooses, oh, your wallet is too much, so yeah, let's shall go and marry, you will suffer it. That's the truth. That's the truth. You will. So it is not a relationship negotiation. It is a personal decision. Let your partner be sure they are ready before you get committed. For marriage, if you're spending like your major life in marriage, like the years you're going to spend in marriage is more than the years you've spent so far. So let your partner be sure they are ready. Do not beg your way. Do not try to negotiate your way into it, because you will suffer at the end of the day. Right person, wrong timing. Have you ever met somebody The person was just so perfect for you, but you were never ready to be in the relationship. And that will bring me to the story KSO shared for us while he was taking his speech about the lady. That KSO said he could not, be committed to the relationship because he was going for the presidential seat in his faculty. And that is it. You're meeting the right person at the wrong time. And you should not force your way into it.
Also, is it possible to meet the right person and the right relationship?
Of course. Very, very possible.
Like what is
And those are the, yes, I understand your question. Like, what are the things that will make you say you are not ready and you've met the right person? And those are the things that I've said earlier. The first thing is emotional readiness. You might not be emotionally ready. You might still be hurting from a past relationship, but you met somebody that, hey, this is the characteristics I'm looking for in a partner. But you don't want to project the pain you are bringing from your past relationship. You don't want to take it into the new relationship. So that's the wrong timing. But the right person. So yes, you can actually meet the right person at the wrong time. And that will bring me to a story that I just remembered.
So if you meet the right person
Mm-hmm.
at the wrong time,
At the wrong time.
why is it the right person?
exactly?
It can be the right person.
The right person will not come.
No,
at the
it's
wrong
not.
time. The right person will come at the right time.
No. What do you feel, ma? Please tell us what you feel about this argument.
You said you can meet the right person.
Person at the wrong time.
It's actually a wrong timing because the person might not be in the right position, like frame of mind.
Yes.
You understand?
The person might not be in the right
The
frame
person
of
is
mind.
not able to really picture it that this is the right,
Right
Some
person.
people, their no can chase the right person away.
Yes.
So that's
That's true.
God bless you, Mom.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So does that answer your question, sir? Maybe. Okay. Alright. So that brings me to a story that I would like to share about this right timing and the wrong person. Sorry, the right person and the wrong timing. So there is two people that were in a good relationship. Remember, I'm not talking about bad relationship. Good relationship. They were in a almost perfect relationship. And one thing led to the other. The guy said he wants to focus on his life. He wants to really get ready for the relationship, that he's not really ready to be so committed, Of course, they are still in their dating phase. Once they propose, that means they are really ready for marriage. So he said that he's not ready, he has not gotten his life together, he needs to get his life together. So they ended the relationship. Of course, not on a bad note. But after some years, they met each other again. And they connected. And they just said something that if we had met now and not then, it would have worked. And that is the example of right person, wrong time. The time where they met earlier, one of them was not ready. And they were both right partners for each other. But along the year, they both figured life out. And they met each other again. Then they were ready. Right person, right time. Alright. Stop forcing what is not ready. Stop forcing what is not ready. Most people make that mistake a lot. They do. Because you are in love. You are blinded emotionally. You are trying to force it when that person is not ready. And some people, they tend to, once they see that the pressure is a lot, they just, they will try to commit. But at the end of the day, you'll be the one that will suffer the larger part of it. Do not force things when it is not ready. And the truth is, as I said earlier, you cannot pressure someone into getting ready. As I said, there are some people that, of course, if you pressure them, they might actually yield at the end of the day. But not a larger percent of people that you can pressure to be ready. And the earlier we realize these things, the better for us. You cannot love someone into maturity. This person, you can see clearly that this person is not matured, but because you love the person, you are waiting for the person to be matured for you. No. You can't love someone into maturity, and you cannot beg someone into commitment. You can't. You are in a relationship and the guy is treating you with disrespect. The guy is one leg in, one leg out. The guy will call you today. The next time the guy will remember that he's in a relationship is like in after 3 days. And you are there begging, oh, hey babe, did I do anything for you? What did I do? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm that. You are begging your way to commitment. You will suffer emotionally, and before you know it will affect your mental health. So do not beg your way. Do not force something that is not ready. Do not. At least for your mental health. Readiness is not something you negotiate. Readiness is not something you negotiate. Do not negotiate readiness. It's not, you are not trying to buy something at the market that they will say, oh, this thing is 2,000 naira. You say, Sheko buy 1,000. That is, can I pay 1,000? No. Love is not, readiness is not something you negotiate for. Allow the person to be ready. That's why I said earlier that readiness is a personal decision. Let the person make that decision for themselves that they are ready to be committed. Not you trying to beg them to be committed in that relationship. If you say that this person is not committed, please carry your bag and walk away. Carry your bag and walk away. Do not beg them. And once they see that you are desperate, they can go any length. And it will later hurt you. So do not be too desperate. Do not be too desperate. And love should not feel like pressure. Love should not feel like pressure. Once you start seeing that, oh, this person that I say I love, you are starting to feel like you are pressured, please walk away, because love should not feel like pressure. You deserve someone who is ready for you, not someone you have to convince. Every one of us deserves somebody that is ready for us, not the person you have to beg to be ready for you. They should be ready on their own that, yes, this person, I like this person, and I am ready to be committed. Not you trying to beg them to be committed. Not you trying to beg them to be faithful. Not you trying to beg them to be loyal. Now, what should you do? What should you do? The first thing on my list says, work on yourself. Before you even think of going into a relationship, be sure that you've worked on yourself. And if you are the person that is showing up to you to ask yourself out, will you say yes to the person? I'm not sure if you understand what I just said now. Have you worked on yourself to the point where if who you are right now should show up in front of you and say, oh, hi, will you be in a relationship with me? Are you ready to say yes? If you can say yes, that means you are ready. So work on yourself before you go into a relationship. Heal. Working on yourself might have to mean that you have to heal from a past pain. It might mean growing. You have to grow in your career, financially, all-round growth. Are you growing? Are you stagnant? If you are stagnant, please don't consider being in a relationship. Grow first. Heal first. And understand yourself. Many relationships fails today because one partner or the other does not understand who they are. If you don't understand yourself and you go into a relationship, trust me, that relationship will not last. Try to understand yourself. Heal from a past pain and grow. That's what I mean by work on yourself. Be honest about where you are. Do not deceive people. Don't deceive yourself. Be honest about where you are at the moment. Do not try to place yourself here when you are still here. Be honest about where you are. Don't pretend to be ready when you are not ready. Pretense. You know deep down inside of you that this my past relationship, I've not yet healed from it though. But because there is one fine bobo standing in front of you, he has all the characteristics you are looking for, and you don't want him to probably go and ask another person out, then you just say yes. You are pretending. You've not healed, but you're pretending to have healed, whereas you're positioning yourself to be ready. But if you've not healed and you go into a new relationship, no matter the time you people use, it's not going to last, because you will keep projecting that pain. No matter how understanding your partner will be, at a point you will be tired, because you keep projecting the pain from the past. So be honest about where you are. And another thing that we don't usually talk about, don't lead someone on. You know you are not ready to be committed. Why leading that person on? Why showing green lights when you know you are not ready? Just why? You'll be the one to call that person in odd hours of the day or the nights. You are calling them, you are having 4 hours conversation non-stop. 4 hours and you're saying, oh, hang up now. Oh no, you hang up first. Thank you. Hang up now. Oh no, don't worry, let me watch you sleep. Let me watch you sleep. Don't hang up. Let me just watch you. If you want to sleep, I'll watch you. Yeah, you are doing. But deep down, you know you are not ready for this relationship. You are not ready to be committed. But yet, you are still leading that person on. At the end of the day, you'll not be like, oh, maybe the person will not ask you, where is this going on? Where is this leading us to? You'll not be like, oh, we're just friends. Nothing so serious. You know, we're getting to know each other. Are you okay, sir? Are you okay, ma? I'm so sorry. But really, do not lead someone on. Choose alignment over emotion. Remember, I'm talking about what we should do so that good relationship can last. Choose alignment over emotion. Do not let emotion cloud your thoughts. I think that's the best way to put it. You see that this person that you are probably in a what we call talking stage maybe with, your values does not align, your goals does not align, your vision does not align, but because you are in love, the emotions is everywhere, you now decide to choose emotion over alignment. Trust me, that relationship will not last, no matter how perfect the relationship looks like. But because you choose emotion over alignment, it won't work. So always choose alignment over emotions. You can literally see the signs there, but no, because you are stubborn, because you are in love, you are blind, you enter into the relationship, you will now later see wonders. You decided to ignore the signs, and if you ignore the signs, you see wonders in the relationship. So please choose alignment over emotion, and also learn to walk away gracefully. Always learn to walk away gracefully. You know when to walk away. You know when this thing is already affecting your mental health. You already know when this relationship is causing damage to you emotionally. Please walk away gracefully. Nobody is going to judge you from walking away from that toxic relationship. Please learn to walk away, because not every good thing is meant to stay. There are some good things that are not meant to stay. They are just meant to, probably come in through that few phase of your life, and then before you know, they are out of there. So it's not every good thing that is meant to stay. And some people, they are lessons. They are not lifetime partners. The earlier you realize this, the better for you. Some people are lessons to learn from. Some people are people you just have to learn from, not a lifetime partner. The earlier you realize these things, the better for you. You tend to say, oh, knowingly or unknowingly. The truth is, you can love somebody, but when you don't understand the person's trigger, you don't understand the person. Now, let me even start from, you don't understand yourself. Of course, if you don't understand yourself, you will not understand the other person. But you guys are in love. You not understanding each other means that there is a problem. And you are hurting each other. Now, for example, I said earlier that if your values don't align, you people will have a problem at the end of the day. Now, let me cite a scenario of people who are in a relationship. One of them likes partying. The other does not like partying. At first, it feels like, it's okay. People are different. We can cope through this. But at the end of the day, it's going to affect the other one, because you're partying too much. To the other person, it doesn't make any sense. You are partying away your life. But to this person that is partying, it feels like, yeah, that's what keeps me going. Your values does not align. At the end of the day, you have problem. You love each other. There's no doubt about that. But you are hurting each other, knowingly and unknowingly. The honest truth is that love alone does not sustain relationship. Love alone does not sustain relationship. Relationship requires skills. There are a lot of skills to acquire. From being a good listener to being a good communicator, you need a lot of things aside love. I mean, amongst love is one of them. So love alone will not keep relationship. There are other skills that you need to acquire. Love and compatibility. The difference between love and compatibility. When you say you love someone, you probably say you feel something for this person. That's what we define as love. But what do we call compatibility? Compatibility means that you people see that you can actually build a life together. When you say, are we compatible? You can see that you can build something together. Your value aligns. Your lifestyles, your direction, you people are literally going in the same direction. It aligns. That is compatibility. And you can actually love someone deeply, but not right for each other. And that's where the compatibility comes in. You guys love each other, but you're not compatible. That means your visions do not align. You people are not going the same way. If you tend to just say, oh, let's force it, will be alright. At first, it might look so good and all. But along the line, you people will have problems. Because your values don't align. That is where compatibility comes in. So no matter how good that relationship is, if you're not compatible, it will not last. And also another thing, ignoring red flags, cause of emotions. You can literally see the red flags written all over the place. Red flags showing everywhere, but you choose to ignore it because you are in love. You hear people say, actually, I noticed it, but I ignored it. That's the honest truth. No matter how the person might have pretended and have hit the red flags, you will see things that point to it. It is now left for you to rather ignore and go on with the relationship, or you avoid it totally. When you ignore red flags, you are saying that your feelings are more important than your well-being. You don't prioritize your well-being. You decide to, sacrifice your mental health, your well-being, just because your emotions are everywhere. So when you ignore red flags, that's what you are just trying to say, that your well-being is more, your emotions is more important than your well-being. And the truth is, what you ignore in the beginning, will be the reason why you will leave. You ignored it though. You feel like, we can always find our way through it. But trust me, it is that same reason that you ignore that will make you leave. So why not just ignore it? Why causing yourself pain? Why trying to get into a trauma that will take you years to recover from? So please, if you know that you are not emotionally ready, you are not mentally ready, you are just not ready, do not go into a relationship. And you can see that you are not compatible with this person, do not go into the relationship. And please try as much as possible not to lead people on when you know that there is no future to this. It hurts. It's so painful. I think it actually even hurts more than being in a relationship and then the person is just saying let's break up, because your hopes are already like there. And when the person has say, oh, we are just friends, we're just seeing where this will take us, that hope will crash and that will hurt you. So please, let's try as much as possible not to lead people on. And I'll close by saying that sometimes the reason that relationship didn't work is not because you are not enough. It is not because you are not enough. It is because the timing was off. It is because the timing was off and the readiness was missing. I already said it. When people are not ready, no matter how perfect, no matter how good this relationship seems like, it's not going to last. So trust me, the reason why that relationship did not last in the first place is not majorly because you are not enough. It's just because the timing was off and the readiness was absent. And that doesn't make love fake. After people have gone through series of heartbreaks, they will just tell you that, you see that love thing, I'm done. Love is calm. True love does not exist. But trust me, true love exists out there. Take your time. True love is going to find you, and you are going to find true love. That's the truth. So it doesn't mean that the love is fake. It just means that it wasn't ready to last. And one day, you'll meet someone who is not just right for you, but also ready for you. And when that happens, you won't have to force it. You won't try to beg your way into it. You won't try to beg for commitment. You won't try to beg for maturity. You won't try to love somebody who is not even ready for you. You don't have to force it, you have to beg it, and you don't have to question it. Because for the first time, the timing and the readiness will align. Thank you for listening to me. And my name remains Oluwatoyin Odejide. Till we see again. And I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you, Miss Toyin Odejide. Alright. Good morning, my fellow Nigerians, Africa, and the whole world. We are going to be looking at another thing that is very important this morning. I am Joluwatimileyin Ajayi. And let me ask you all a question. And the question is that if doing the right thing will cost you your time, your comfort, and even make you lose your friends, will you still do it? Sir, are you sure that your answer is coming from a place of sincerity? Maybe you did not hear that question. I said if doing the right thing will cost you your time, your comfort, and your friends, even opportunity, would you still do it?
Yes.
Good. Okay. I think you are going to understand it better by the time we dive into this presentation very well. So by that time you will know if your answer should be yes or no. Ladies, please pay attention. I want to ask you, the last time you fried chicken in your house, did you taste out of it or not? Even plantain, thank you. So did you taste out of it or not? You said why not? Okay, I understand that it is your own, like, no, let's say it's not even your own personal house this time around, like you are still under your parents, and your mommy say, Bola, come and fry this chicken for me. Will you taste out of that chicken or not? You will taste it, right? Who give you the permission to taste it? You don't need permission to taste it. But that is where it all starts from, if you will really be sincere or not. Because obviously it is not your hard-earned money. I know that you are doing the right thing by helping your parents, right? But you are not in full possession of that chicken at that particular time. Some ladies, in the name of helping their mom to fry chicken or to fry plantain, they will have finished eating everything and they will call it slim fit. They will slim fit the chicken or they will slim fit the meat. Yes, just let's have a taste. And for you to know that what you are doing is not right. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
For you to know that what you are doing is not right, the moment you put that chicken or that beef or that fish inside your mouth and your mom is coming and you are trying to clean your mouth, that particular thing that you just did is not right. Because if it is truly right, if it is really right, I'm telling you that you will not need to adjust yourself irrespective of whosoever is coming. You want to wash fish for your mom, especially dry fish. You have already put everything inside your mouth and immediately your mom is coming, you are trying to, just push everything, let it just enter before this woman come. Can you just imagine? Someone now tell me that particular thing that you are doing, is it right?
It's not right.
Thank you very much. The fact that you are trying to adjust yourself in her presence, the fact that you do not want her to know about it, it means that that particular thing you are doing is not right. It's a different thing when you own your own apartment and you got that particular thing by yourself. Do you know that? You owned everything that is right there. You worked for your own money. Now some people will be like, is it not my mother? Is your mother? But when you heard her footstep, you are adjusting whatever thing you are doing. And that is where I can tell you that these are the little areas that we need to pay attention to. These are examples of places that corruption starts from in our country today and even all over the world. And somebody will be wondering that just because I slim fit chicken in my mom's kitchen, just because I taste plantain in my mom's kitchen, I want to tell you that that is just because the mindset that you have to do that particular thing, you will have more of that to even do something much more. If you can be entrusted with something little and you do it aright, I want to tell you that when you have bigger things in your disposal, you will do it aright as well. I know that you'll be wondering what am I talking about? What is the subject of this conversation? you will get to know it. But right there, I want the question to still sit in your heart, so that at the end of this presentation, your answer should not just be 50%. You should be sure, you should be determined 100% that yes, you are going to make this decision, no, you are not going to make this decision. So the question again is, if doing the right thing will cost you your friend, will cost you opportunities, will cost you your time and your comfort, will you still do it? Sir, will you still do it? Okay, thank you very much. Now, I want to tell you that we live in a world where wrong is normalized. We live in a world where truth is negotiated. We live in a world that discipline is seen as punishment. Wrong things is normalized. I remember when General KSO was giving his presentation, he actually mentioned a whole lot of things, and I'm going to be making reference to some of those things. In our present day, there are so many things that are normalized, and these things are not supposed to be. There are so many wrong things that we see as normal, and it is not supposed to be. We can see people on the street now, what they put on, they see it as good thing. And I remember that I told you that I'll be making reference to some of the examples that General KSO has cited to us. Compare what is happening in the olden days to the modern days now. Look at the way our women, look at the way they always dress in the olden days. Look at the way our women are dressing today. A change has happened, right? But why are we doing it in the wrong way? I know that we are not meant to be in a permanent position. The world is shifting, technology is advancing, but it is a pity that some of these things are promoting immoral acts instead of a moral act. General KSO talked about moral, but my own topic is slightly different. But I'm going to be making some references for you to understand it better.
More reference, please.
Now, a beautiful lady in the olden days is someone who will wear iro and buba, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
With maybe they call it kodusoko in Yoruba. That means all your hair will be coming to the front. That's if you are married, isn't it? Exactly. Now, for those people who are young ladies, you will see them, they will just pack their hair in different ways. They will pack their hair in simple styles, and sometimes there are different styles that, you know, it's going to bring out their beauty and all of that. But today is something different entirely. I know that technology is advancing, but why do you have to steal? Why do you have to corrupt yourself before you meet up to the standard in today's world? And that is one of the reasons I said wrong is normalized in our present world today. Nobody is really seeing the wrong. Nobody is really seeing the wrong in that particular thing that people are doing today. And I can tell you for a fact that these things are actually very wrong. But still yet, why are we still embracing it? Why are we still doing it? And I will ask you the question again. If you will lose your comfort, if you will lose friends and opportunities, will you still do the right thing? You are not getting enough comfort that you deserve. But some people today, they want to meet up to that standard. Because your friend is doing this particular thing, you too, you want to do everything by all means to meet up to that standard. Now let me throw another questions to you. Now listen everybody. if you have the opportunity to leave this country, now listen to me, it's not that maybe you don't have something tangible doing here in this country, right? But if you have the opportunity, visa, everything is approved, you are told to relocate, go and start, maybe you are not even told to go and start something, you just have the opportunity to leave this country, and one of our favorite slang is japa. You just want to go, you just want to leave the country because of maybe whatever thing that is happening. And mind you, it's not that you don't have something you are building, even though it is not yet to the standard that you are expecting. I hope you are listening, because I'm going to direct that questions to some of you. It's not that you don't have something you are building, though it is not yet up to what Otedola is having, though it is not yet up to what the big men, the rich men today is having, but there is a burning passion in you. There is a vision you have about a particular thing, but because it is not yet evolving yet, and now you have that your vision and your passion, and you also have another option of leaving the country, what will you choose? Hello, you have missed my question. Miss Toyin, get up. Thank you very much. You did not listen to my question. I said you have a burning passion. Maybe you are in the fashion industry and you want to really build your fashion industry, but there are no resources yet. You have passion for something that is tangible and you know that it is going to last, and this is right in front of you, and you also have another option to leave this country. Sincerely, from the depth of your heart, what will you choose?
I'll leave the country.
Good. You, I want to believe that 70% of you will say you want to leave the country. I need somebody to really say they will stay in this country. Who will stay?
Nobody.
Thank you very much, General K. So who else want to stay? You will stay. Do you really have a specific reason you want to stay? Like, can you tell us what is your conviction? Why do you really want to stay? It's not this, beyond that. Thank you, Mr. Ayomide. Can you explain to this honorable audience? Please, I have just.
My vision for the nation will keep me staying, right?
Okay.
And even if I should leave,
Okay.
I still have the vision of, okay, this is what I want to do.
Okay.
You know, one good thing about them, I don't know what saying it yesterday.
Okay.
One thing about like USA now.
Okay.
USA, they believe that the first blessing, like
Yes.
my country was the blessing.
Thank you very much.
That mindset,
Okay.
you to even see solution. And
Okay.
things you can really do to make the country.
You have insights.
Yes.
And I appreciate you for that. General KSO, can you explain to this honorable audience why you will choose to stay in Nigeria rather than moving to another country? Thank you. Okay.
All of us are not
Okay.
in a country at the same time.
Yes, good.
And for a distinguished citizen like me who have invested so much in this country.
Okay. Listen to what he said. He said he has invested so much in this country, even though he is not holding a particular position that is visible yet. But I like that point. Go on, sir.
And the fact that I have the ambition of
Okay.
being president of this country,
Wow, good. Okay.
I have to know it. I have to be part
Of the
movement. Yes,
Good.
You can't build Nigeria from America.
yes, good.
Just like shouting and Jashimadu for the league for Canada.
Good.
Does it make sense?
No. Now, thank you very much. Now, back to every one of you that give a yes answer to the question that I asked you the first time. The person that give a answered yes now. So you said if you have, I asked you a question that if you have to lose your comfort, your opportunities, your time, and even your friends to do the right thing, would you still do it? You said yes. Do you know that some of the opportunities that we do not see today is staying in this country. Some of the opportunities we do not see today is investing in this country. And I want to quote a word from what General KSO has said. He said he has invested in this country. You are not just staying here by chance. You are not just in this country because your parents give birth to you and you are just here. Everything you have been doing right from day one is investment in a little way. And so one of the things that I need you to see, one of the dimension I want to change about the way you view things in this country is that there are opportunities in this country, and one of the way you can do things right is by staying and investing. I'm not saying you don't have your choice to live, but if you want to live at any point in time, it should not be that you are living permanently. It's okay to go for a business conversation, business meeting, business deal, and bring back knowledge that you have learned for economic growth. I don't know if I'm communicating. It's okay to go out there to learn more things. It's okay to go out there to explore and come back and invest in this country. It's a pity that some people, they have that chance to do the right thing and they are not doing it.
Some persons
Okay.
they are so valuable that they think the fact that
Okay.
they have acquired a lot of wealth abroad
Okay.
has made them a citizen of that place automatically.
It is
Look at the
okay.
xenophobia experience of Nigeria
Okay.
at South Africa,
Okay.
where their properties were vandalized and all of that.
All right.
These are people who feel like their country.
You are right.
The country they are is better than. Their
Yes,
country.
yes, okay.
Look at Oshkopi, for instance. Of course, Oshkopi is a criminal.
Yes.
But I'm telling you for the fact that if Oshkopi was at Nigeria at the time he was at the fire,
That's the point. I understand that.
If he was at Nigeria, that
Yes.
FBI would not pick him up like that.
Good.
Didn't they request Baba Kyari?
Imagine something like that. Now, there is something I've not even gotten to my topic yet. I just want you to understand that question. Do you understand now? Now, I'm still doing a kind of introduction to my topic. Because some of us, we don't have the right mindset when it comes to staying in your country. I'm talking about a place where you have been born. The water, the blood is still in you. If there is something called blood in the land, but the nature is still there in you. So you should not, because of what you have possessed, the physical materials that you have, the riches that you have, and just go and forget your own fatherland and forget your own native land. And don't forget that I understand the fact that probably things are not going right, but do you know that we can be the narrative that will cause a change? If every one of us can do the right thing, if every one of us is doing the right thing, you have opportunities, you have comfort. But if you are to lose that opportunity, will you still do the right thing? I told you that we live in a world that wrong thing is normalized. It is very wrong for you to say you want to just leave your country and just forget about it. And it is normalized today. I know that we want to go out there to develop ourselves. We want to go out there to grow. I want to go out there to explore. We should not forget the place we once developed ourselves. That knowledge that you are going to even invest in that place, I want to tell you that some of you acquire that knowledge while you are in this land. Another wrong thing that is being normalized, I've talked about so-called fashion today. Many people, they go on the extreme in the name of fashion, and it is spoiling a whole lot of things. is changing the mindset of younger ones that are coming behind us. Have you ever sit down and imagine what will happen in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years? Now you can see that there is a kind of shift. That iro and buba, the dress that our females are putting on in the 90s, somehow is beginning to jump up, isn't it?
Yes.
Now it has jumped up to a level that we are right now. What will happen in the next 20-50 years? I just hope we will not be walking naked. And these are the things that have been normalized in this country, in the world today, not just this country alone. In the world we live today, truth is negotiable. And you now begin to sit down and begin to analyze if you are to do the right thing or not. In a world we live today, discipline is now seen as punishment. What you would have done naturally. I know what effort majority of individuals will put if they are chasing a huge amount of money. But tell them to come and put that same effort into something that can work for a common goal of individuals living in a particular place at a particular time. They will start giving excuses. They will start withdrawing. They will start backing out. And you will think they don't even have that power. You will think they don't have what it takes to come together to do the right thing. So my question to us again this morning is that, who are you when no one is watching you? What are you doing? Let's say you don't even have shadow, because some people still believe that if nobody is here, my shadow is here.
But if that shadow lives in the dark.
Thank you for that. So who are you when nobody is really watching you? Are you still the Oshoja Modina Tomowumi? Are you still the Ayomide that we used to know? Are you still the General Kasali that we used to know? Who are you when no one is watching you? Now, my topic today is the courage to stand alone. Choosing integrity and discipline in a compromised world. The courage to stand alone. Choosing integrity and discipline in a compromised world. The truth is that our world is compromised. This is not the, I know that technology has advanced and it is now to our benefit in a way, kind of, but at the same time, so many things has actually spoiled our world today. And the values that we once believe and the truth that we once believe, it has been compromised today. And it's a pity that is even happening in religious places. It's happening in places that you will not even expect. You want to say something, sir? Now, thank you, General KSO. We are going to dive deep into this topic, and I really want you to pay attention, because if we can get it right, we can impact others gradually. Now, let's start with what does it really mean to stand aright. I want to ask somebody, if you are told that stand right for a particular thing, what does it mean to you? Thank you, ma. Please, we have limited time. Just stand up and tell us what it means to stand aright.
To me, it means let your yes be your yes, let your no be your no.
Thank you very much. That is what it means to stand aright. Do we have any other person who wants to contribute? Thank you.
I want to speak on
Okay.
the topic where you said courage.
Okay.
You say courage is the ability to act right even when you feel fear.
Okay. Yes.
The ability to act right even
When you feel fear.
Yes.
Exactly.
At your workplace, you are
Yes.
change figures.
Exactly.
Start from your workplace.
Thank you for that knowledge. Yes. Even when you are in the middle of say yes when you are supposed to say no, and there is gun right in your head,
Okay.
will you still stand? Yes, that is what it really means. Will you still stand?
And that's like that one you are saying now is under forms of courage. Maybe you have physical courage.
Okay.
You have moral courage. You have emotional courage.
Thank you for that knowledge. Yes, we are still going to get there. We are still going to get to that level. And let me go back to what Miss Oshoja Modina has told us. She said that standing alright, standing alright, it means that your yes is your yes and your no is your no. Do you know that so many of you today, after you have said yes, you will go back and rethink that yes that you have said, and you'll be like, I for don say no because of this particular thing, because of benefit that you think you are going to derive from that particular thing. Standing alright, it means choosing truth over conveniency. It might not be convenient, it might not go as planned, it might not be what you are expecting, but will you still be able to choose truth? And this is the grassroots of everything. In a family of 4, maybe you are the first child or whatever position you are holding in the family, you did something wrong, and because of that thing that you have done, you implicate others. And your parents, maybe they are district set of parents, disciplinarian and all of that, and they are asking all the children who do this thing, and you are saying no. Daddy, no, I'm not the one who did it. Mommy, no, I'm not the one. And right inside you know that you did it. See, corruption did not just start in a big way. It starts from the grassroots while you are growing up. Imagine because you want to revenge and you set trap for your fellow siblings, and I want to know that that is what so many people have done. Now let's get to know it better. Let's imagine a situation whereby one of the siblings is always bedwetting, and one of them bedwet over the night, and maybe it's about 3 of them that is sharing the same bed. Do you know that the one that is very untruthful, in essence, let me just use that word now, can decide and say that one, maybe it's that one that has bedwetted over the midnight now, and maybe the parent do not even know the exact children, the exact child who has bedwetted. Maybe like 2 of them are bedwetting or 3 of them, let's say around the age of 5, 7 and let's say 4. A child of 7 can still be bedwetting if due to some reason or the other. Now let's say the one of age 5, children of nowadays, they are very wise, they can do anything that you, even as adults, you will just be like, what? Now the one of age 5, after he has bedwetted, he might decide and go and take his bath over the midnight if it is a big one, if it is a big house, and change his clothes. I'm not talking for experience, actually I'm just citing an example. Yeah, he might change his clothes and position one of the other siblings on that particular spot that he has bedwetted. Now they wake up in the morning around 7 o'clock, maybe morning devotion or Muslim prayers, any one, and the mother cites the urine and start asking, who do this, who do that? Do you know that that boy can decide and say, mommy, I'm not the one, no, and prove it with every form of evidence? If that boy continue in that pattern, how will he not change figures when he get to a big company, when he get to a higher position and higher authority? I'm just citing examples to you for you to know that corruption did not just start today, just gradually. That little thing that you did not count, that was why I asked you when I started that females, you are in your parents' house truly, and your mom say go and fry that chicken, you have already slim fitted every part of the chicken. That's just example of what I'm telling you. So you don't expect me to cite big example. I'm citing example that we all can relate with. And the fact that you start adjusting your mouth, you start cleaning your mouth, immediately you hear a full step, and tomorrow you will stand in front of people and be like you are a woman of integrity. If you have not changed your behavior, you are not. There are some wives today that they know how they steal from their husband, and they will say it is love. It is not. Now, going back to explanation of standing for what is right, I said standing for what is right is choosing truth over conveniency. You have been asked several times, and you are able to still tell the truth irrespective of whatsoever the consequences might be. That is standing right. You choose values over validation. You don't expect anyone to praise you before you do the right thing. You are you. You have your standard. You have what you stand for. And because you are doing the right thing, people might not praise you for it. In fact, they might badmouth you. They might talk about you in ways that you don't even expect or imagine. Now, General KSO said something while he was speaking. He said, some people will say you are doing eye service. Those people who said you are doing eye service, they should go and do no service. Because that is the mentality that some people have. That person that you are saying is doing eye service might actually have the right mind to work. And that is who the person is, putting in effort to make sure that things go as planned, because he or she believes that a win for one is a win for all. And do you know that people who are not in support, they are going to see that as overdoing, right? They are going to see it as the person is doing the wrong thing. The person is overdoing something. I hope you are getting my point. Now, that is to tell you that you choose to still believe in your value over validation. You don't expect people to tell you are doing something right. You know that they are saying the wrong thing about you, but you are still in that line. You are still doing the right thing. That is standing for the right. Now you begin to ask yourself, as you are in this quest together with the dean of the School of Eloquence, are you standing for the right? When nobody is praising you, when there is nothing to keep you moving forward, there is no motivation, are you still standing for the right? And standing for the right is also choosing long-term honor over short-term gain. Because that figure that you change in your place of work today, I want to tell you that it is just for a short period of time. Money will finish. Everything that you think you have possessed, it will finish. But someone who have good character, someone who have the right mind, the right frame of mind, will always say no when it comes to doing the wrong thing. But you choose values. You choose long-term honor over short-term gain. Let me cite another scenario. Maybe in a particular organization now, you have every right to change figure, and is right in your disposition. You can do it. In fact, you believe that nobody can get to know about it. You've strategized and everything. And what do I mean by changing figures? Maybe there is a particular contract that is supposed to be 10 million naira, but you added 5 and it's now 50 million naira because you want to earn your own 5 million naira. And not that you will not still gain in that 10 million naira that have been assigned for that particular contract or particular project and all of that. But because you lack integrity, because the person is not having the right values, because the person have not learned to stand aright, he or she change the figure and all of that. Now do you know that by the time, and one thing about these people is that they will do it in such a way that they will not leave any stone unturned. But what goes around we always do what? We always come around. They will do it in such a way that when they are tracing anything back to that particular situation, they will be able to trace it to the wrong person who do not know anything about it. And that's why you hear that some people will lose their job over something they don't even have anything to do with it at all. And they will start telling you a story that something happened, more money was transferred to my account and I don't know anything about it, and because of that I was sent out of the organization. And the major person who do that particular thing is sitting pretty in his or her office, shining and implicating others. Now by the time the whole thing will escalate and the truth is really unfold, that person who have done that thing, you know, it is that person they have been praising before, right? What will happen? No more praises. In fact, if it is one organization that really value their standard, they might decide to jail the person. They might decide to take it even further, and the person will either find herself in prison or pay back more than what the person have taken away. And the person who was sent away, maybe they will find a way of apologizing. I know that sometimes it can come with shame because you have been accused of the wrong thing, but I want to tell you that it will bring a long-term honor. It's going to bring what? A long-term honor, more than the short gain. And remind me this Yoruba proverb, ọjọ́ kan ni tole, and gbogbo ni tole. Very good. What does it mean? General Kiyoso, can you explain to us? This very good. You might think that you are smart enough. You might think that you can always have your way. But the day that such people will be caught, they will blame themselves for it. And with that, it's going to lead to a short-term gain and no more honor. And honor will be given to that person who have stand for the truth. Honor will be given to the person who have truly stood for the right thing. And when you say you are standing for the right thing, it means saying no when you are supposed to say no, just like our madam has told us, and saying yes when you are supposed to say yes. If you are really sure of yourself, you don't need to swear about anything. Notice and observe this. Those people who are not sincere are the ones that will say, bring this thing, let us swear. Bring that, let us swear. Let us go to one Baba, let us do this particular thing. Just because you want to prove what is not even right. And people who can't even discern, people who can't even study the environment enough, they will do such thing, and the all consequences will still fall back on them. When you are really right, when you are really sure of a particular thing, you don't need to change. You don't need to change your way of life. You don't need to make people to believe. Your yes is your yes, and your no is your no. When you are really standing aright, you are walking away when everyone is saying no. You are walking away when everyone is saying, I mean, in a situation whereby there is a kind of concourse, maybe against your boss, maybe against one particular thing that you know that this thing is not supposed to be. But because you are staying aright, you will walk away. Even if it will take them to talk to you, even if it's going to take them to say those things that you don't want to hear, to say those things you don't want to listen to, you will walk away. Have you ever had any experience that you have to walk away from a particular thing before? That is it. You don't have to be shy because you want to make your decision. You don't have to be afraid of anybody. And your yes should be your yes and your no should be your no, irrespective of whatsoever thing. Your 1 naira is enough for you. Your 2 naira is enough for you. And speaking up when everyone is silent, and this is one thing that is common today. You people know the right thing, but because if I say the truth, what will they say? And you are not actually speaking up because you want to cause chaos. You are not actually speaking up because you want to cause one disagreement or the other. But because, let's say for example, in a particular organization, in a particular setting, there is a kind of meeting that is against the rules and regulation. Some people can come together and say, rule number 7, we are not going to obey it. And they invite you to that meeting. Will you stand up for the right? They will call it gossip. You are the one that go and tell the boss. Let them call you whatsoever name. But always remember to do it in a way that is right as well. Standing for the right is speaking up when everyone is silent. And that silence today is not even getting to them at all. That silence today, they know that they are not going to benefit from it. And what they will start doing is backbiting. They will start backbiting the boss. They will start doing even the wrong thing more. And these are the things that are affecting our society. These are the things that are really affecting our country today, the world that we are living in today. I know some people that when they can't take that particular thing, they will go against it in the right way. Not that they will just say no in a disrespectful way, not that they will even give you reasons in a disrespectful way, but they have their way of communicating to you. So learn to speak up when everyone is staying silent. What is your disposition during examination? And some people believe that cheating during examination is a wrong thing, whereas you already have a rule that says you must not cheat. Whatsoever form of cheating, when you talk during examination is cheating. When you open book during examination is cheating. When you ask your friends during examination is cheating. When you take book to the exam hall is cheating. Some people write it on their skin. Cheating is cheating.
Yeah.
Some people are not standing for the right. And someone will say it's better to fail honorably. You can't do it. That is why as students you have been given timetable, you have been given time to prepare. So in situations like this, examination malpractice, people do not learn to stand for the right. They don't learn to stand on their ground that no, I am not going to do this. That is why I ask you, if it will cost you from losing your friend, will you still do the right thing? Your friend is sitting right beside you and you see that her paper is empty. But the mentality that Nigerians have today is that will I allow her to fail? Now you begin to rethink that your answer that you gave me. Will you still do the right thing? When you have time to lose, when you have opportunity to lose, when you have friends to lose, will you still stand for the right? How about workplace dishonesty here and there? And maybe you are working in such environment that your boss is free with you, your boss is not even the street type, and so many people will misuse that opportunity today. So many people will not see reason why they should stay honest. These are places where people do no longer stand for the right, and you will see them tomorrow holding positions in the House of Assembly, senatorial whatever governorship, and you expect them to stand for the right when while they are small they have been doing the wrong thing. Change does not just happen overnight, but the little thing that you have been doing, it will start piling up. It will start piling up, and one day it's going to lead you into what you don't even expect. And how about fake lifestyle on social media? You don't have this. Why are you stressing yourself? That is why I said what we are doing in the olden days is far different from what we are doing now. Even though majority of us were not born then, but even the little that we've seen while growing up, while as a teenager, we can still see the difference. Am I right? We can still see the difference. A lady can steal because she wants to buy human hair. A lady can steal because she wants to wear designer, because his or her friend is doing things like that. Even men, and they will go into all sort of illegal acts. Not just in Nigeria today, I'm speaking to the whole world, because we are not the only one that is affected. The reason majority are talking bad about their country today is because that is just the little thing they have seen. Now let's talk about what integrity is. Let's get the definition of integrity. When we talk about integrity, integrity is honesty. You are truthful, you are honest. People know you for that. You don't change who you are because of a particular situation, because of a particular challenge. You are trustworthy. How many of you have kept money for a particular group of people before? Maybe, okay, thank you. Maybe in primary school, your friends will just come together and say, let us start contributing money. Or even secondary school, or even in religious places, or while growing up. But you know that it is not integrity for you to pick out of that money, even if you have the mindset of returning it back. That is what we are talking about. What if something happened and you are not able to return it back? I know that there are cases of emergency, like hospital bills, or maybe you are hungry, but can you still check again? And now some of you will be remembering the money you did not even return. Some of you will be remembering the way you even change the figures, not because you want to do it intentionally, but because you have already touched it in the first place. It is very rare for that figure to be complete. That's what we are talking about. People can trust you. That when we keep money with this person, I've heard story of secondary school students that they will say they are contributing money to their friends. They all want to use the money for something, or they want to save, and you will just say that friend use the money to buy something. That friend leave that school and do not even have plan of returning that money. Integrity, it all starts from the grassroots before you get to that top position. And integrity is also to have true value. You have true values. It's not that you are doing hanky-panky game. It's not that you are doing hide and seek. People know you for whom you are. Integrity is being the same even when you change your environment, even when you change your job, even when you change your environment. Are you still standing for the right? Either you are in public or you are in your private place. And know that integrity is also when your word, your action, and your value aligns. Nothing is contradicting each other. When your word, your value, and your action, it aligns. As religious leaders, you are not the type that will come and minister to the people either any of the religion. and by the time you go back to your house is a different thing. It is not integrity. The speaker who spoke before the person who handed over the mic to me made mention of some of these things, that some people will come, they will preach about mental health, and they are the one that will go back and put somebody in a mental stress because of your action. And he was even talking about morals. But now, integrity. Are you standing for the truth? Are you standing for the right thing when nobody is watching you? And some people, this is what they used to do. They are color white outside, but when they get back to their shell, they are black. They are something else entirely. And sometimes it is only their family members that truly know them. Husband who is not faithful to the wife, and when they get to public places, they will act like somebody who is truly loving, but they have wife, they have children at home that they are not even showing care to at all. Integrity. When your words, the words of your mouth, what you come outside to tell people, what you display, what you said you believe, when it's really aligned with your action, it's not like it is contradicting. You said you love, you said you are loving, but you are showing it to only people in public. But right in your home, you are starving your children, you are not even paying their school fees. You know, there are some people like that. And when you see them, you feel like this person is good, this person is this. You can truly say they have true behavior, but sincerely the words of their mouth is not aligning with their action. Some people have sugar-coated mouths. They have charisma, and then when they have opportunity to handle the mic, you all will be blown away with the words of their mouth, with everything they are saying. But deep down inside them, reverse is the case. And we have them in so many places today, so many organizations, so many religious places today. And that actions is not aligning with their value. Is not aligning with what they said they believe. I want to tell you that integrity is not expensive. So because I'm telling you what integrity is now, you now feel like, is it something you can really do? Yes. But the fact is that you may lose your friend, you may lose opportunities, you may lose approvals, because you are true to what you believe. In some public service duty today, some people who are due for promotion, because they are true in their words, in their action, in everything that they believe, they will be denied of that promotion because they are not part of those people who want to change whatsoever thing. Integrity. Though it might not earn them what their colleagues are earning, but they still choose to stay true to what they believe. You don't say because you are in position of authority and because of that you are taking advantage of women under you. You don't say because you have power and you are cheating others who are under you. That's not integrity. And that is why I said you may lose people who are close to you, even sometimes your so-called loved ones, because you choose to stand for the right. You are not because of friends saying I want to do this, because your friend is pushing you to do it. You know, especially when you are in a group, you have people you are staying together with, and all of them, they all have a wrong motive towards a particular thing. But you choose to stand for the right. You choose to say no when you are meant to say no. You choose to say yes when you are meant to say yes. That is integrity. And I want to tell you that integrity will earn you peace of mind. because you are not thinking about this particular thing that you have done. If they come and carry you at night, people who are not true, especially those who have done things that are very notorious in act, they don't sleep well at night. They don't always have peace of mind. They are always at alert, as if somebody is coming to come and carry them, as if somebody is coming after their lives. When you have integrity, like when you are a person of integrity, you are not afraid of anything. You are not scared, because now let me ask some of you, in that particular place that you said you have, maybe your school, place of work, your religious center, any place, and you can really stand in front and say, if I owe you anything, come outside. If I have done something wrong to you before, come outside. Will you see people that will come outside, or people will really cheer you on and say, no, this person is a man of true value, this person is a man of integrity? If you are leaving a particular organization today, will they boldly say that you have served well and you are not owing that organization a dime? Not just even money this time around, but your character have built wealth. Your character have built something that will last. Will people not gather behind you and start saying things that you don't even want to hear? And one thing that is even spoiling us the more is the I don't care attitude. Let them say whatever thing they want to say. This thing, I am going to do it. And you know it is something that is wrong. Nigerians, Africans, the whole wide world, let's have a change of mindset today. You should be able to walk freely. Some people, they leave a particular organization, and when they sight their boss from afar, they will run away. That is not peace of mind. Such people do not have integrity. It might not be that maybe they have stolen, maybe they have changed figures, but their character is not allowing them to even move closer to the person. If you are really a man or a woman of integrity, you will stand for the right and the truth. You should be leaving that place and they should be like, why do you want to leave? We know that promotions can come, other big offers, other opportunities, or even retirement. But you should leave a place and people should wish you well. But it's a pity that when funeral ceremony is taking place today and they give people mic, come and say something about this person, nobody will want to say something bad. But truly, inside your mind, has that person been that kind of person you want to talk about? We should not just be celebrated only on our birthdays. You know, when you are celebrating birthdays today, that's when people will now write a epistle about you. You are a man of this, you are a woman of this. But truly, when you cross people's mind, what is that thing that they can really say about you intentionally? If we ask 1 to 10 persons that you are close with today, are we going to find all of them saying the same thing about you? And what they are saying about you, are they really something good? Can your friend really defend you in a particular place for something that is right? That is integrity. But when people die today in funeral, you will just see people talking about them, even the good that they have not done. But sometimes all of these things are not even true. But we will see the right people who have stood for the right. You will not even be afraid to come outside and say something good about such people. So I said integrity will give you peace of mind. You are at peace. not even just with yourself alone, but even people around you. Your mind is not fighting against itself. You are not always checking your window, they are coming. Integrity will earn you self-respect, because it will even help you to create boundaries. Nobody will come and meet you with nonsense deal that you can't even sign in for, because you have rejected it once. They will not come and meet you for that kind of thing again. If you have really stood for the right, if you have really stand for the truth. But somebody that the first time they came to you and you are not even sure of your decision, you are not even sure if you really want to stand, but somehow you just remember what your holy book have say, and sluggishly you reject it the first time, they will come and meet you. If you are not firm and stern enough to make the right decision, and Yoruba will say, and I quote, "One fi lokulo loyan," isn't it? That means anything, they will believe that you can just accept anything freely. It will not earn you self-respect if you are not a man and a woman of integrity. But if you are really a man and a woman of integrity, there is self-respect for you. Your colleagues know that you can't tolerate anything. It's not that you don't smile, it's not that you are not jovial, it's not that you are always going about with a straight face. No, that does not explain what integrity is, because maybe in some people's mind now they are already thinking that maybe I have to be frowning because I don't want to be too gentle, because I don't want to allow them to come to me for anything that is not really what you are standing for. No, you will smile at them, be jovial, be loving, be kind. But when it comes to taking your stand, you are taking your stand really. When it comes to standing for the truth, you are really standing for the truth. That is integrity, and it's really going to earn you self-respect. I know that some of us, wherever you are listening from, you might have heard or come across people that you know that no, this kind of person, you can't joke with him, or this person will not even take something like this. While they are having their plans and they are having their meetings, they will not come and meet you because they know that you will not even buy the idea. That is what I'm talking about. They know that you are not going to buy that idea. So instead of wasting their time, they will not even bother coming closer to you at all. And maybe in a situation whereby something happened wherever you are, and they are searching for something, they will not come close to you and say we are looking for this particular thing, because they know that you are not that kind of person. That's integrity. It will earn you that self-respect. You are not clamoring for it. Some people today, they are clamoring for the respect that they have not positioned themselves for. And younger colleagues will start disrespecting them. Younger colleagues will start belittling them because they have tolerated nonsense. They have tolerated things that are not right. And maybe in the long run, they now begin to have a change of mind. It will be too late. But at the same time, I'm not saying that you cannot change your ways now. You should. If you are not a man and a woman of integrity, if your boss is not there at that time, what will you say about that organization? That is another level of integrity. Will you say something right about the organization, or you are just there because of the money you are being paid? If you are not confident in that place, why can't you just resign? And because of what you have said, you have chased customer away, because of your lifestyle, because of your attitude. Integrity, even without paying for adverts, without doing publicity, your lifestyle is already advertising the organization. People want to come and patronize that place because you are there at that particular time. I've seen people like that before. You know, my parents, they have school both primary and secondary school, and we have worked with staff that when people in the community, in the town, when they see them, they will say they want to bring their children, they want to bring their ward to my parents' school just because of the lifestyle they are living. And I can tell you also that there are some staff that we have worked with and we just overhear it, and they will be like, no, because this person is there, I cannot bring my child to that school. That is because of the lifestyle, and that's even the one that we heard. And there are some that they will say, this person is working in this place, this person has been training my child well, in fact other people in the neighborhood, they can see it, and because of that children will troop in for that section. And even more, that is integrity. So what lifestyle are you really living? How are you portraying yourself? How are you portraying the organization that you are working with? Can somebody really say, because you are working in this particular organization, I can patronize them? That is integrity. Or rather, they will just draw back. Some people, by the time they spot them, maybe right from the entrance, they will not even stay. They will not stay. I've seen situations whereby a driver said he's not going to buy fuel in this particular petrol station because of the character of a particular staff. And you want to say that, what if his fuel finish? He knows what he's saying because he knows what he has experienced. Even if it is 1,000 naira that he's going to buy, somehow it has added to their income. Some people are not patronizing some restaurant again because of the attitude of the waitress or the waiter in that place. Integrity. When you accepted that job offer, you have been given rules and regulations, you have been given do's and don'ts. And customer service representative who is supposed to portray good and better character is even doing otherwise today in some organizations. And because of that, people are withdrawing back. How do you expect the company to move forward? Business owners, check your staff. And even you as business owners, check yourself. One of the things that may be affecting your company or your organization today is because of the lack of integrity. And not to even bring it to a particular state or a country. And we all want a better state, we want a better country. Do we have integrity? That is what we are talking about. And integrity will also earn you trust. I've talked about peace of mind, I've talked about self-respect and trust. People will trust you, people around will trust you. They can trust you with their life, they can trust you with their money, they can trust you with their fund, they can trust you with whatsoever thing that they have. When you say good night, your good night is good night. You are not the type of person that will say good night and you come back to say good morning. Because you are a man and a woman of integrity. That is what we are talking about. Now, I told you that my topic is the courage to stand alone. Choosing integrity and discipline in a compromised world. Now, we've talked about integrity. Let's go to the aspect of discipline. Are we really disciplined? Discipline is when you really want success, but at that expense, while you are striving for it, either you are motivated or you are not motivated, you are still doing it. That is discipline. Discipline is doing what needs to be done even when you don't feel like it. That is discipline. You all want to be the rich billionaires that will be reckoned with. You all want to be successful in that your particular vision, passion that you have, place of work and all of that. But are you putting in the work under the sun or under the rain? Because you did not make enough say today, you feel like that shop, I don't think I will go again. Do you know, maybe that day you said you will not go again is when you even make the more sales. And mind you, that day that you said you will not go again and you are feeling motivated to go in a way, you might not still make sales, but you are still standing there, you are still staying. That is discipline. You are doing what you need to do when you don't feel like it. I'm still going to cite example of organizations. When you feel sluggish, and this is not actually that maybe I'm abusing anybody, but sometimes it happens to us, right? That you feel like, that place of work, I don't even want to go today. And because you are feeling like that, it's not that you are actually sick, but you are just feeling sluggish in a way, and you just cook up story for your HR, or you cook up story for your boss, and you are like, see, I don't think I will come today, I've been rushed to the hospital, or I'm taking drugs. And sincerely, nothing is wrong with you. You are just feeling sluggish. And this is actually one of the things that happen to us as humans. But the ability for you to fight that sluggishness, and you still appear in that your organization, in that your place of work, that is discipline. That is discipline. Look at the number of us that are here now. Some of us who've been here since yesterday night. We are just putting in effort to make sure that this thing is working. This thing will work. We all get the crown in the end of everything. That is discipline. Because time is money, isn't it? Some people have things, plans for themselves, things they really want to do, but because we have come together and we agree that we are going to do this, sincerely, we can actually back out at this point, because obviously we've hit the previous record and we've even surpassed it with a very large number. But because we are disciplined, we are still moving and say that day 20, we are going to hit the 20. That is discipline. There are times that some of us will not feel like coming. We will encourage each other. Let's go, let's do this. That is discipline. We are really feeling like withdrawing from something, but you remember that sometimes you will not even remember that you want to even get anything for it. If you are really disciplined, you will get the price of success. Success will not just happen if you are not disciplined. And discipline is choosing consistency over excuses. One of the speakers who spoke recently said something like, you want to be a content creator, but you don't even have a good camera phone, but you are still putting in the work with your little phone that you have. Do you know that I know someone, and I'm very proud of her, and I'm saying it on this global stage because I'm very proud of her. She's into photography, mobile photography. She's using phone. She has learned it. She don't even have a good phone because of financial condition. She will borrow people's phone and she will edit picture and she's going to post it on her social media page. And I want to tell you for a fact that if she keep on doing it, and I'm going to encourage her to keep on doing it, she will win in the end of everything. And somehow that material that she did not have before, she's going to get it if she keep doing the work. That's to tell you that you don't need to have everything perfect. You don't need to have everything available before you put in effort. You want to start a business, but you are waiting until you get 10 million naira. You have been trained under a fashion designer, and it's time for you to start your own establishment, and you are saying it's until you have all the tailoring materials before you start. What happened to the simple sewing machine? You start from there. By the time people start patronizing you, then you begin to grow, put more effort, invest in it. The people you see today that they are successful, most of them do not have it all figured out at first. They don't have it all figured out at first. I know some content creators that we have today, by the time they come and share their story, they will tell you, as at that time, there is no latest iPhone sef. Is it not recently that everybody is now using iPhone? If you have the money, please go for it. Buy materials that you need. I'm not discouraging that fact, but if you don't have, and you have the passion, you have the knowledge, you have the skill, use what is available and be consistent. Show up every day. Show up every day. That is consistency. Either it is convenient or not. It's not that you show up this week until maybe first week in May again. People will not know you for that particular thing that you are doing. But if you are really disciplined, you will put in consistency, you will put in effort, you will stop making excuses. And it's because I did not have this. And some students are not even doing well today because they feel like their parents send them to public institution rather than private institution. You are the one that is spotting out the difference, because the same is still the same education system in Nigeria. The only thing is just that they might have some other little benefits, but if you can really develop yourself, you people will compete and you will win them. I'm not saying going to private institution is bad. If you have the opportunity, go for it. And if what you have is a public institution, go for it. But because of that, you should not be in your shell and say, because I did not have access. Be audacious, but be wise. That is it. That is discipline. You choose consistency over excuses. You are not always seeing the negative, even though the negative is there. But you can still maximize it and bring out something meaningful out of it. That is discipline. When things are not working, but you can still figure it out in your own little way, and you are still showing up. I will tell you that it is not everybody that is showing up today that are in their conveniency. But because they did not just spell it out, because they did not write it on their forehead, does not mean that this person is not going through one difficult situation or the other. But because they have choose to stand aright. The wind may be blowing, storm may be blowing, but they have learned calmness. And I want to tell you that when you continue in that pattern, no matter whatever happen, you will still be yourself and you will still keep on growing. That is disciplined. Ask your neighbor, are you disciplined? Thank you. Now, the fact that you are waking up every day, you are eating your food, you are sleeping, I don't think there is nothing that should be really hard for you to do if you really want to do it. If you really want to do it. And discipline in the aspect of studying hard when others are doing other things, when others are scrolling, just unnecessary scrolling on social media, when others are not putting in the work, when others are not putting in the effort, but you are somewhere, you are strategizing your own life. That is discipline. Some people believe that because they have parents that are rich, they will keep on sponsoring their needs and they are not even trying to figure out their own life. Discipline is when you save instead of spending impulsively. Some people have not learned that art. You don't have to spend everything. I have learned to save right from when I was a child. If my father give you, as at that time, 20 naira is still having value, or 50 naira. If he give you 20 naira or 50 naira, you can't dare spend everything. It's not because he will not give you another one the following day, but he will just call you one day and be like, Joy, just give me 10 naira in that place. It's not that maybe he don't have his own 10 naira, but he really want to test you if you are really saving. But some people today, they spend lavishly. You are earning 100,000 naira, you can't even save 10,000, even if it is 5,000 naira. I know there are times of emergency, right? But cultivate the mindset of saving. because a time will come that there will be no rain, but will you be as wise as the ants that will save during dry season? Because a time will come that you will not have anything. What will help you is what you have saved. Integrity is taking care of your health. Discipline is taking care of your health. Some people do not even care. They have this mindset that they can just live their life anyhow. They can just live like they have control over everything, and you are not doing the needful. We have talked a whole lot about health. I just want to remind you again, don't live carelessly. Be disciplined. Things that you want to do to improve your healthy habits, do it by taking hydration seriously. You are very, very disciplined. When you're supposed to drink water, you drink water. If it is not that you are fasting. Let's talk about the aspect of exercise. I want to start going to the gym. I want to start doing exercise. I want to be fit, but you have not even started at all. You are waiting until you have thousands of naira that you are going to put in the gym. I'm not discouraging that fact. Please, if you have the money, go for it, because you will be well trained and supervised. But let me speak to those people who do not have that financial stability yet. You know that simply in your house, you can be squatting every day. You can be using your skipping rope every day and be determined and say, 5 minutes, I want to use it to do this exercise. And it just takes 21 days. Nobody will be teaching you again. You will find it easy. Consistency, if you can do it for 21 days, I'm not sure you will have problem in doing it regularly at all time, unless maybe there are tight schedules and there is no really time for it. People who are very good at reading today, it's not just that they are born with it. It's because they have built that lifestyle. They have invested in it. If you don't know how to read, this is how to be disciplined in that aspect. Pick up a book. Don't start with bulky book. Don't start with a novel. Start with book of 50 pages, 70 pages to 100 pages. That's the way you can start. You don't have to read 10 pages in a day. If it is 2 pages, you can read it under 5 minutes and you are done. The only thing is just that know where you stop, and the next day you are going to continue from that place. If you can keep doing that, nobody will teach you when you are going to read 10 pages. Nobody will teach you when you are going to read a complete book in a day. Nobody will teach you. Nobody is forcing some of you to watch movie. But why is it that it's hard for you to carry book and read? There are some movies that are actually educating, is fine, but invest more in reading. Invest more in things like this. Don't see it as a difficult task, because there is a way we get discouraged when we move closer to people who are putting in their best in some of these aspects. And by the time they start gisting and start telling you, I read 5 novels this month, you first check your life and be like, oh, how many books have I read? I've not even read the one of 100 pages, not to talk of a novel. You know what I mean by a novel, right? Novel are always all these big books, right? And you are just there. But the way you can be disciplined in that aspect, the way you can really build that lifestyle, is by doing something. And let me take you back to the aspect of health. Add vegetables to your food, to your diet. Be disciplined in that aspect as well. Because it is what you have trained your brain to believe. That is what is going to believe. If you train your brain, it's going to affect your mindset. It's going to affect the way you think. If you start by saying, little by little, I just want to change the way I eat. I just want to be eating the regular rice. And the fact is that it's not that some people do not have the money, but because of the environment they have grown up from, the way they have grown up, it has affected some of the things about them, and they find it hard to shift to something that will help them. Discipline will help you, and it all starts with consistency. You don't have to get it all right at first. I know that some men, they have tried press up, that type of exercise, right? Some people will be like, I'm going to do 15 today. Why will you stress yourself when you are just starting? If it is 1 at first, day 1. If it is 2 at first, day 2. Gradually you will keep up, you will continue. But it's a pity that so many people will just say it with the words of their mouth, but they are not going to practice it. Consistency. We've talked about discipline, we've talked about integrity, and I want to tell you that motivation will fade. It is discipline that will stay. It's not every day that you will be motivated. That was why I cite the example of when you are feeling sluggish. When there is even nobody to motivate you, you are just there by yourself. So motivation will fade. Don't always have this mindset that you will be motivated to do it. So before you start a particular thing, think about it before you start. If there is no motivation, will you still continue that thing? So motivation will fade. Motivation will go away. It will come and it will go. But the only thing that will help you, the only thing that will stay is discipline. If you have built discipline, if you have learned the act of discipline over time. Now let's look at some reasons why people fail to stand for the right. Don't forget we started from a particular place, and I asked you a particular question. That if doing the right thing will cost you losing your friends, family, opportunities, and even time, will you still do the right thing? And some people said yes. I believe by now they will have been rethinking their decision, their answer. Will I really stand? And you should really stand. That is what I'm actually telling you this morning. I'm not saying you should say no, but while you say yes, think of so many things. I can tell you for a fact it's not easy, right? But still stand. That is it. But why is it that some people do not use to stand? Why is it that some people do not really stand? People don't always do the wrong thing because they are bad. They don't do it because that thing is bad. But sometimes they don't do it because they are afraid, because they are scared. What will happen at the end of it? You are afraid of failure. That's why you go into examination malpractice. And don't let anybody deceive you. If you are always partaking in examination malpractice, you are not a man and a woman of integrity. That is it. But because you are afraid of failure, not even examination this time around, but you are afraid of failing in life, whatsoever aspect of life, and because of that, you decide to do things that you are not supposed to do. That is one of the reasons people are not standing for the right. They lack courage. And if there is somebody that lack courage, you will not always stand. Even when you know that you are meant to stand, something will always make you to draw back. You will begin to feel death. So, number one reason people don't stand for the right is because of fear. They are always afraid. Another reason is fear of, I've talked about fear. Fear of rejection. What if I do not do this? Will I still be accepted in this particular place? Will my friends still accept me? Will they still accept this my lifestyle? Fear of missing out is also part of it. Everybody is going for this particular thing. Am I the only one that will be different? The designer wear, the human hair, and you don't have the money. You don't have to force yourself into doing things that are bad. As men, your friends, all of them are already having the latest car, but you are still using your leg. You don't have to force yourself into notorious acts. Stand for the right. You are not missing out from anything. That's why it is what you train your brain to believe. That is what it's going to believe, and it's going to affect the way you think. It's going to affect your mindset. I will not deceive you, it's not easy, but if you can still make that decision, you will be different, and people will respect you for that. Pressure from society is also one of the reasons people are not taking their stand today. There is society pressure. Let's be fact, there is pressure everywhere. Maybe as firstborn child, it's time for you to start sending money back home, and the pressure is much. They are calling you today, you have your siblings to take care of, you have your own expenses, you have some other things to do. It should not push you into things that you are not meant to do. If you don't have, you don't have. Nobody will kill you. In as much you are always caring, you are this child that have been showing care right from time. So I know that sometimes we want to push ourselves going extra mile, but at the expense of losing our life. It's not supposed to be. Desire for quick success. Desire for quick success. The road to success is not easy and is not always fast, though it can be fast. But majority of us today, we just want to make it. We just want to eat our first millions, billions. And when sometimes when we earn that money, it's always attracting us. You want to do everything by all means just to have some of these things. When you are too desirous of success, you just want to have it by all means, such person will not be able to stand, because you will be convinced by friends, you will be convinced by your colleagues, your workmates. You will be doing things that are not right. They can tell you, let's go against our boss today, you don't mind. They can tell you, let's remove his car tire today and just spoil things and not just be of your best behavior. You will do it because you want quick money. As ladies, you can do anything because you want quick money. Because the man gave you 100,000 naira today, you think he's going to continue that way, and you are selling out yourself like that. No respect. No, it should not be. But I want to tell you that when you really stand strong, when you are really a man and a woman of integrity, when you are really disciplined, there is reward for it. When you stand for something right, it will build your character, it will build your reputation, it will build your legacy. Because somehow you are affecting your own life by everything that you do. It has a way of changing you. It has a way of affecting your character. It has a way of affecting your mindset. So standing for the right, being courageous, being disciplined, being a man and a woman of integrity is going to build your character. It's going to build your reputation and your legacy, so that when you are not in that particular place, people will not say bad about you. They will say good about you, not because they want to formulate things, not because they want to make you feel happy, but because that is who you are, but because that is what you are standing for. You don't have to force yourself into making people believe in you, but already your lifestyle is already attracting people, and I can tell you that it's going to attract favor. Because people will mention your name in rooms that you are not. They will know that there is somebody who can do this, and they will recommend you even for big things because you have been faithful in the past. Let's say a boss that you have done something for, or just somebody that you have done something for, and they know you to be somebody who is standing for the truth. If they have friends or people who want to do that same thing, they will not hesitate to recommend you. And that is one character that some hand workers, those people with handwork, the regular handwork, I mean the carpentry, electrician, that is one attitude that some of them lack. they will tell, they can lie, some of them can lie, and because of that you even be discouraged. But why not stand for the truth? Why not say things that are right? Some of them, you want to go and fix your car, by the time you go and fix that car, you will not, like, you will not be satisfied with whatever thing they've done. You will go back again, because as they are fixing it, they have already thought something else, and they want you to come back to patronize them. Maybe you have bargained, right? And because they don't want to say no, they just want to accept it like that. And that's why you as human, there should be standard. If you really have standard, if you can't take that price, you tell the person for a fact, I can't take the price, and with the right price you can still do the right work. But some people, they will accept that low price and they will do just anyhow work for you, so that you will come back and come and pay that amount that you don't want to pay in the first place. That's not integrity. That is not standing for truth. That is not standing for the right thing. It's going to build your legacy. You will have heard some people that they are not there, but they will be like, we can trust this person. There was this particular content creator that I watched his video. Do you know what he said? He said anytime he go and, I think, wash his car or repair his car, that if he puts money in that place, if he go and pick his car, he's still going to find that money there. How many people will do that thing today? It's not everybody that will be sincere. If they do not pick everything, they will pick small. And the man was saying it on social media that is how far he can trust the man, that sometimes he will intentionally put it there that anytime he have access to his car again, he will still find that same figure in that place. In that place he has kept the money inside his car. And you know, sometimes you go and wash your car or repair your car and they are going to do interior cleaning. Do you get? Or maybe what they want to fix is inside. That is somebody who is having integrity. And there was another social media content creator that was saying something about maybe house help or something, that sometimes she will intentionally put money in a place that the house help will just take it away. And I was reading people's comments, and some people were like, that's the side effect or the effect of trusting your workers with things that are private to you. Can you imagine that person now has already downgraded every other person, even though there are still some people out there that are having good character? So because of that, people were saying things like some of them house help, helpers, servants, they don't have good attitude, and somehow that person has already closed a particular door for some set of people. And maybe that same person is supposed to trust another employee, but because of the past attitude of somebody, the person will not be able to trust new workers again. So ask yourself, if your boss is really entrusting something into your care, into your hand, will you do it effectively? Will you do it and you will not leave any stone unturned? Will you be faithful, so that they can even trust you with their life, everything, their access? And people that they are moved closer to their boss, they are moved closer to their boss in such a way that they know almost everything. They have access. If you have access to your boss account details, will you not transfer money? And some people, they will do it secretly. I know somebody like that. Okay, let me not say I know somebody like that. I've been in a particular incident that they caught the lady red-handed. Do you know what the girl used to do? Because the boss has always trust all the workers, and they entrust her with the POS, this POS machine, and she have access to the password. You know that before you can even insert somebody's card, once you unlock once you switch it on, you are going to put your own password. Do you get? I think there are some POS like that before you even allow other people to use it, she know the password. That's to tell you the level of how the boss have trusted her. So she will receive card from people, she will withdraw the money. No, normally the money is meant to be in the POS, right? It is only the boss that should have access to it, but she already have access to how to transfer and all of that. I want to tell you that me and somebody, we caught her red-handed. She transferred money to her account, and the funny thing is that she did not do it one time, but because some boss are so loving to the point that they will even forget about some things. Maybe they are even reserving the money that, okay, maybe when they want to restock, or maybe sometimes they are not even calculating. That's to tell you how level some people can trust. We just realized that there was a particular money that has been transferred to the wrong account, and normally if the money is meant to be taken away from that account, that POS account, it's meant to be in the boss account. Do you understand now? But we realized that this is not even related to the boss. We just saw her name, she transferred, not even once, not twice. She has been doing it. We have to go back to the record. She could not deny it though. That's to tell you how some people can be so they can undo whatever thing they have access to without thinking about the aftermath, without thinking about the consequences. The boss had to almost call the police, but because of some intervention of the elders, just had to pardon her like that, and she was sent away from that particular organization. Some people do not have conscience again. I know that money is enticing you. You are seeing 9 zeros, and you have access to that account. Will you still stand? That is what it means. Some people have money to the point that you will not even know that they have money. But when you check their accounts, because they are not even looking like it, but when you check their accounts, in some situations whereby maybe the boss trusts you and be like, take my phone, or the people are not even really doing that again, but they can give you their ATM, right? And they'll be like, go and withdraw for me, because you now have the pin to the ATM. You have access to the ATM. You have done your own transaction before you really submit it to your boss. Such attitude is not good. We should not be such kind of people. Some people are not even doing their own tests in all this little way. They have strategy for it in such a way that if you trace it, you will not be able to trace it to them unless the intervention of people who study criminology, and they will have to employ them to come and find how this thing is and all of that. That's to tell you how advanced they are. And the truth is that some of these things did not just start one day. That little meat that you are slim fit right from your mommy's spot, if you keep having that mindset, you might think that, okay, something is my mommy, but why do you clean your mouth when she was coming? Why do you try to quickly adjust and you are setting the stew very well so that she will not know? That mindset that you already have when you are told to take 2 sugars and you pick 3. That mindset that you already have when they gave you 100 naira and they told you that give your brother 40 naira, maybe because you are the older and because you feel like he's small, you gave her 20 naira. This is how cheating starts. And if you keep having this attitude, it's going to grow even in a more bigger way. So I said, standing for the right will build your character, your reputation, and your legacy. You don't even need to fight for yourself. People who have known you, people you have worked with, people you have worked for at some point in time, they will speak good about you. Somebody that they sack because of a very bad attitude, if the person who sack him or her is fortunate to be at a place where they are supposed to give him or her a very good opportunity, sincerely is going to say no, even though he or she might have changed his or her character or her attitude at that point in time. But the fact that you cannot stand, it's going to spoil a whole lot of things, and that is what some people are still fighting today. Their reputation have been spoiled. You change your environment, you can't go and greet them in that place again. I told you when I started that there are some people that they will leave their place of work. By the time they sight their boss or anybody in that organization, the next thing is looking for how they are going to hide, where they are going to hide themselves, where they are going to run to. That is the lifestyle some people have built for themselves. And you now know one worst thing that used to happen is the fact that they might not even be the one that will bear the consequences. It might be their children. By the time their children are grown up and they are now looking for opportunities, they will now ask them, what is the name of your father? They will now say, my father's name is this and that. Maybe somebody that was even there at that time the incident happened. They will now begin to trace back history. Okay, this is who your father is. Your father is bearing this particular name. This is the village your father came from. This is what your father have done. Such child will just leave that place in shame. That is why as parents we need to be very careful of whatever thing we are building. By the time you leave this planet Earth, or by the time you are no more in that particular place, have you opened door for your children, or you have closed door against them? It's a pity that some doors have been closed against some people just because of the action of one person. That is one of the consequences of not standing for truth, not standing aright. You might think that the consequences will not be now. You might think that you have done it and you have done it like that. But what goes around will definitely come around. You will pay for it by all means. Consistency, standing for the truth, standing for the right, it builds your character, it builds your reputation, and it builds your legacy. Some people are just putting on suits, but they don't have any reputation. So I do not mean to. I know you are putting on, but no, that's not what I'm talking about actually. Because some people, you see them, they will be on tie, but what they have done is only their inner mind that really knows it. You see some ladies, their physical appearance is very good, but they are green snake under green grass. They don't have reputation, they don't have legacy again. And I want to tell you that people may ignore you today, but they will respect you tomorrow. That is what standing for the right can earn you. They will say, what did she even think she have? We told her to come and do this. We told her to come and do that. But because you said no, because you don't want to do it, they might just use their eyes to just look at you one kind and be like, you are not among them. You know, there's this popular saying that you are not among us, and because of that you will not be free. But I want to tell you that if you really stand for the truth, if you really stand for the right thing, it's going to earn you respect tomorrow. Because one day, those people who have come together to do that particular wrong thing, they will be punished for it. Just imagine in organization and people have gathered themselves together to do something that is wrong. If you can really stand and withdraw yourself from such kind of people, at first you might be dealing with maybe some emotional whatever and be like you are not even among your colleagues, you are not really flowing with them, they might not invite you for whatever thing they want to do. The day police will come and put handcuff in their hand like this, you will not be part of them. And yes, you cannot stand behind and be looking at them. It's that day that you will not shine and you can do like this to such people. That yes, thank God that I really stood. You will be grateful for taking your stand. You will really be grateful that you are not part of those people who are in bad campus and they have done bad things. So they will respect you tomorrow. They have abused you, they have talked a whole lot of things about you. And you that you're always dressing well, don't be discouraged. Don't say because of the societal pressure today. What we believe in the olden days is their normal attire, iro and buba. Fine, things have changed. You now have different gowns, you have different trousers, you have a whole lot of things that you can put on. But there is pressure that this is the standard. Who told you that that is the standard? Stand for the right, because you will be respected. The way you dress is the way you be addressed. Don't limit your value. Don't degrade yourself because you want to meet societal value, because you want to meet societal pressure. You will earn that respect, and your integrity will speak for you in rooms that you have not even entered. That is what I'm saying. Your integrity will speak for you in rooms that you have not even entered. If I know you to be somebody that is taking Israel stand, I can trust you with my millions. I will recommend you for greater opportunities. And now let me even say it in this dimension. Let's not even talk about money this time around. Maybe you are this person that somebody have seen that you are always, maybe the person just realize that you are thirsty for a particular thing success. The person recommend you for something the first time, you did not go for it, you did not put in effort. You are sluggish about it, discipline is not there, you are not putting consistency. If the person have opportunity for greater thing, now I ask you, when I started, how many of you want to leave this country? Majority of you said yes, but you are not even putting the work that will make you to leave. Majority of people are not putting in that work, and it's just with mouth. Those people that you see that they are leaving, do you think they are flying by bed? No. It's either by scholarship with full scholarship or partial scholarship, or they already make that money. Our bank account today cannot even carry us to Ghana, not to talk of United States. And now one of the ways you can actually earn this opportunity by applying for international scholarship, full scholarship. These are one of the easiest way. But your friends, maybe people that you are in the same campus, they are already doing it, they are already putting in the work, but you tried it once and because it did not work, you just withdraw and you stop doing it. You are not disciplined in that aspect. You do not have the right mindset about it. It will not always work at first. Everyone that have traveled maybe by full scholarship, I want to tell you for a fact that majority of them, it was not the first time they tried it that it worked for them. But are you showing consistency in that aspect? Are you disciplined in that aspect? You want to live, you want to travel, but it's not by means that is not acceptable in the society today. The mindset some people have is that maybe they will go to the airport one day and attract themselves with the aeroplane, let them just leave anyhow. Those attitude is not good at all. Even if you want to go to a nearby country, the likes of countries that Nigeria is sharing border with, what will you go and represent in that place? Will you not carry the whole character that you already have? Will you not take it to places like that? What will you build when you get there? That is how we can transform this corrupt, compromised world to a better place. It's not just Nigeria alone. A whole lot of places are compromised already because they are far beyond the standard of how they started. But you are not going there with a mind of theft. You are not going there with a mind to cause chaos. You are not going there with a mind to cause problem. You are really going there to be an agent of change. Even though you are going there to school, you are going there for education, you are going there to improve yourself, maybe in a particular business you are find yourself in, or other things like that. When some people have the opportunity to leave, fine, they will decide to stay there, but the question is, what are they really doing? Are they bringing glory back to their country, or they are doing something that will make those people in that place to talk bad about their country? See, let me tell you something. It's just that this our country own that is so outrageous. There are some foreigners that are in our country that they are also doing bad thing. Am I right? Because of number one, maybe what they have seen. They believe that this is where they can hide their bad character, and you can house them, and they will begin to influence, then it's grow like that. So when I talk about integrity now, it is not just about financial aspect alone. It is not just about being entrusted with funds alone, but by sharing opportunities with you, will you make a wise use of it and even earn yourself something nice, and even earn yourself something good? So your integrity will speak for you in rooms you have not entered. If I have more bigger things that I can share with you, I'm going to do that definitely, because you have proved to me over and over that you are a man and a woman of integrity. I'm going to round up very soon. Now, building a life of integrity and discipline. How can you build a life of integrity and discipline? This will be my last point. Number one, define your values. Define your values. Some people do not even know what they believe. They don't know what they can stand for. They don't know what they are standing for. They can just accept anything. They can just go by anything. They are made to believe whatsoever thing. And with that, it is killing our society today. Define your values. Set boundaries. Your yes should be your yes and your no should be your no. What you can't take, you don't have to force yourself to accept it because of societal pressure. It's going to cause more harm than good. Set boundaries. You can't have access to everybody, and people are not supposed to have access to you. Or not everybody are supposed to have access to you. Because you are free, because you are jovial, does not mean that people should take you for granted. You are disciplined. People might call you a street man, they might tell you to be something else, and it does not mean that you should not show love, it does not mean that you should not show kindness, it does not mean that you should not fight for your people when you are supposed to fight for them. But you are a man of discipline. You set boundaries for yourself. Another thing is be accountable. You don't just do things anyhow. If you are leaving, maybe you will not be coming to your place of work today. Is your HR aware? Is your boss aware? You are not just taking decisions into your hands like that. Practice daily discipline. Things you want to do. Don't say I will start tomorrow. Don't say I will start at the right time, because the right time is now. There is no perfect time. And surround yourself with the right people. These are the ways you can build integrity, you can be disciplined. If you surround yourself with people that they are always going in the wrong direction, one day they are going to influence you, especially when you are the only man standing. That's why I said, are you ready to lose people? Are you ready to lose friends? Even some opportunities, things that will cost your comfort. If it is that thing that will make you do the right thing, please do it. I know that friend, they have been coming all along since secondary school, higher institution, but you can see that this person's lifestyle is not matching your own. It's better to say bye-bye than to find yourself in jail because of things that you are just made to believe forcefully, because of things that you find yourself into forcefully. Surround yourself with positive, right people. The people you are working with will even show in your character, in your attitude. If you are working with people that do not believe in success, you will not grow. That is just it. But I want to challenge you people today. If you are the only one in your circle that is knowledgeable, that is high, upgrade. Like, move closer with people who know more than you. Move closer with people who are higher than you in some aspect of life that you really want to go. Because if you stay with only those people that that you feed with only your information, one day you will run out of resources and your life will be empty. But you stay with people that you are also learning from them. It's like you are putting water in your bucket. But if you are staying with people that obviously you are the only one who is higher than, they will collect your money, they will collect your knowledge, they will collect everything that you have. So check your circle. Who are those people in your circle? It's not bad if you really know. You can still stay with them, but try to move higher. Try to move more with people of value that you can learn from. You don't just sit down and wait for opportunity to come and meet you. Leave your comfort zone. Network with intentional people, people that you are aspiring to be in the same field with. Don't be shy, don't be afraid, be courageous. That is how you can do it. So as I close, I want to tell you that we should raise a generation that speak truth, live right, and stand firm. If you are training your children, don't train them to be liars. Don't be afraid to correct them. Parents, guardian, we should, because this is where it all starts from. If we want a better country, if we want a better world today, it all starts with the family. It all starts in our home. We should live right. It is what people who are watching you are saying. That's what they will practice too. A father that is not living right, if care is not taken, the son will almost follow the same pattern, unless the son is just intentional and be like, this thing my father is doing is wrong and I'm not going to follow this pattern. That is just it. And we should stand firm. Your yes should be your yes. So when the moment comes and you are faced with the choices to choose what is right and what is wrong, please choose what is right. Don't choose what is wrong for any reason. It might not be easy, right? But choose what is right. And I want to leave you with this word. Standing alone in truth is better than standing with crowd in compromise. Always remember that. If it will take you to stand alone, stand alone. You don't have to be in the midst of crowd. You don't have to be with everybody. There's this common saying that multitude is multi-attitude. From the spelling of multitude, that is multi-attitude. So if you find yourself in the midst of multitude, just know that one way or the other you will learn something from them. So the multitude you are going to find yourself in, let it be the people with the right and positive attitude. Because one way or the other, if you are with people who are lazy, you will learn laziness. They will tell you, let's sleep a bit. It's not yet 5 o'clock. Let's sleep a bit. Let's start by 6 a.m. I'm not saying you should not have a good sleep, and I will always preach rest. Because rest is not for laziness. But when it is time to walk. Don't be sluggish. Act. Be disciplined. And live a life of integrity. Thank you for listening to me. I remain Jolu Atimileyin Ajayi. And right now I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'll be talking about where I grew up. Where I grew up, it takes 90 seconds for a man to point a gun to your head and decide if you would leave or not. Where I'm from, I've seen bullets being spread like prayer beads. Where I'm from, life is being denied by the man giving access to breathe it. Where I'm from, I have watched blood soak the ground, and instead of things to nurture, I have seen men fall like trees. Where I'm from, a man is being pressed across the phone to call his son, being in the forest that he cannot name. Where I'm from, I've seen sons look at people and look at guns that they cannot even name. Even the person behind the gun is younger enough to be his brother. Where I'm from, I've watched people call their daughters, be among the 1,000 girls missing. Where I'm from, I've watched parents begging to have their children back. And some are not even lucky to afford that purchase anymore. Where I'm from, money is a luxury. You could apply the road and never even make it back. Where I'm from, to even fly is expensive. So where I grew up is an expensive state. A culture that is shifting, a dynamic that I cannot really place myself in. Where I'm from is clouding my sight, is clouding my mind. I do hope that I'll be free from it one day. Where I'm from, a family is in the just, trying to live a just life, and somebody is waving a palm tree, singing Hosanna, but someone is pointing a gun to them, a gun that doesn't even know the God that they worship. So where I'm from is more like a facade of reality itself. Where I grew up is me trying to understand my culture. Maybe truly understand why darkness has become a norm. Maybe why our government steals from us and we're comfortable with it. And probably deny our fellow man the access to grow a life that they deserve. Where I grew up, we're not comfortable with our chains. We're more like slaves who love our chains. We put ourselves on hold. We really cannot even free our minds anymore because we're used to it. Our forefathers before us and even before now, they've been used to it. So somehow we've positioned our minds to be so comfortable with being lesser and lesser. We love our oppressors because somehow they feed us the little crumbs of life. So we become comfortable with that. Where I'm from, I've watched a brigadier general not being able to barricade his life. I've watched a man shred his last pieces and everything that he stands for. Where I'm from, watched a man shift and try to understand that is the country worth dying for? Or are we even paying enough for a life to be standing for? Where I'm from, it's expensive to grow. And even if you grow, it's like you have a barcode at your back that will be scanned at the mortuary. Where I'm from, old age doesn't kill us anymore. It's the geography that kills us. It's more like where you're standing, you're the next target. You can't even pinpoint where exactly you want to live your life. What exactly do you want to stand for? I wouldn't even blame people who are no longer patriotic. Because to a degree, I understand where they're coming from. In the southeast, during Christmas, we play with fireworks. But in the north, those people truly know how the fire really works. It's a dynamic of relationship, a dynamic of power. I'm truly trying to understand where I grew up from. Is this life that I'm trying to emulate? Is this life that my kids are going to grow up to? Where I'm from, it's a sad reality we're living. And it's going to be unfair and unjust to me for me to lie to you and then tell you that it's all rose. Oh. But those roses, they are thorns. And some of us were stepping on them. We're sleeping on them. Where I'm from, people do not really see us properly. They deny us every right of everything that we're supposed to have. You and I were struggling. Our mind has become where the rich and the stronger ones play their chess. So who is the pawn? Who is the queen? Who is the king? Who is the rook and who is the bishop? What exactly do they have to sacrifice before they understand the true value of life itself? How come they deserve the better things and the better things of life and we deserve to be scrambled on the floor like we are dust? This chessboard we're playing, who truly are we on it? Do our life not really matter? Are we pawns to be sacrificed for another man's gain? Where I'm from, we've been forced to love our chain. Even though it's heavy, we wear it with pride. We give ourselves promises that would never come through. I wish we could break through from our chains, understand how our mind grows, and understand that truly we can accept what is good and reject what is not good. Where I'm from, it takes 90 seconds for a man to decide if your life is worth something or not. Where I'm from, guns are being serviced like though they are being worshipped. Where I'm from, I've been seeing life snatched out of people. Where I'm from, I've watched life barricaded and shredded out of you people. It's not happening to you doesn't mean that it doesn't concern you. We live in the same country, we're the same brothers and sisters. So if one life is being lost and you have nothing to be concerned about, then I think that you're no more different than those taking the life itself. Because you're not affected doesn't mean that they are not your brothers and sisters. A mother would cradle the lost life of her son like it meant nothing to her. There's no miracle to bring him back. Every memory, every dream lost. Where I'm from, I've watched dreams stack up and built up like it's nothing. Where I'm from, I've watched people never live their stories. I've watched life become like horror movies. Watching it with no end, and sadly, so many people even go without even understanding the fruition of life. How could I even stop them? Or make them understand truly what you and I are facing? Because this is crisis. This is us trying to cry for liberation, but nobody's hearing us. On the Y and X axis, we're just being trapped and being chained to it. Where I'm from, life is draining. Where I'm from, the soil is littered with blood of our own brothers and sisters like it means nothing to them. Where I'm from, cattle are more important than human bodies. How could we live our stories if our stories are stolen from us? Our sorrows are now standards. We're crucified. And the person nailing that cross is this country. The same country you and I bled for. The same country that will wear our fila and red cap for. But the same country cannot shred its fats to guide us and to clothe us. It's more like we're running a race in circle. Like we really never mattered or our life has no value or essence. Where I'm from, where I grew up, it's an expensive gamble to live in. You never can tell when next it's your turn. You never can tell when you're the victim of someone who is hungry to maybe try to see if he can take your life or probably take food away from you. Where I'm from, is who exactly can get to the mountaintop, and when you're raising, how many people can you push down? Where I grew up from, the catacombs of our mind is full with graves and grief. We hold it dearly because somehow probably that's a souvenir that we have onto. Where I grew up from, it's a sad picture, and I do not want to even show anybody the picture because it has nothing to represent about. It has nothing to show about. Where I'm from, I am shy to tell people that this is where I come from. It seems like we're not even the giants of Africa, probably the ants of it. Where I'm from, I watch the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. There is even no middle class anymore. Where I'm from, it's like Nigeria go better is a thing of high dreams that cannot even be achieved. We have suffered. We have fell, we have loved, we have lived life, and at the same time, we're still gambling the same life. Where I'm from, the truth has been taken away from us. The voices of our brothers, they have been lost in the catacombs of their souls. Our garments are being stolen from us. We have nothing to represent ourselves. Where I'm from is a sad reality. I do hope for this story to be different. I do hope that we can convince the devil itself that Nigeria is not hell indeed. I do hope that we're going to build paradise before we eventually get to see one. I do hope that our whole narration is going to change and somehow you and I will get the life that we truly deserve. It would be a bluff trying to call off what is happening to us. It would be a bluff trying to shield what my next brother and sisters is going through. it would be a bluff to deny exactly what they are going through. So rather than calling these things a bluff because it hasn't happened to us, rather than watching it and then streaming it and probably sympathize with them, maybe we should truly understand where they come from. Understand that life truly has value and every word is so important. Let's understand that we have a game to play. We should decide that at this chess game we're no longer pawns. Let's play this game back to back. Let's fight with every ounce of everything we have in ourselves. If those we put ahead of us do not care about us, then how much more can't we care for ourselves? How much more do we have to sacrifice ourselves for the certification of one man? How much more do we have to deny ourselves the life that we ought to live? In the few years to come, what Nigerians are we hoping to see? What life are we trying to build? Where I'm from has cost me a lot and taken away from me. I would not wait to fight for what belongs to me. And even if I die trying, I know that someone else will continue the fight for me. And I know that I've inspired a generation yet unborn, yet to come to still fight for it. Where I'm from no longer has to be what steals from me, but rather what gives to me. I did not choose Nigeria, Nigeria chose me. But I would not let it take away from me what belongs to me. So in the true light and the true essence of everything that we do, I really do hope that you and I fight properly. I really do hope that we don't deny ourselves the access to life, most importantly. I really do hope that in what we do, we face it head on. We press forward. We're not coward. We're not too timid to stand for what belongs to us. Even in choosing those who lead us, we're not going to choose blind men. Even though in choosing those who fight for us, we will not be able to choose weak people to put at the forefront of our lives. It's to understand that those before us, they've sacrificed. They've longed to dream for a better Nigeria. And we continue going to dream, or better, to fight and watch our dream come true. Where I'm from, I've watched men and women choose to live without choice rather than to live with chains itself. I've watched people try to fight for what they want to fight for and believe in what they want to believe in, but somehow life has been robbed away from them. I really do hope that we have a fighting spirit in us. We don't let it die. We don't let it fade away. We keep fighting till we get result. We keep fighting till life means something to us. Till Nigeria means something to us. So where I grew up is not in the north, is not in the east, is not in the south, is not in the west. Where I grew up is this home called Nigeria. Where you and I grew up is here called Nigeria. This is our home. And regardless of where we are, we have a place that we call home. Do not let this home get washed up away from us. We want to come back to a place that is safe. We want to come back to a place that everywhere means something to us. Where we're not afraid of our brothers. Where we understand what life truly means. We want to wake up one morning and never see bullets stop spreading like prayer beads anymore. We want to wake up where it all means something to you and I. Where our Muslim brothers can go to mosques and pray 5 times and have peace. Not praying for like 4 times and then the 5th time they are going to meet their maker. We want to have a nation where Christians are at ease and peace. We want to have a nation where every tribe has a voice. Nobody's stigmatized, nobody's voice is stolen away from them. We want to have a country where everything makes sense to us. It breaks my heart. It leaves me shattered that every morning we have people living in fear. I do not find it easy. We shouldn't find safety a strange concept. It would be dull of us to think that we have nothing to do. You have a voice, lend it. If you have strength, lend it. If you have an idea, lend it. We're not going to live forever. We should keep fighting and give other people the resilience to fight with us. We should make life count. I want to wake up to a Nigeria that's peaceful. A Nigeria that would make me happy and make my family happy as well. We owe this to our country. This is our obligation. This is us being a patriot, never loving our chains, loving a country that will do what's right, having a country that will take our own proper share of the national cake and not take from other people. So you and I, we're not an alien in some other country. Where we grew up is here, and it means a lot to us. We should no longer be hanging on hope, but be working on it. And even if we drift so much afar, we still have one thing that drives us. Is that you and I are Nigerians, and we're Nigerians first before anything. Our blood matters, our life matters, our business matters. And I do hope that we're not men who is running away from doing the right thing, but men who is building lives that is important. I do hope that this country gets to see us in our full glory. And that's going to happen only if we fight to the fullest. And then I'll end with this. We have fallen. We have lived. We have loved. And we have died. Let your death count. It takes 90 seconds for a man to decide if you would leave or not. But what takes a lesser second is your decision to fight for this country and your decision to do the right thing and play the right chess. In this chessboard, choose you who you're going to be. If you're going to be a pawn, a bishop, a rook, a knight, or if you're going to be the king, or most importantly, if you're going to be the queen, to save our dear country, Nigeria. Where I grew up is a sad reality, but I want to see it better because it makes my heart bleed, and I want that bleeding to stop. So right about now, I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, Africa. I remain easy to our roots, and we are going to be talking about, or I will be talking about emergency response. Emergency response. So in our daily activities, we are supposed to know our emergency response, things that we can do to respond, or probably to doing when we have this emergency response. And it's very, very important if we know our emergency response, because there are a lot of emergencies that happen in our societies, things that are not expected. So how can we do this? How can we manage this emergency response? How can we manage these situations at that given opportunity? So emergency response is one of the things that are meant to know. And we have the first aid. First aid is one of the emergency response that we are meant to have. So I believe currently most Nigerians don't really have first aid in their various homes, and it's not really good. You are supposed to have first aid in your various homes because it helps a lot. Situation whereby you are out, or probably your children, probably anybody that fell down, or probably he or she caught his or her hand, this first aid is required in that kind of situation. So that is why it's good you have it in your homes. Even when I was growing up, that first aid, we did not lack it in our house. Like, it's something that is constantly available in our homes, because even when the materials inside the first aid are not there, my dad will make sure he provides all these materials, because he knows the kind of children he gave birth to, kind of children that always plays, hurting themselves, always having issue with the other. So it is very, very required for us to have this emergency response, that this first aid in the family, because it's very, very important. And further, this content inside this first aid matters a lot. It's something that you can make use anytime. Something that you can make use anytime. Just like when you're having cut in your hand, you are expected to do what? Apply spirits on that surface to reduce the bleeding, right? Then if you should reduce the bleeding, you will not apply other supplements on it too, to make sure that that thing dries quickly, so that it will not be infected. I know once it's infected, it's caused something else. Probably you might end up in hospital, and probably you running tests and other things, and it's not really nice. So that is why we need this first aid in our various homes, because the content inside this matters a lot. Things that are going to use during these emergency situations are inside that first aid. So if you don't have first aid in your home, please go and get one. Go and get one. You can see it in the mall, you can see it in any places you find yourself. Probably you can customize one for yourself. You can take a capital beside your house. You please construct a box for me. I want to form a first aid box. Then after you have constructed the box, if it's not a must that you must be a boss, probably you can have a bag where you put all your equipment there, you first aid equipment there, you can put it there. You get your requirements that is needed for this first aid, and there are plenty things that are there. Is in a situation whereby you break your hand, and without giving opportunity, you have to bandage your hand so that it will not get worse. And after bandaging your hand, you're not able to do it immediately before you get to hospital for proper treatment. So that's why it's good. First aid is always the first treatment given to a patient before taken to the hospital. If you don't have this first aid in your houses, probably something might go wrong. It might be too late before getting to the hospital. This person that is bleeding too much, probably before you don't have anything to stop the bleeding, nothing at all, you don't have anything to hold the bleeding, and you're like rushing the person to the hospital. And this type of person that doesn't really have blood in his body, before getting to the hospital, the person might kick the bucket at that process. So this is why we need all these things, because life matters a lot. First treatment matters a lot. If it's something that you can handle, do it. If it's something that you cannot handle, make sure you do a little bit, at least for that moment, so that the person will be able to get better before taking this person to the hospital. First aid is very important, very, very important. I see most people, if they are able to get, if they have caught or probably accident happened to them, home accidents, and you find out using different things to apply, probably they will even leave it like that. And these things is causing a lot of things in that person's body, but this person did not know, because your body is already open, and if this your body is open, infection is going to affect that place, and once infections enter the injury, it becomes something else. The thing that you might be talking about minus something that you would have just do at that opportunity or that time, you're not able to do it, and you end up reporting to the hospital, and you find that the thing has gotten to the level it was before because you refuse to take action. So it's very, very good. And if we're having this first aid, we need to master all these techniques. How can we master it? We need to know how to apply all these things, or how to go about it, how to manage this thing when you are in emergency situations. You have all these things, but you don't know how to use it. It's useless. So you need to master all these techniques. There are many ways. Probably you can meet a nurse or the pharmacist, people that do treat all these things. Then you get knowledge from them, or that is why internet is helpful. Probably you can go online or YouTube and search for how to make use of this first aid boxes and how to apply each equipment that's been inside that box. If you should know all these things, you're able to know how to manage it when such situation comes your way. So it's very, very important. Then we learn understand standard operating procedures for emergency. You will know how to operate it whenever it comes. It might not be you, it might be someone else. And probably that person does not have a person that's going to help you. You might be the person's safe grace by helping that person at that opportunity. Then we talked about being familiar with evacuations plans and emergency contacts. When you are familiar with emergency contacts, it's very, very important. If you are a situation whereby there is fire outbreaks within your society or within your environment, you can able to call these emergency contacts immediately for them to come. It's very, very important. And is this situation whereby someone really needs an emergency attention at that given point, that if an emergency did not come immediately, the person might lose that person. So it's important we have contact of all these emergency operations. It's very, very important. It will help. That is why even currently, if they are having fire outbreak in society, most people just call the fire extinguisher, probably anybody that they can call. Since they have their contact, before up to like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, they're already in their venue where that thing is taking place. So at that people, they're able to help. So that's why it's good if in the apartments you have to have a fire extinguisher, so that it will help at least subside before the operators come to that venue. And then you see most places you find yourself, you are always seeing fire extinguisher. These are emergency situations. These are emergency equipment we are meant to have in our various homes. You see that this is not compulsory, it's not important, but when it happens, you know that this thing is actually important. There's nobody that are going to tell you twice to go and get all these things by yourself and put it in your house. Probably you might have not married yet, you are living alone, single, you don't have keys, you don't have anybody. But when you have keys, you know that first aid is very, very important. You start looking at these things that have been ignoring since are actually important. So these things, we don't need anybody should tell us about all these things, because it matters a lot in our homes to show how important this thing is. If you don't have all these things, someone might lose his or her lives just because you don't have this minor emergency equipment that you are meant to have in your homes. So if you are familiar with those people, emergency operators, you have their contacts, try to have their contacts. It's very, very important. So any situation that comes your way, you'll be able to call them. You actually been of help to the lives that is going to be lost, or the properties that are in danger at that moment. So it's very, very important. They talked about staying calm under pressures. It also helps a lot. When you are being calm in pressures, it will help you. But if you are the person that is always pressure, you end up having BP, and it's not be nice. It will turn to something else, because we are all human beings. Our body are just something that we feel that you are strong, nothing can happen to you, nothing can happen to you. But it's a lie. That's why most people, they don't take their health so serious. It's when the thing has weighed them down, that's why you will not see them in the hospital, and by that time it might be too late to take corrections. That is why no matter the kind of work you are doing, no matter how, try to check yourself. It's very, very important. Go for checkups. It's not taking up to like probably an hour or 2 hours for your health. It's not even someone's health. To go for checkup is very, very important, because most people now that are currently in the hospitals, because of they feel less reluctant over their lives about their health issues. and it's really affected them. They were like, I knew, I would have listened, I would have gone to this. Because they were actually having these symptoms. You're having these symptoms. Listen, you are thinking that you are taking it for granted. It's not. It's just a minor something. I mean, she used to have it too, and she's living okay. This person used to have it. You can't compare my body and your body to the same, or you can't compare someone else's body, your body, this person's system and your own system. No, it's a difference, something entirely. Very, very different. So that is why most people are not where they are now, because of they are feeling less reluctant over their lives, and they don't take emergency because over all these things, and it's not really good. So when you are under pressure, try to stay calm no matter what is going on. No matter what is going on, no matter what you are going through, probably in that situation, you're actually giving yourself sickness, but you do not know. That is why when most people, if they lost their loved ones, they'll be like, if they want to follow them and go. They feel like they want to follow this person and go. To show how that person is very close to you, you want to just follow this person and go. But if you keep thinking about this person, you are being pressured in so many ways, the memories and everything, you are going to run mad. That is just it. So you just have to accept life. Everybody that comes to this world will not live forever. You accomplish your mission in this world and you go to go and meet your maker. That is just it. Because you self, one day you are going to go. That is just it. Nobody will stay for this life forever. So you have to take life the way it is and accept it. What you also have to do, you just have to be strong. You just have to be strong. Continue no matter what, because if you are always in pressure, so you end up in hospital, and if your care is not taken, you are going to follow that person that you are being pressured for. That is why it's always good to calm yourself down. It's very, very important. They talked about maintain focus and avoid panic in stressful situation. So anything that causes you panic, avoid it by all means. Avoid anything that causes you panic. It's very, very important. Then within my secondary school days, when we used to do sports, because when we do sports, they used to choose people that are very fit for sports, because they don't really know their health issues, the level of their health issues. And we do choose fit people. My lecturers my teachers choose fit people. But there are some people that just want to feel among their peers. They want to do this sport, they want to do this, they want to do that, never forgetting that their health level is not up to these people's body. So they feel they want to do everything. And there is one girl that she actually wants to feel among her peers, but she end up in the hospital. This girl was running. You know you are not okay. You're running 400 rays or meters, or I don't even understand. Because you want people should be hailing you, be clapping for you, something that you know you cannot do. This girl end up, she actually fell, and everybody were like, even the teachers were like going scatter. Everybody was like, okay, they went to go and pick the girl. They were like fanning her, but it was not going anywhere. It looked as if it's getting worse, but at least it was helpful that the fan that was fanning her to try to give her oxygen was actually helped her a bit, and they were able to take her to the hospital. And thank God that the hospital was close to the school. So the doctor said that if this girl would have taken up to how many minutes stay, she would have lost her life. So because of we were able to be at that care at that opportunity, the thing that immediately that thing happened, we were able to take action. So just imagine that situation whereby nobody was there, teachers was not there, something would have happened to that girl. Would have lost one of our probably our schoolmates. So it would have been a tragedy. So it was that time. I think it was the next day during the sports period they were able to bring a Red Cross person to the school to show her this thing is very important. So thank God that that girl was able to recover after how many months. She was like, it was not really funny. It was not at all. So we talked about stay confident to keep reassure or others in emergency. You have to be confident of what you are doing. If you know your emergency response, you know all this how to you know the techniques how to go about emergencies. You have to be confident in what you are doing, that this is going to work for this person and it will work for this person. It's not something that you'll be doubting, no, it will not work, it will work, it will not work. That's why it's good to master all these things. Not only you knowing this thing, make sure you master it, so that when situation comes the way, you're able to manage these situations. Then we talked about the asthma patients. We have asthma patient within us, and he's not really, you can't compare yourself with this set of people, because I feel they are kind of special. So the oxygen all these people breathe is different from the one we breathe. So if a situation whereby you saw probably an asthma patient was in a critical mood or critical situation at that moment, what are you going to do? That is why it's good to always have the healer around you. So that most of these asthma patients that I found out situations now, most of them why they are gone now is because they don't have this healer in their bags. They don't go around with them. And you find that this person, what killed this patient? I know that this person is an asthma patient situation, the person's died because they were not with a healer. To show how this thing is very, very important. You might not be the one making use of it. Probably you can just put it in your bag. At least you are not using it too. It's feel weird, right? But you just put it in your bag, because there's a situation whereby you might see such a patient that actually needs this emergency stuff. All it can be of help. Keep it in your bag in case of situation like this. And I used to say all these things that assuming those people have this ELA in their bags, or probably they are going around with it, they would have not lost their lives. No matter how expensive it is, but just keep it. It's your life. You are protecting yourself. These are emergency response that we need to know in situation like this. So we talked about the Fabry syndrome people, which is the epilepsies. So you see a situation whereby you see such people, even when we're in camp, we encounter such too. So they were able to come to that person rescue immediately. Thank God for the Red Cross people around. They're always available for us. So they're able to manage and come to that person rescue and take the person to this sick bay for proper treatment. Immediately they get that person's treatment, that person exits from the camp. So we found out that they noticed that this person was trying to work his service in Lagos while your parents live in Ogun State. Or sorry, he was trying to work this service in Ogun State while your parents stay in Lagos. They have to change it immediately to that person that you are going to that Lagos where your parents is, because you are supposed to be close with your relatives. Such people are supposed to be close with their relatives, because any emergency they were able to close by to help this person. So they were able to deploy this girl back to where her parents stays, so that her parents will be able to watch over her. It's not something that she's able to stay probably Ogun State and your parents in Lagos. What about such situation occurred again? What will happen to this person? What is going to be the fate of this person? So thank God for this the camp coordinator that was able to deploy this girl back to her residence, so that any situation that happened, the parents is going to take action because they believe they know the kind of child they gave birth to. So these things are very, very important. Even during when we're in camp, march past, parade, they will tell you that if you know you are not okay, don't do it. They'll be sincere to you. That's why they, before you make registration, camp registration, they'll ask for your medical fitness. If they notice that your medical fitness is not giving what they want, you are going back. Immediately your registration, you are going back home. Because they will not want a situation whereby they lose someone is trying to register for this and that. It's giving bad names and bad energies. You get, so they just have to, for the person's good and for everybody good too, they'll exit the person from the camp. That is why medical fitness is very, very important to those that are going. Even we that are currently serving, we give our medical reports to them before registering, right? For you able to stay 3 weeks in camp, it's because you were fit. Most people crashed during their 3 weeks. They know that it's not something they want to do, but they just want to feel the 3 weeks camping. They want to make friends, they want to do this, but their body cannot carry these 3 weeks. So at the end, or so probably during the week, even the first week, people were like dropping sick, going from sick bay to another, trying to do one. They were just dropping, they just give you the exit of camp. Every time we are seeing people carrying their bag and be going home. You say that you will be staying looking at them, you say that thank God for my life, thank God for good health, thank God for my body and everything. Everybody, every blessed day in the camp, people are leaving the camps. Why are you leaving the camp? I'm having health issues, I'm doing something. So they notice that you are the type of person that is always sick, complaining, you are not in parades, or probably you are not engaging yourself in any activities, and they notice that you are the type of person, they'll just give you the exit of camp, you go. Then like you see most people that are having health issues, you don't see them in camp, you only see them when they are making registration. That day of registration, they are going back. In fact, as they are leaving that camp, they are going directly to hospital to go and treat themselves, because if they don't, they don't even have to associate with crowds. You can't see the midst of crowd, because if you see the midst of crowd, they'll start suffocating. So how can you manage this emergency response? How can you do it? That is the reason why we need to master all these techniques, so that if a situation, or probably we are in such situation, we can able to go about it. That is why you need to know all these things. It's very, very important. It's very, very important. You might not be the one, it might be someone beside you, it might be your friends, it might be your family members, it might be within people in the society. So how can you go about all these emergencies? How can you respond to them? Because an hour or probably a minute can lose someone's life. You can lose someone's life for a minute, to show how life is very, very precious. That is why there's currently a person that I think is a current actor that lost his life. Currently, they were thinking it was a joke, but it came that it was reality, because most of the close friends were actually posting it. And before this guy died, most of the videos he made was like, we should not take our body for granted. And he emphasized more on these kidney issues, and he was like, you see, drinking, avoid it with all means. Avoid it with all means. Not even drinking, anything you are eating in your body, no matter how little that germs is, it will affect your body, to show that our body is very, very sensitive. No matter how little it is. That's why you wash whatever you are eating. If is it the water you are drinking, make sure the water is purely clean. Is it the food? Make sure this food you are eating are not contaminated. As I used to teach my students, that when I taught them about food poisons and all that stuff. I told you that food poison is not when you someone put something in your food. Though. Food poison can be anything: exposing of food, drinking of contaminated food, insect or fly perching on your foods. All these things are food poison. And if you are able to eat all these things without precautions, it will affect, it will weigh the person down. No matter how little it is, you will think it's just a normal thing, you are still strong, you are okay, but these things are piling in your body day by day. They are piling in your body. So when it's going to bring you down, it might be, if it's not the help of God, or like you are a lucky person, it will bring you down. And if it bring you down, your life will not continue the way your life used to be. So that is why if you are doing this life, you are involving yourself in activities, try also to engage yourself in exercise or probably check up, because it will help a lot. And the guy talked about drinking, and in fact that he don't even used to drink beer or Star or Guinness or these things. It even emphasized on it, say whiskey to show how dangerous, it's odds. And when he had accident, he went to the hospital, and he just had an accident, so he not used to check his body or anything, so he has to do a thorough checkup on his body, and the doctor was able to find out that his kidney problem is high. I think they said it's supposed to be 1 point something, but he was one. It was high, so to show that this guy is actually getting, like, the kidney let's say the problem. Look at the way how close it is, that it remains small, just a one step, this guy will have kidney problem. And nothing you tell me, you want, they will be talking about transferring of kidney and all that thing, and you know how these things cost money. So thank God they were able to check about this thing. And the doctor told him that he should have to stop drinking, wash the things you eat. But the doctor were able to emphasize on drinking, because the guy was sincere to say that I drink a lot. So he was able to avoid it for that moment. And when he avoided it, then I don't know, probably he was okay now. Never know, my guys and men don't want to still drink again. I don't know, Sha. Currently now, what is happening in social media? They were like, before he died in the hotel, the last place where he was in the club drinking. So people were like, probably the drinking was part of what happened to him. They were like, probably he was not following the procedure of the doctors or something like that. So anything can cause that boy's death. The whole thing is village people, but it's not village people. Village people are their own, no, sitting in their house. So they don't have any, in fact, they don't even know what is even going on with your life. They are living comfortable, eating their foods, living their life. But you are pointing out at them. Innocent people, you are pointing out at them. It's you that you are not helping yourself, because you actually have this opportunity to do these things, but you feel less a lot over these things. And if it should eventually happen to you, you'll be pointing out at people that this person that is doing you. Meanwhile, you are the one doing yourself. So please, let's know our emergency response. Let's know how to do our techniques and all that to start whenever this situation occurs. We are not praying for bad situation to happen to us, but we are all Nigeria. We are living in Nigeria. There's no emergency situation it actually take place. But how can we manage this thing? That is what we need to know. So that nobody's going to be affected. Life is not going to be affected. Property will not be affected. People within the environment will also be affected. They won't end themselves in the hospital. It's just how to manage it. That is what we are meant to know. How can we manage these emergencies that it will not affect this set of people? So that is what we are meant to do, because we Nigerians, we are meant to know these things, because we are in the situation, we are in the country whereby if you don't pay money first, you will not be treated in the hospital. That is just it. You can't compare your country and other countries. That is why we are praying for a better Nigeria. So if we want Nigeria to better, we have to help ourselves. we have to help ourselves. So as we are helping ourselves, you are also helping the people around you. Nigeria will definitely get better. So if you're able to manage all this emergency, you are helping Nigerians. In news, you will not be hearing such outbreak occur because you're able to manage that thing immediately before it gets worse. So as you're able to manage it immediately, you will not see it, will not escalate, it will not even go to social media. Even those that are outside the country will not get to know about this thing because you're able to manage it at that given time. So that is why we're able to know all these things. So it's very, very important. So if we are doing this, no, we are not only doing it for only ourselves, but we are doing it for Nigeria as a whole. We are doing it for our brothers, we are doing it for our sisters, we are doing it for as a citizen of Nigeria. We are doing it to help the country. We are doing it to keep lives and properties. We are doing it to keep people up going and not bringing them down. So in conclusion, we should know that health is wealth. You are in your businesses, earning a lot of money, millions, dollars, and you're not taking care of your health. Sorry. After you have finished pursuing all those money and something happens to you, someone that is going to profit from it, someone that will profit from all those things you are making. So you have to keep your head stable while pursuing your money and while pursuing your business. So at this juncture, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
My name is Martha Mefina, and I will be speaking on the fear of a honest conversation. Now, what is a honest conversation? Every one of us here that have been speaking have been having honest conversations with everyone, especially on the topics that we were given. But why is there fear in honest conversation? Now, first of all, we need to know why we have the honest conversation, with whom we are having this honest conversation, and the reason we are to have this honest conversation. This honest conversation can be in different spheres of life. It can be in the health sector, in political sector, in educational sector. But then again, why do we have this honest conversation? The reason why we have the honest conversation is to be able to pass across, one, our feelings, two, reason why we feel a certain way. Yes, social media have given us platforms where we can have honest conversations. But when we come to the fear of honest conversation, it's a different ball game entirely. Now I'm going to use myself as an example. 3 weeks ago, there was an appraiser done in my office. I work with operation department in my office. There's an appraiser done once every year to give us a breakdown of how you have worked the previous year. So for example, I was appraised in 2026 for 2025 calendar year. So I was given a supervisor, an assigned supervisor, to have this conversation with what I did, what I didn't do, what are the things that I need to do to improve my work ethics. So I had this conversation with this lady. Now, mind you, this particular lady has had issues where when she appraised, she's being called by the administration to come and defend what she has been given, and she has had a lot of issues with these particular people that she has appraised, and I was one of them to be appraised. Now, that was where fear came into play. I was a little bit afraid to have a conversation with this woman because I know that she has had issues with other colleagues concerning appraisal. Now, first of all, you need to understand that the reason why we have fear in honest conversation is fear of conflict. I'm a subordinate, she's my supervisor. Obviously, if I have an issue with her, one, it will affect if I want to be promoted in the future, or two, it will affect the fact that I want to grow or even leave the company as a whole and go to another company. So I'm afraid that if I have a level of conflict with this woman, it will jeopardize my future growth in the company. Now, what did I do when I started having a conversation with her? I was quiet. We spoke for about 25 to 30 minutes. When I knew that I'm going to have this conversation with this woman. I said, okay, fine, there's going to be conflict. Me, for one, I'm an outspoken person, and she too is an outspoken person. So when two people like this meet, there's always going to be a certain level of clash. I have an opinion, you two have an opinion. So why I'm trying to recognize the fact that she's my supervisor, I do not want to overgo, or rather overstep. So I was afraid of conflict with this particular person. Now, first of all, fear of rejection. Now, she has her figures, she has her facts. She says she's going to, there's a system we use. As I'm in operation system, but to be specific, I'm in customer service. So we have a system that we use, which we call CRM or Avaya, as you may say. And when we use the systems, there's a calculating system where you calculate the numbers of calls, mails, interactions that you will do in a year. Now, if I come based on the fact that I log in the morning or in the afternoon, but she will come with the figures of, oh, these are the numbers of calls that you picked in a month, in 2 months, in 3 months. So I had a system of fear for rejection, that if I bring forth the things that I know that I have done, she will reject them, because she has facts and figures generated automatically for her for this particular appraisal. Then again, I had the fear of hurting her feelings. Now, the reason why I said I had the fear of hurting her feelings was because before the lockdown, before 2020, we were in the office, going to the office, and she had this denting thing about me. What was it? The fact that I had a better complexion than her. You could say that we were both fair ladies, but I had a better complexion than her rather. So any time I come into the office, I always have words like, why are you looking like this, Martha? And sometimes, because I was naive, I just joined the company, I was like, I'm sorry, ma. Every time it happens, it became so bad that she told a fellow supervisor of hers that she hates the sound of my voice. And I'm like, how could you possibly hate the sound of someone's voice, especially when that person is in customer service? So I had to be moved from the front wall of my office to the extreme back, so that when I pick calls, she wouldn't hear the sound of my voice. And this woman was the one to do my appraisal for 2025. I had this fear of communicating with this person. Okay, if I say something now, I will not hurt her feelings because she hates the sound of my voice. Secondly is the fear of vulnerability. I'm someone who, when I tend to express myself in things that hurt me or things that are of concern to me, I tend to shed tears, or I tend to have this feeling of, oh, okay, just what if I'm expressing myself to this woman out of fear, she too, we have fear of being vulnerable to say that, oh, Martha, I did have an issue with you in the past, but then again, can I go past this as a level of fear of vulnerability? Now, fear of experience, guess what? I know this woman. I have worked with her for 8 years. So I've experienced her both in a level of kindness, a level of meanness, and a level of professionalism. So I knew for a fact that if I misstep, overstep, or even understep, I will have a problem in expressing myself when it comes to grading. Now, in my company's appraisal, we grade from A to D. Okay, so A being the highest amount. And last year, there was a change in the appraisal system. If you give a student or a colleague, and our supervisor gives a colleague A, the supervisor must defend that A. So in year 2025, when I was done appraisal for 2024, I got a B. Now, the lady said that the reason why I'm giving you a B is because your 2024 work ethic was really low. Now, I knew before she appraised me, I told myself, right from 2016 6 years ago, I've always been an A student, or a colleague, if you put it that way. So when a time for appraising for 2024 came, I knew that if I get a C, we'll praise the Almighty God. But she came and she gave me a B, and I was like, okay. Then I asked her certain questions. I said, this process of appraising is different. So what should I look forward to in the coming year? And she said, okay, you have to cut down on excesses, do this, don't do this. I know that, for one, when you tend to explain to a customer concerning a certain issue, you go overboard. So instead of going overboard, let's say you have like 10 issues in a day, go overboard for 2, 3. Yeah, so that when whoever is going to appraise you will appraise you based on all of this, and try and not to go underboard. Even in a whole month or 2 months, don't go overboard. I said, okay. Now, this was a honest conversation I had with this particular supervisor for my appraiser for 2024 in 2025. So when she came, let's say her name is B, Madam B came, and we started the appraisal. I told myself that I will have a certain level of decorum. I will keep quiet and listen. So she started with, oh, Martha, you know that I like you a lot. And in the back of my mind, I knew, wow, you don't like me. But then again, let's go on with the conversation. It's an honest conversation, because when you appraise somebody, you're trying to have a honest conversation with that person based on the person's work. Like I stated earlier, honest conversation is not just in one spheres of life, okay? But in this particular point, it's based on my work. So she said, oh, you know that you have been a very amazing staff, and when you work with all of your heart. You tend to always explain what you need to explain. But when she started with but, I said, okay. Because I know that I did badly in 2024 when I was appraised in 2025, but I knew that I stepped up my game in 2025 because I needed to get an A, because the money associated with A was a lot, and I could clear cards with it, a lot of cards with it. So when she came with her appraising, she said, but you had this so and so call in so and so. When she was talking, all the references that she was making concerning my calls and my mails were references for 2024. And I stopped her on her track and I said, sorry, ma, these particular calls that you are making reference to are the calls I had in 2024. The calls I had in 2025 are not these calls that you are calling out for me. And she said, will you shut up, Martha? And I'm like, okay. Now, I was giving her a avenue of her to express herself, because she's my supervisor, for one, and I didn't want to be in a situation where I would have to be rude to her. But when she made that statement to me, I knew that the fear of honest conversation has to be taken out of this conversation altogether. Because if I say to myself that I'm having fear to communicate with this woman, that simply means that I will get a grade less than what I am supposed to get. So when she said what she said, I kept quiet. She now said to me that in your calls in 2025, you were speaking to our customers as if you had an issue. Then she went further to ask me, are you pregnant? And I asked her, am I pregnant? She said yes. And I said, okay, so pregnant women don't know how to express themselves. And she said to me, that's not what I'm saying. But I said, but you referred to me as a pregnant woman because I am speaking to a customer in this certain tone. And I said, fine. I know that my tone was wrong. I did apologize after the end of the conversation. But may I point to you, ma, that this conversation was made in 2024, not 2025. She's like, how are you saying to me, Martha? Now, this was her tone. Let's say her volume, everyone's volume of tone is from 1 to 10. She started speaking with me from 3. At this point of this conversation, her tone was already at 8. And my tone was at 5. And I'm like, okay, for me to allow this woman not grade me in a way that I won't be able to defend myself, I decided to keep quiet altogether. So when she's having a conversation with me, I will tell her, I'm listening to you, ma. Then she went forward to say that, oh, other people, let's say for example, in a year, you are supposed to pick a total of 10,000 calls. Now, because every season in the year, from January to December, it's not every time that you have a certain rush. Sometimes you have rush when it's issue with the company's system or the company's website or what have you. Now, this lady said that, oh, in a year I got 7,000 something plus calls, that it is not good enough. And I asked her a question. When she said, I asked her, so what is good enough? She said, oh, for you to have about 9,000. But I asked her, I said, for you to have 9,000 calls, that simply means that you have to have a working system that is 100%. And we know for a fact, since 2020, no one has had a working system. Let me not say 2020, because 2020 was when we all went for lockdown, right? So let's say in 2022, because if we are saying that the battery life of a system is supposed to be 2 years, since 2020, my particular system that I've been using has not been changed. This is 2026. So 5 years and a half, I've been using the same system. So you expect me to function at 100. How? Why? What is the reason? Now, she went forward to say that, oh, you are, when you were in the office, you were outspoken. You stood up for people. I say, yes, I did stand up for myself. But guess what? But because of companies, in quote, policies, it was very difficult for you to come to a certain, let's say, IT team and tell them, oh, my system is this. They was okay, wait. And I told her that since August 2025, I have been sending mails for a new system. And I told her that, do you know what they did? She said no. And I said, okay, this is what I'm going to tell you. They gave me an external keypad to use because my keypad was having issues. I should manage it. Since August 2025, she said, oh. I said, okay. So if you're expecting me to have 100% work with the system I had, it's impossible. And you said to yourself that I'm someone who can easily express herself. So I'm expressing myself constantly in mails, in conversations, and I come to the office on a daily basis. But then again, this is the situation I'm in. Now, mind you, I need you to understand something, that when having this conversation, it has moved from fear of having a honest conversation to just having a honest conversation. Because now I am in a point where if they'll say, oh, die and I die. At this point, whatever I've said or what I'm going to say to her, would it be used against me? Yes, but I've said it. So when it came to a conclusion, after like 20-25 minutes, she said, oh, okay, I've seen what you feel about yourself during the appraisal. I will get back to you. And I ended the call and I cried. Now, the reason why I did cry, because I know that I, for one, have honest conversations. But there was a fear in me at the beginning of this conversation. And I knew for a fact that if I didn't fulfill that Lenten thing of giving out my honest conversation, it will affect my work already. I already have a problem with her being my assigned supervisor for my appraiser. So I called a colleague of mine. I said, oh, so and so. She said, oh, report to the head of supervisors. I said, my mind is telling me not to. Because this woman is a woman that, one, there's something that we do in our company, is if you know that you want to confront somebody on something that you have done or you have said, okay, you tend to record your calls. And for an iPhone user, I don't have an automatic button when I record, except I use someone else's phone, I record, and the person will be on speaker. So I said, I didn't record the conversation I had with her initially. She said, why? I said, because I told my friend, I said, I wanted to have an honest conversation, regardless of the fact that this person has given me PTSD over the years, and have heard of other people having PTSD because of her level of appraising other people for the working year. She said, when my fellow coordinator said something to me, she now said, you know that in 2023, this particular person was told to pay extra money to people she appraised because she underscored them. And she now said, okay, I should report to the head of supervisors. I said, I wasn't going to do that, because now it will be my word, her word against mine. And because she's a supervisor, she has an upper hand to lie. And me too, I can't record my calls because I'm an iPhone user. So she now said, what do I want to do? And I said, fine, I was going to call her back. Now, I know for a fact that in calling her back, this was what's going to happen, was a fear of conflict. Why? Because if she, in her subconscious, wanted to give me a grade B, like I got in 2025, because I'm having a confrontation, an honest conversation based on my own standards with her, she will automatically drop me to a C. And I said, I will regardless have this conversation. So I started with a breathing exercise. Because when you want to have a honest conversation, regardless of fear, you have to, one, steady your nerves. As a customer service representative for 8 years, I know for a fact that when you have irate customers, is when they are shouting and you are shouting, there's no information being passed across. So you have to, first of all, down. They always tell us in the office that when you want to have conversations with an irate customer, have a bottle of water next to you, because you will talk. And you are not just saying, passing across an information. You are passing across one information 10 times, because this person is refusing to adhere to the information that you are giving to them. So I told myself that I am having a honest conversation, regardless of fear, to a customer. Understanding that this woman is my supervisor, but I put her in a range of a customer so that I can be able to, one, express myself, two, defend myself, and three, at the end of the conversation, I will have removed myself from fear to a honest conversation only. So, first of all, I started with small talks. I said, oh ma, I know that we just spoke, but then again, how are you? Because when you called me the first time, you didn't ask me how I was. And she said, oh, okay, that's fine. Then I went forward to say to her, I know that the figures in which you used to appraise me are generically correct. They lack any level of falseness in them, because I work for a company that deals with numbers. But the fact that you spoke to me in a how would I put this? I don't want to use the word of I was uncomfortable with this woman. You used every avenue to put down my spirit. You made sure that if you say one good thing about me, there's a statement she was always using in that first conversation we had. She said, do you know that you could have been a supervisor 5 years ago? And I'm like, I've been in this company 8 years now. So I had potentials for being a supervisor 5 years ago. Why was I not put in the books for it? She said, but you know, you don't really know who and who, so and so. And I'm like, but then again, you had to leave Lagos, because during the whole rent in Lagos is expensive, so I had to go back home. I'm not a married lady, so I have to go back to my father's house. They'll pick me up from there and I'll go to another man's house. So I had to go back home so that I could have free rent, free food, and be comfortable. So she said, especially when I went back home, my work ethic was bad. I wasn't doing this. So she does this. She does one good thing about me and 5 bad things about me. And I'm human. Yes, it will affect my mental health. So when she kept doing this, and I told her that this is what you said about me. These are the things that you now said that I'm doing wrong. She now said, so that's why you called me back. I said, no. I didn't call you back to go one-on-one with you. I called you back for a honest conversation, not as a supervisor to a colleague, now as a human being to a human being. Do you think that the conversations that you had, the conversation that we had a few minutes ago is something that you would like to have with someone that you called, in quotes, your friend. Then she went from, earlier I said that she started speaking for me from tone 3 to tone 8. Now she was a tone 100. So the fact that I heard her banging her table in front of her and screaming my name, how dare me speak to her like that? And I kept quiet. Then, like I said earlier, one of the reasons why we have fear for honest conversation is the fact that we are going to be vulnerable. Because she was screaming, I started crying. And I said, Ma, I do not like the fact that you are screaming at me. No one screams at me. Because first of all, I'm not your child. I called you back not because I have anything against you. I called you back so that I can defeat that fear of having a conversation with you in the future. So I'm having an honest conversation with you now. So when we see in the future, we will not have any enmity between us. And she kept saying, what about how I feel? You that is even crying. And I said, let's take the fact that I am crying, but that does not take away words of truth and sincerity out of my mouth. Then she now went forward to say that, oh, okay, do you know what? If you could have had this conversation after your grade was out, just maybe I'll be willingly available to you. But do you know that you're taking other people's time? And I apologized and I said, fine. She said, and I told her that, okay, fine. Do you know what I'm going to do? We'll end this conversation. Since there is we're not seeing front, we're not seeing back. Let's just end the conversation. But let me state one thing to you, ma. That I respect you, not just because you are my supervisor. I respect you because you are a human being first. So I will advise in the future, please do same to me. She said, do you know that I was even nice to you? Other people that I spoke to, I was not even nice to them. It's because I knew you from when you entered the company. And I'm like, if that is the way you spoke, then I knew that I was losing it. And I told her that if that is the way you speak as a supervisor, then you need to be checked. Because you do not warrant this position in which you have gotten. The reason why you are a supervisor is to, first of all, be empathic with other people, not just your customers, but it be people you work with. Now, like I stated earlier, that in honest conversation, it's not just conversations for the work environment. And it's not also a conversation for familiar people. Now, I was able to have this honest conversation with her, minus the fear, because I knew that I knew her. I knew her name, my surname, I knew how she is, how she dresses, and how she communicates with other people. But what of honest conversations with people that you don't know? People in the bus, when you go to a mall or the cinema, how do you have honest conversations with these people without actually taking them the wrong way, without actually bringing about conflicts with them? Now, this is how I will put it. Like what I wrote here is the fact that accept that in every honest conversation, regardless of fear, you will be uncomfortable. You will have there's no how you want to put it. I do not care who you are having this conversation with a madman, the worst honest conversation you can have is with a toddler. Because you are telling this toddler, my friend, will you drop that thing there? Do you know that if you pick up that knife, it's going to hurt you? I have a toddler at home, my sister's son. He was like, I don't know. Why? No. It's a knife. I said, I'm trying. Yes, sir, it is a knife, but you're not supposed to be holding that. And you're like, okay. In your mind, you're having a honest conversation with a toddler. But being who a toddler is, they will tell you whatever they want to do. They damn the circumstance, damn the results that's going to happen at the end of the day. And when you're having a conversation with a bus conductor, there's one thing that I did for myself when I was looking for a job in Lagos, is the fact that I do not want to take a bus from point A to point B, get to point B, take a bus again to point B to point C, and do that another 4 to 3 times. I told myself that I don't have patience for it. Because sometimes honest conversation, like I stated earlier, will bring about conflict. Conflict is not just exchange of words, it's exchange of blows too. So are you ready to exchange blows with a stranger? No. I'm guessing the answer is no. Especially when you are going to the office and you are corporately dressed, neatly dressed, smelling nice, and you want to exchange words with a stranger. No. Then for a young lady, for a young guy, you go to a supermarket and someone takes you the wrong way and you want to tell the person, oh, look, you did this, I did not like it. You want to have a honest conversation regardless of fear of something. How will you have this conversation? Not to bring about enmity, because in a supermarket, rather, when you go to a supermarket, it's a fact that this person that you're having a conversation with, yeah, will have gone to that supermarket 5-10 times after you have gone. So they will go continuously just like you will go to. So when you are having honest conversations with people, know that you are talking to another person of different ethnic groups. I'm Igbo, this person's Hausa. How have that person lived his life? How has social conflict, social interaction, family gatherings affect that person? So when, first of all, they always tell you that be kind to people because you don't know what they are going through. Yes, but then again, first of all, you have to love like Christ has loved. Because if you don't love like Christ has loved, you will not understand that. You will not understand kindness, basically. Now, the reason why I called my supervisor back is because I understood what love was. Yeah? Because even if we ended at a note that was not in favor of me, I understood that if I didn't express myself, regardless of the fact that I'm afraid to have this honest conversation with her, it will, me as a Christian, it will make me feel as if, I'm going to the altar to go and pray for something. But then again, my heart is all clouded with this woman's thoughts day and night. And leave it or take it. You are a human being. No matter how much you want to live right or righteous, you will always have to put this person in mind some way or the other. So, like I stated, when you are having a honest conversation with a stranger, put yourself first in their shoes and understand that God loves this person. So you will speak with kindness. Like I stated earlier, this my supervisor said, do you know you are the one that I'm speaking to nicer? Other people that I spoke to, I was not nice at all. She didn't understand the love of God. So how else can she express it? But me let's be clear here. I'm not trying to say that I am perfect, because there are situations where I know that people don't like me because of the way I speak. Not because I'm speaking the truth, but because that I was able to point out that this is the truth. Let's have a honest conversation about it, regardless of fear, favor, or bias. So as I round up my speech, I would like us to understand that in having a honest conversation with somebody, you need to put first yourself in their shoes. Second, you make sure that you are in alignment with what. Be clear. These are the points I want to make to this person. Do I want to tell this person that, oh, you did this to me, you didn't do this to me? No. You want to say to the person that I felt that you did this, because social media has given us this in quotes, fear of expressing yourself so that you will not be cancelled. No, if you remove your face from being cancelled and just say that I will say it as it is, but I will be kind to my words. I will be articulate with my words. I will express a level of empathy. Not just because I'm a customer service representative, I understand empathy. No, I understand empathy because first, like I will always say, you are Christian and you are human. So I will be passing the mic to the next speaker, and I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. And hello everyone, my name is Habiba Balogun. I'm an organization effectiveness consultant, I'm an executive coach, I'm a trainer, but I'm here because I'm a social justice activist as well. And I'm here to speak to you all about being a citizen advocate. You know, I've discovered over the years that very few people know what it means to be a citizen advocate. They don't know how, if they even want to be a citizen advocate, they don't know how to do it. I'm sure you've heard of armchair critics, right? People in their homes saying, oh, why is this thing like that? Who is that person? How can they do that? How dare they? But that's the end. It ends in our living rooms, it ends in our kitchens, it ends in our office corridors. Nothing ever happens after that. And for a long time, I was one of you. I was watching what was happening in my country or around the world or in my community, even where I'm working. I'm watching it and commenting, lamenting, blaming, wondering why people don't have common sense, wondering, don't the people know what they're supposed to do? But I never felt that I had to do something about it. Until that fateful day in 2014, April 14 to be specific. I'm sure you know that what day that was, right? That was the day that 276 girls were kidnapped from Chibok School in Borno State, northeast Nigeria. And we heard about it, and we heard some people saying it's not true, it's staged, it's faked. We heard some parents saying my children have gone. We heard some people saying the school was closed. For 2 weeks, nobody really knew what was going on. And then after 2 weeks, it was confirmed. 276 girls were actually around 11 p.m. at night. They were asleep in their beds in their boarding school. Terrorists actually came to the school, and these girls were headed out. The terrorists pretended that they were army officers, that Boko Haram is coming, quick. Herded them. Before they knew what was going on, they realized, these are not soldiers, these are terrorists. And 276 of them were carted away in buses, in cars. Think about nearly 300 people. How will you carry nearly 300 people away? How many people can you fit in a car? How many people can you fit in a van? How many people can you fit in a bus? They carried away 276 girls aged between 14 and 17 in the middle of the night. You can imagine how terrifying that was. And in the course of the journey, 57 of them managed to jump out of the back of the van or the truck and hide in the bush overnight, sleep there overnight. And then in the morning, they now made their way home to their parents, like, see what happened. And that's when the alarm was raised locally. But on the political front, just like now, we have an election was coming up, and people are thinking, you're just trying to make the government look bad. So nobody wanted to believe until the Christian Association of Nigeria came out with the WAEC registration list that showed that, the school was closed, but they had WAEC. If you don't have your WAEC, you cannot go do your JAM. You can't go to university. So they came back to school just to take their exams. And that was when they were carried away. Girls. And I'm not saying girls because boys are not important. If it was 14 to 17-year-old boys, I would be equally concerned. Children, our children, were taken away from a government school. By who? Terrorists. Killers. So I was there sitting down. My children had just finished boarding school. They had been in boarding school for 2 years at that point. And I thought, I asked myself certain questions. I said, if criminals go to my children's school and carry away my children, does that mean nobody will help me get them back? Right? We can't legislate what criminals will do. Criminals commit crimes. Okay? There are criminals in every country. Crimes are committed in every country. But when a crime is committed, what do people do? You pick up the phone, you call who? We call the police. Or in a situation in the northeast where everybody knew that there was terrorism going on, there were attacks going on, schools had been closed, there was curfew, you also call the army. You don't just call the police, you also call the army. You call your governor, you call your local government chairman, you call your traditional ruler, you call anybody of influence that you believe can assist. And all these calls were made, and nothing was done until 2 weeks after the girls had been gone. Now I want you to think about leaving your house and spending one night on the road, spending one night in the bush. You're not camping. You're not under a tent. You don't have water, mosquito repellent, right? All those things to make you comfortable. You haven't packed your food ready to eat. Imagine just being stranded for one night away from home, exposed to the elements. Imagine what that's like. These girls were like that for 14 nights before anybody woke up to realize, hey, apart from their parents, of course, that something had happened to them. And then people are doing, trying to cast blame. And I was thinking like a parent, what if it was my child? What if it was your sister, your brother, your niece, your grandchild? Is this how we're just going to sit there and do nothing and be lamenting in our living rooms? I said, no, it's not possible. So that's the first thing. So if a criminal commits a crime, takes away my child from school, nobody will help me get my child back. The Chibok parents actually pursued the vehicles because you can imagine 300 children carried in trucks and so on. You will see the trucks. You will see the trucks. They actually followed the truck. Their parents. I can't just let my child go now. They followed the trucks. They followed them to where they could see an encampment in the distance. And the local villagers warned them that, don't go near there. If you go there, they have serious firepower. They'll just kill all of you. You better run back and get help. And they ran back to get help and were told we are waiting for instructions from above because our army is federal. Our police is federal. Until the commander-in-chief says go, they cannot go, right? So by the time things were mobilized, the search was mobilized, the girls had been scattered. So I'm not here to talk to you about the Chibok girls, although I'm a member of Bring Back Our Girl, Lagos family. This week is going to be the 12th anniversary of when they were taken, okay? Out of that 276 that were gone, we're now down, the numbers differ, between 75 and 83 of them still have not returned home. The rest have been rescued, or they have been ransomed, or they escaped by themselves. We have good news. 12 of them are graduating this year from university. Some of them have gotten married, some of them have started work. So those who have been liberated, they've been able to, they got psychosocial support for all the trauma they've gone through and so on. They got support to get back into education. They're getting on with their lives. Some of them are running businesses. It's not easy for them, okay? It's not easy for them. They don't come from rich families. So they are still struggling. They are still hustling like the rest of us Nigerians. But they are okay. So I'm not here to talk to you about the Chibok girls because since 2014, when that happened, many of us had never heard of kidnapping. Many of us did not know anybody who had been kidnapped. How many of us can say today that we don't know somebody who has been kidnapped? Or doesn't know brother or sister or father or mother or grandparent of somebody who has been kidnapped, right? So since then, kidnapping has become almost like a criminal industry. And the terrorism, the school abductions also haven't stopped. Since then, many more children, even university students, have been kidnapped from their schools. So I'm not here to talk about that. What am I here to talk about? I'm here to talk about what we can do as citizen advocates. So what did I do? I said, so nobody will do anything. Then I asked myself another question. Isn't government aware of what their job is? So do you know what government's job is? Right? Government's job is to provide the safety and security of the lives and the property of all its citizens. That's the basic. That's the basic. The other job of government is to provide what citizens need, what citizens want, and what citizens demand. So, what citizens need? Many citizens assume government knows what we need. We need safety and security. We need education. We need quality healthcare, quality education. We need quality healthcare. We need power. We need electricity. We need good roads, right? They say, government must know what we need now. How about what citizens want? What do citizens want? Citizens want a certain quality of life. Citizens want opportunity. Doesn't matter where you come from or whether your economic background, whether your parents were wealthy or not wealthy. Citizens want opportunity. Citizens want to be free to go anywhere in this country, anywhere in the world. They want to be able to hold that Nigerian passport and go anywhere in the world and be respected, right? So there are lots of things we want, and not all citizens want the same thing, right? So government is supposed to provide all of that as well. And government is also supposed to provide what citizens demand. Government is also supposed to provide what citizens demand. And that is where, in my personal opinion, we haven't done so well in Nigeria. Because we assume they know what we need. We assume they know what we want. But we don't really demand anything from government. How do you demand something from government? You demand something from government by sitting in your sitting room and complaining. Is that how to make a demand of government? How do you demand something from government? You write them letters. How many of you have written, raise your hand if you have written a letter to government, or you know somebody who has written a letter to government, please raise your hand, right? I know every time I go somewhere and I ask, hardly anybody. Have you written a letter to government? No. Have you written a petition? Have you contacted other citizens and tell them to please sign? This thing is not okay. You must put this in place, right? This is what we want. We will not agree for this. It doesn't have to be a written petition. It can be an online petition. There's a platform called change.org. You can go to change.org and initiate a petition. You can do that. You can go to your representative, your local government representative, your Senate representative here in your state or at federal and say, this is what we want, this is our demand, and I've got a petition here signed by many citizens, it's not just me. That's the other way we can make demands of government. Another way we can make demands of government is to protest. We can join other citizens and march very peacefully, non-violently. We can march to where they are sitting, making decisions for us, making policies for us, and have our placards, have our banners saying, this is what we demand. This is what we want, and we're not going to let you rest until you give us what we demand. Why do citizens have power? Why do we have power to demand certain things from government? That government should give us what we need, government should give us what we want, government should give us what we demand. Where does our power come from? Again, many citizens are not aware of that. There is only a government because there are citizens. There's only a government because we have decided there are some things that we need to be comfortable and have a good quality of life that we cannot provide for ourselves on our own. So let's create an authority to help us provide those things. And in return for providing those things to us, it's a reciprocal thing. You give us what we want, we will give you the resources to carry it out. It's a social contract, right? What do we give up so that government will give us what we need, what we want, and what do we demand? We give up certain things. We give up some of our freedom. I cannot just go and urinate anywhere I like. That's freedom now. Freedom is I can go anywhere I want, do anything I like. That is freedom. I'm allowing government to constrain me. I've given up some of my freedom. Government can tell me, this is where you can go to the toilet, this is where you can live, this is where schools can be, this is where, etc., etc., etc. Okay? You can drive up to 100 kilometers per hour. You cannot drive more than that. I have a car that can drive 200 kilometers per hour. Why can't I drive at that speed? I'm free after all. So I've given up my freedom to do exactly what I like. You have to stop at a traffic light. Why? I've given up my freedom to stop at that traffic light. You have to pay some taxes, some of your income, some of your profit. You have to pay me some of it so that I can provide safety for you, so that I can provide security for you, so that I can provide health care for you, quality health care, quality education, power to power your businesses, power to power your homes, good roads, arenas, sports arenas, concert arenas, so that you can have a good quality lifestyle, you can enjoy yourselves, right? You can go out at night and not be afraid. You can travel anywhere in the country, right? So I've given up certain freedoms to government. I've allowed government to tell me what I can do and I cannot do. In return for those things I need from government, I want from government, and I demand from government. We are their employers. Government is there because of the citizens. So if we are employers, imagine you're an employer, you have an employee. You tell the employee, I'm employing you as facility manager. Your job is to make sure this place is clean, the generator is always working, there's always diesel has been supplied, etc. And after that, you've employed the employer. You don't talk to the employer again. You don't ask the employer for anything. You don't tell the employer, this is what I need. Your employee, you don't tell your employee, this is what I need. You don't tell your employee, this is what I want. You don't demand a certain standard. You don't tell your employee, this is your job, this is how the standard to which you must do it. And when your employee is not doing the job that you employed them to do, you just leave them and you're sitting down inside, oh, this is my staff. My staff is not doing their work. Staff is not cleaning, there's no diesel, generator is not working, oh, this life is too hard. In fact, I'm going to leave this compound. Are you going to leave this compound? It's your compound. You are the one who employed that facility manager to manage your facility. The facility manager is not doing his or her job. And then will you abandon your property? You will not. What will you do? What will you do? You will insist. And make the person sit up. You will insist. And if the person cannot do the job that you employed them to do, you will sack them. That is the situation we're in as citizens that many Nigerians don't realize. So why don't Nigerians realize that we are the employers? The government are our employees. They are there to do a job. If they don't do the job, they should leave or we will sack them. Why don't many Nigerians understand that? They don't understand that because, and this is from me talking to them, this is not my own idea, this is from me talking to them. They are tired. They are hungry. They are struggling. You know, that when you are struggling, they said hungry man is an angry man. But honestly speaking, a hungry man or a hungry woman cannot think very well. Okay? Majority of them are poor. When you are poor, is a poor person, where is a poor person going to find a letter, paper, pen to write a letter to local government? Where are they going to find transport to go to Ministry of whatever it is in their state government secretariat, right? Where do they even know to start to find a lawyer? And there are free lawyers. We have the National Human Rights Commission, we have Legal Aid Council, we have Office of Public Defender, we have many NGOs and CSOs that offer free legal services. Where would you even have the mental energy to think about where to go to find free legal services? And then the majority of our citizens, any day they don't work, they don't eat. Any day they don't work, they don't eat. So I should leave my work and feeding myself and feeding my family to go and spend all day in a local government office or in state government secretariat trying to get government. So even time to engage government is a luxury for people who are poor, for people who are hungry, for people who are struggling. And that is why for a nation to develop, we need our middle class and upper class or elite or whatever you want to call them. We need them to speak for the people who cannot leave what they are doing to go and demand what they want. We need the people who can afford to spend half a day away from work writing letter, who have ink and they have a printer and they have a computer or they have a smartphone, right? They have data, they have credits to make calls. We need the people in that position to get up and advocate. And we're not even saying, okay, I'm a very unselfish, generous person. I don't think about myself at all. I only think about other people. Okay, why should I speak for them? You know, I have my own issues. Do you know what? Many of your issues are the same issues that these other people have. If you solve your own issues for yourself, you are solving issues for all those other people as well. So we called it enlightened self-interest. You can be selfish in an enlightened way so that you are not the only one who benefits. Other people benefit as well. Many people travel by air in Nigeria. You get to the airport, many of our flights are delayed. Do you know that if your flight is delayed, you have rights? You have rights. And every Nigerian airport has a desk, a complaint desk. I went there once when my flight was delayed for 3 hours. You can tell I'm a troublesome person, right? So all these things I'm telling you to do, I've done them, right? So my flight was delayed for 3 hours. I went to the complaints desk and I said, look, it said there you have rights. Is your flight delayed for more so and so? I said, yes, my flight has been delayed. So and so airline, what can you do about it? They said, great, please fill this form. They brought out a pad with many forms in it. It looked new. The pad looked new. I said, okay. I sat down. It was a long form, but I filled the form. And when I gave it to the person behind the desk, the person said, thank you. This is a government official. I said, thank you. I said, why are you thanking me? He said, you are the first person to fill the form. How long have you been here? Over 1 year. I'm the first person to fill. Nobody complains officially. We only complain and shout at the counter. What do you mean? I have a meeting. I have a wedding to attend and you are delaying my something. I'm going to miss my event. Da, 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 da. Nobody complains officially. He said I was the first person. And so I go to my local government, where I live, where I used to live. The gutters were dirty. At one point the gutters were dirty. We could see some tadpoles. We could see some green stuff there. And then some of the local children were playing in these gutters. And I looked at my husband. I spoke to my husband. I said, these children will get sick. Those gutters are not okay for whatever. He said, what do you want to do about it? I said, aren't they supposed to clean the gutters? And then gutters that are full of water like that, you can imagine mosquitoes breed in standing water. So I said, okay, let me write to the local. I went to the local government. They said I have to write. So I went back. I wrote a letter to the local government about the gutters, because you can tell I love children, right? I love children a lot. So that moved me. Seeing little children at risk was what moved me. Even if I'm not bothered myself walking down the road, the gutter is smelling, I was moved by the potential plight of little children. So I wrote a letter. So and so the gutters on so and so streets, they are unhygienic, and I sent it in. And I said, well, I have done what I can. Unless I'm going to go out, call my neighbors, go out together, we will now start physically cleaning the gutters by ourselves. Unless I'm going to do that. Do you know, a week later, a whole, what they call a cavalcade, landed on our street. Different vehicles, different machinery, different sprays, chemicals. From who? From where? The local government. They had all the machinery to keep our gutters clean. And they cleaned the gutters. I said, really? We've been concerned about street lights. So I was living in an area, an old part of Lagos Island. They had street lights, but none of the street lights worked. I now put pen to paper to complain about the street lights. Next thing I knew, street lights repaired. Next thing I saw a pothole. I put pen to paper. Pothole. Next thing I knew, a big thing came. They poured the asphalt. They put the roller over it. I said, what's going on? Every day people are complaining about government. I mean, we only complain about federal government. Even if we have a pothole on our street, we complain about the federal government, right? But it's supposed to be the local government. Local primary healthcare center. It's supposed to be local government, but we only look at state government. I said, what's going on? So I visited the local government chairperson. I said, why is everybody complaining that you're not doing your job? I wrote you letters, you guys came, you whatever. They said nobody ever complained to them. That I was, my own was the first letter that they have received. So you can see, I'm creating a lot of firsts. I was the first person to fill that form, the Federal Aviation Authority of Nigeria complaints form. I was the first person to write a complaint letter to my local government about something happening on my street. And when I wrote the letter, something happened. Then a friend of ours was elected to National Assembly as our local representative. And we were congratulated the friend, good, please go there or represent us or all that sort of stuff, right? No problem. And then one day I had to go to Abuja for something. And I told my friend, I'm coming to Abuja and so on. He said, would you like me to send a car to meet you? I said, send a car to meet me. Is that your job? He said, look, I'm there as your representative. I'm supposed to be there serving our constituents, I said, but don't the constituents tell you what they want? He said, nobody comes to their office. Nobody asks them for anything. That at best, people they know, or businessmen and women, will go to them to see what government contract they can get. Or somebody does something wrong, they are in trouble with the police, somebody will contact them to help them. You have done something wrong, okay? It's not that you are a victim, you've done something wrong. The people go to them to say, please, can you use your influence as a legislator to get me out of trouble? Said, apart from that, nobody writes them about anything. So what are they representing us in Abuja for? Are they not supposed to be, aren't we supposed to send them to get federal funds and federal attention for the issues in our community? When I say in your community, starting with your street, starting with your neighbors, your local school, your local police office, a police station, your primary health care center. Starting with that. Meanwhile, we are busy writing on social media about things that are happening in other countries, far away. Because most of these government agencies now, they have social media accounts. So if we can't write a letter, we can at least send them a post. So and so is happening on so and so street. Can you do something about it? It's your job. You're earning a salary. You have appropriated money every month to give you enough money to take care of these issues that citizens need, that citizens want, even if they don't demand. So being a citizen advocate means that you have to do a lot more demanding. You have to do a lot more demanding. And there are many other ways that you can demand. As a citizen in Nigeria, anything that's happening anywhere in Nigeria by a government agency, do you know they are our employees? So any information about government, it's our information. There's something called the Freedom of Information Act. We can send a letter to any ministry, department, and agency of government at federal, state, or local government and ask them to show us evidence of what they are doing with our money or what they did in so and so case or so and so case. It's called Freedom of Information Act. We have a right to ask them, and they must tell us because they are the employees and we are the employers. Okay? Where does government have power over us? Government has power over us where we have given them power. We've given them power to secure us. I need police because I don't want my neighbor to be able to come and rob my house and I can't do anything about it. I need police because I don't want a stranger to come and beat me up, or as a woman or as a child to rape me, and there's nothing I can do about it just because he or she is stronger than me. So I've given the government power to police me and the rest of us. So they have power over us for that. And the same thing, if a foreigner from another country comes, an aggressor from another country comes, right? I can't fight them off myself. Do I have weapons? Do I have the knowledge? I don't have any of that. So we need soldiers. We need an armed forces to fight off aggressors. So we've given them power over us for that. for our safety and for our security. Police to protect us and serve us in our communities, because police is not only for protection. If you need help in certain areas, you can also go to police for that. And the army to fight off aggressors against all of us. But in every other area, we have power over government if we demand it, if we exercise it. So, what is the way of exercising power that everybody talks about the most? You know it now. We're talking about voting, the ballot box. And citizens don't understand the power. Think that voting, that's your voter's card. Getting up, leaving your house, walking to your polling station, casting your vote. It does not matter who you cast your vote for, but casting it. If you cast it, nobody else can go and cast it on your behalf. If you don't cast it, somebody else may be able to go and cast your vote. We all know now, and identity fraud and things like that go on, right? Even online, they go on. So that voter's card is your ability to sack your employee. Let's go back to that facility manager example. Your employee is not doing their job. That voter's card is your ability to sack your employee. But many Nigerian citizens don't use that power that they have. Why? Because you have allowed yourself to be brainwashed that your vote does not count. Yeah? You've allowed yourself to be brainwashed. They are doing it deliberately. They're doing it deliberately. So please, you know they say in social media that make sure you register an account in every social media platform so that nobody else can register your name, right? And start using it. Even if you're not going to use it, make sure you register an account. That's the same thing with your voter's card. Even if you don't like the 2 choices or 3 choices before you, please go and vote for the best of the bad choices, if that's what is confronting you. If you have a choice that you really like, go and vote for that. Don't buy the misinformation that your vote does not count. You cannot vote twice. One person cannot vote twice in any of our election mechanisms. One person cannot vote twice. So if you have voted, nobody else can vote for you. But if you decided to stay at home and say, my vote does not count, somebody else may be able to deploy your vote. So that's another way that you can be a citizen advocate. Okay? And even if you don't know much about the candidates, and I wish you would, there's a website you can go to. It's called RSVP. Go to RSVP. It's by Enough is Enough Nigeria. You can find out who your reps are. You can find out who the candidates are for every party, etc., etc. Just do a Google search on the candidates. It will tell you about them. Click on news. It will tell you any scandal around them, and then you can decide, I'm not voting for this one. No. I'm voting for that one. But you really need to do that. The second thing you can do as a citizen advocate is document. And I love millennials and Gen Zs, because any small thing, they have brought out their phone, they are recording, right? But you document, whether it's recording, whether it's taking picture of documents, whatever it is, and you send it to the relevant agency or you publicize it with a demand. With a demand. This is what I want you to do about this thing. Don't just post. That's just information. You have to say what you want to see happen as a result. If we look at the NSAS protest, they did a fantastic job at protesting. They actually made some demands as well. When it was time to negotiate, there were no leaders for the government to negotiate with. So sometimes, some of us have to be able, as citizen advocates, we have to be ready to step forward and put ourselves forward. And very few people do that. So why do very few people become open, active, visible citizen advocates? Why? Because it's risky. Because it's risky. But can I tell you something? I know of a family, and this is a true life story. I know of a family who stepped out of their house for church. The father locked the gate. The father, husband, I think it was 3 children, stepped out of their compound, locked the gate. They were in front of their gate, waiting for a taxi to take them to church. and their street is off a major highway. Let's say Apapa or Shiki Highway or somewhere like that, a major expressway. And on that day, there was a truck plying that highway. And one of the wheels of that truck, one of those 12-wheelers, detached, rolled off the highway, turned down their street, and hit them in front of the gate of their compound. I think 3 of the 5 died. 3 of them. And this is a real life story. It happened a long time ago, and probably my brain probably blocked it out. So, standing outside your gate, minding your business, you can die. Right? Coronavirus showed us anywhere somebody just breathes on you, you can be gone. You have a health issue you don't know. If at any day that you wake up, you just say, God, thank you for waking me up this morning. Because so many people go to bed and they don't wake up. More these days than before. Sudden death syndrome in adults is becoming, they say there are some things that happening health-wise that people are not aware of. And people are just dying suddenly. Okay? Many things can kill you. You can be driving, you can be in a bus. The bus can be involved in a car accident. You can die. You can be in a plane. God forbid, something happens, crashes. It has happened in our country before, right? You can be at work and some crazy person comes in with a gun and you're sitting next to the person wanted is angry with. So life is risk. That's what I'm just trying to say. Life is risk. But we still get up and live our lives every day. Do we just say I'm not going to step out of my house because if I step out, some people are getting into their bathroom or their shower, they slip, they fall, they bang their head, and what happens? Okay, you're walking down the stairs, fall. So there's risk inside your home, there's risk outside your home. So yeah, becoming a citizen advocate is risky. It's risky. But there are some safeguards to that risk. You can make sure that you only post on social media after you have finished your event, so people don't know where you are exactly. You can make sure that you moderate your language. You are not targeting anybody. You are making a demand based on a social need, something you need and other people need. So you make it objective. You respect people's sensitivities. People are really sensitive about where they come from, about their religion, about certain beliefs. Those things have nothing to do with what government is supposed to do for us. So please, respectful language, respecting people's cultural beliefs, respecting people's religious beliefs, all of that will make you less of a target. And then know that life is risky. So you take care to keep yourself safe as much as possible. So, other thing we need to do too is insist that government makes it easy for us to contact them. So if you are in trouble, you can dial 112 in Nigeria, right? And somebody answers. If you dial 112, please don't just dial them without an emergency. But if you dial, somebody will answer. They'll ask you, is it police? Is it ambulance? Is it fire? You know? And there's been a lot of development. There has been a lot of improvements. But don't say, nobody will come. Please, let us just try and do self-help. Don't do that, because we're paying them a salary to come to our aid. And the other thing you need to do is remember that, as I mentioned, there are free agencies there to support you, to protect you. Sarah does a lot of citizen litigation, and cases against government. Legal Aid Council of Nigeria is all over the country in every local government. I've had people come up to me saying they need legal help, they can't afford it. I just went onto the website, Legal Aid Council, so and so local government. I found the address, I found the telephone number, I phoned them. I said there's a lady here whose ex-husband is trying to collect her property. He left her. After he left her, she was able to buy some property and build one small house. He now came back with another wife and said that he wants to collect her property. And he's stronger than her. She can't fight him off. So I just called. I said, this situation. He said, okay. Send her to my office. She went to his office. They followed her. This legal aid council was near here. They followed her to Ojo local government. They didn't say, let's call our Ojo local government one. They followed her and solved the case and warned the guy that if you try it, you know, this was going to happen to you. And there's Office of Public Defender. So there are many people who can never get this information that I'm telling you now. But you speak to them. They are your street sweepers, they are your domestic staff, they are any vulnerable person that you meet. When they tell you their story, you can quickly check who can help this person, a person in this kind of situation. You can give them access to that service with just a phone call or an SMS message. Government has a whole administration set up. In Nigeria, we have a whole administration set up to meet citizens' needs, to meet citizens' wants, to meet citizens' demands. It's for us as citizens to play our part, not just to pay tax, no, to make demands of all these agencies, starting with your local government agency. So I'm going to end by asking you whether you have visited certain offices. How many of you have visited a police station? Okay, I hope it's not because they carried you. Okay, you should definitely visit police stations. When there's no emergency, visit them, greet them, right? Let them know what's going on, things that maybe they should pay attention to, things that they should check. In a non-crisis situation, the police really is your friend. They are there to protect us. And when they can, they do the right thing. Okay? How many of you have visited your local government secretariat or LCDA secretariat? How many of you? Okay. Only, oh, no. Okay, not for youth service. Apart from youth service. Very few people. Local government is responsible for everything that gives us quality of life in our homes. It's not the president. It's your local government. And now, if you didn't know it before, local governments are collecting their money straight from the federal account. They cannot say the governor stepped on their money. They have the money. They get a lot of money. How much they get, if you just Google it on social media, it will tell you how much they got each month. So I suggest for you, when you find out when are they going to receive the alert, then the next day, the day after they're supposed to receive the alert, you now go and visit them and say, I know you have received the money. This particular, yeah, they're supposed to do that. They're supposed to spray to make sure mosquito population is under control, so we don't get malaria anytime we are out at night. Young people like to go out at night, sit outside. You cannot sit comfortably because of, mosquitoes. How many of you have visited your state secretariat? Any ministry, department or agency in your state secretariat? Meanwhile, they are responsible for a lot of the things that can put us in trouble, or that we are supposed to do, licenses, permits, etc. Noise complaints, that one is LASEPA, right? Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency. Things like that, okay? They are there to serve you. And you know what? The state governments are trying. They have these performance improvement programs. They have something called Servicom. They are trying to make sure that when citizens come, they don't have to spend the whole day there. They are trying to become more efficient. But you know what? If nobody is making demands of them, why should they? If you have schools and the teachers are not turning up in school, they need to be aware. They don't have eyes everywhere. They need intelligence from us. So at the least, as a citizen advocate, the least thing you can do, inform authorities about things going on that they might not be aware of. Take those pictures, somebody driving one way, somebody, doing what they're not supposed to do. That's the least, informing them. The best is making your demands. Demands that we're going to make your own life better, and in making your own life better is going to make the life of your neighbors, your community members, and your fellow citizens better as well. All right, so at that point, so please, I'm looking forward to seeing radical change in Nigeria, because so many of us have now become citizen advocates. And I'm also looking forward to an end to insecurity in Nigeria. No more abductions, no more kidnappings, and all the rest of it. So wish you all well, and I'm going to hand over to our next speaker.
All right, thank you very much, Ma. That's an enlightening one from you. As me, I'm not the next speaker. I would have loved to ask you this question, Ma. Can you hear me? Yeah, I'd have loved to ask you this question. Is she hearing me? Ma, okay, let me ask the question. I hope she hears me later or some other time. And the question is simple. The same way we're being taught civic education in school, right? Is there a way the government can actually incorporate, the kind of subjects that even from secondary school we know the things we can actually request for? Yeah, not another subject. Maybe they add it to civic education somehow. I don't know. She's not hearing me. Okay, let me go straight to my topic. Important. Yes, but I'll start with this story. I'll start with the story of a young man. Let me say a young man in Nigeria. His name is Daniel. Daniel is like every one of us seated here. He has dream, he has vision, he has business idea. He has a lot of innovation running through his mind. And as every wise person would do, he puts everything to pen. Like you put everything on paper. Every of his idea, well lined, well structured, well written on paper. But years after years, when you keep looking at it, it's just as if he's on his spot. He's not making any progress. He's not making any progress. And over time, when his friends actually take the plan or his diary from him and they go through, they'll be like, wow, you'll be a very successful person. You have all your future planned out. You have business idea. You have different innovation running through your mind. But we will look at them and he will just smile. He will smile. But he had this one routine, like this constant routine. Whenever he opens his system or he opens his diary, whenever he's going through it. And that routine is, even as he keeps going through his vision, checking his business idea, checking his innovative idea and every other things he has actually desired to do, there's always this inner voice telling him that, oh, you won't achieve this thing. Do you even have the resources? Can you even do it? Can someone like you even achieve this height? And over times, whenever those thoughts actually creeps his heart, he just try to ignore it, or he just try to watch a video or just suppress it in any way. And over time, he just keeps suppressing it, Then an opportunity surface, what I call an opening for manifestation. He actually puts in for the job opportunity, and it was among the lucky few that was invited for interview. When he was invited for interview, he went prepared, even much more prepared than he has always been. Have everything well structured, dressed well. He was even the first person to get to the place of the interview. Now he was the first person. But getting there first, after some hours, the place was fully open. Other candidates came in, about 50 of them. And as the first person, he was being asked, so come and be the first person to be attended to. He said no, that every other person should go in, he will join later. Why? Because the spirits keep telling him that, oh, your idea would not be accepted, no one will invest in this idea, it's just foolish, is this, is that. And while the fifth person went in to be interviewed, he was still, fighting within himself. Can I really do this? Will investor really want to listen to me? Will anyone even want to, fund this idea? And as always, it was like, instead of me going and making a fool of myself, why don't I just leave this place and don't even try at all? And before, the workers could come out and check, oh, where is the first person that said he still wants to wait? Let's check him. Where is Daniel? He has used the door. He has used the door. And that's why today I'll be talking on this. Success is first an act before it becomes an act. I'll repeat it again. I know some of us are not listening. Success is first an act before it becomes an act. So before you can actually act in alignment to that goal, that dream, that vision you want to pursue, there must be a place in your heart, a place of conviction that you can really see, oh, this thing, I can really attain it. I can really achieve it. Imagine the two first twins that actually believe that, oh, man can fly. It sounds foolish, right? I could imagine them telling someone that I have this idea. You know how many people would have talked them out of it. But imagine they were not convicted in their dream enough. Imagine they were not convicted enough that this thing can really, really work. can really work. So some of us, we've not really attained that act, we've not really achieved that aim we want, not because it's not achievable, but because we don't believe it's possible for someone like us. You don't believe it's possible. You know, sometimes when you go for night reading, you see some other students, they just believe, they actually come there, they came there too to read just like you, but somewhere in their mind they believe that even for the fact they are yet to read, they only want to prepare for a C or a D. Let me just pass and go. Why? Because over time they've had this word, they have the record. Or I see someone, he has not really read though, and he knows tomorrow, next week is exam, not out of irresponsibility, but the guy is so confident because he has a level of track of what excellent results. He's so confident that by before that next week he would have covered the scheme. Why? There have been someone reading from the beginning of the semester, reading, and still he's still performing what in a very average way. So success begins in the act before it becomes what? An act. So if you don't believe it, you can't manifest it. If you can't internalize it, you can't what? You can't reflect it. So sometimes it's not even about doing. Why don't you just sit down and, you know, keep track, check again, can I really achieve it? And that's why one of the greatest teachers that ever walked the earth once said, he said, a man that wants to build an house should first of all sit down and count the cost. Will I really be able to complete this house? So it's not about you just running, let's do this thing. No. Rather than just running to do something, just sit down first and count the cost. Can I really do this? Can I really achieve this? Because at that point you come to a consensus with your inner man. So even before somebody is rising and telling you that, oh, Aya, you can't achieve this, you've already ironed that in your mind, you've already ironed that in your heart. So before an internal body, before an external body can overcome you, they have to overcome the internal man within you. You know, I've discovered something over time. I stayed in I'm actually serving in Badagry, for instance, and sometimes for me to go to the local government I have to leave the border. It's more like almost like a 40-minute distance actually, because I'm actually at the border, which means my accommodation is not in Nigeria. So what I'm saying that to say that if I want to leave the border now to my to local government, it's about 40 minutes on bike. And over time, before leaving the work, I'll just be like, I'm not giving this bike lane more than 800 naira. If you don't take 800 naira, forget it. And it's two ways though, because even if they want to take less than 800 naira, because I've already said 800 naira, if there's a way the man will just tell me I will not price again. Why? Because I already have a predefined decision. So even if he wants to cheat me, it will be better for him to cheat me that way. So I say that to say that irrespective of, if there's a level of conviction you can have in your dream that people can easily talk you out of it. Why? Because you've not really built that confidence enough in it. You've not really built that conviction enough in it. So before chasing any goal, before chasing any of your dream, be rooted and grounded in it first. Sit down and count the cost. Can I really achieve this thing? Can I really attain this thing? Because if you really fight all of these things, it will be very hard for anyone to just talk you out of it. Sit down and count the cost. Can I really achieve this thing? You know, I was watching an interview when the father, you could call him father of AI, because he was actually the one that bets what we see today as AI. And when they asked him this question, he said the first time he actually thought of it was the father. You just imagine that, can there be a machine that will think like human, that will respond like human, and that will also learn like human. That was all he had. A machine that will think like human, respond like human, and also teach like human. That was all he had. He said over time he began to discuss it with some of his friends that are tech enthusiastic, but they didn't believe in him. But at least he believed in himself, and he stayed long enough. Because sometimes until your dream gets manifest, people will not follow you. They won't believe in you. They won't. But if you've not really built strong conviction, that's why sometimes when you have a dream, don't go out and start talking about it. Build conviction in it first, so people don't talk you out of it. Because at that point in time, they can't see that version of you. They can't really see the fullness of that potential. Or until you have a level of results, that's, oh yes, I know it to be possible. Yes, I know it to be possible. But initially, nobody believed in you. Initially, it was as if you were saying what is not possible. So sit down and count the cost. Because success is first a art before it becomes what? An act. Success is first a art before it becomes what? An act. You know, and I'm not saying this in isolation actually. I'm not saying this in isolation. Someone like Abat Bandura once talks about self-efficacy. And when we talk about self-efficacy simply means that point whereby you believe you can actually achieve what you said to do. You know, there are some people, they believe some people can achieve some things, but they don't believe them they can achieve it. If it's yes, now I know him, now that guy is a scholar. I know him from secondary school, he's a scholar. But for themselves, they don't believe they can achieve it. They will say, if you are the one going, I will support you, I will do that, I will do everything it takes to make sure you succeed. But themselves, they don't believe they themselves can do it. Right? Maybe because of bad experience, because their parents has, said some words to them over time. Or it can even be their friends that just shut them up anytime they want to express themselves. They just say, oh, you can't do it, you can't achieve this thing. You're this student, so you're this student. There's something I've come to realize over some certain, like this person, the grandfather, the person they call father of AI. Do you believe his generation, let me say, down to his great grand, like to the 4th generation backward now, they have a track record of breaking, like inventing things, like that will be used worldwide. I think the first female also to be an engineer was from his lineage. So he has a level of, I don't know if you're getting what I'm saying. So somehow, even when he had that idea and he learned that his great grandfather, his great grandmother were the first to invent some certain things, he was not surprised. He was not surprised to chase his goal because he had the foundation that, then if I'm having this, then it means it's possible too. And the same way, that's the way some other family or some other generation has a level of what? A level of failure. That even whenever they share the idea with their parents or with their guardian, they will tell them that this family, nothing good has ever come out to. Yes. That's some family. The same way some people are like, okay, this wealth is for us. We are born into it. That's where some people are thinking that our own is just to drive bicycle or to have one room. That's why some children, they never imagine they can actually build a duplex or something. Let me just have one room, it's okay. That's how some people's mind is, and you can't blame them. But it's because of exposure over time. So they believe it's possible for some people, but they don't believe it's possible for them. That's the first one I'm starting with. That's about self-efficacy, which Abat Bandura actually spoke about. So I say that to say that before you can actually manifest any of your goal, manifest any of your dream, reflect that success, you must come to that point whereby indeed you believe you can do it. You believe you can what? You can actually live it out. Because until you believe that, you just have a desire that truly you want to act. You want to really express out the effort. But every time you try to act, you just see yourself not making commensurate what? Progress. Because it's as if you are working it's like a friction. You are trying to do something physically, but your heart is against it. And that's why some people, they failed an interview not because they don't know what to say, but because they can't say what they know what to say. I don't know if you get. They can't just say. They can't just, because there's how, I remember there was a course I had in, was it 211 now? It's an oral. It's normally a theory course, but second test, the lecturer just decided that okay, people just do what? Presentation. And whenever a course is presentation like that, for me, it's just a plus. Even if I don't prepare, it's just a plus. And that day, since it was a group work, I didn't really prepare. I was like, every other team should be able to should just prepare. Now I didn't really read. But when I saw that, I seen it's becoming serious, I just went through it. It's a general class actually. I just went through it while in the hall. I went through it and I just said, okay, I'm going to present for my team because I don't want any flubbed. So when I came out and prepared, it was as if I've even been reading, and I didn't read the material initially. I've not even read it. But the lecturer was really wild with the level of confidence and exposure at which I presented it. That even if I was not saying the right thing, because I got everybody's attention, the man was just like, wow, this is already an A. From the test, was like, it's already an A with the course. Why? So even that's why, to some certain extent, if you're not even confident enough, if you are not really sure enough about the idea, but you're confident enough, you can buy everybody in the room. Yes. You can. You see some foolish people, they really believe so much in their foolishness that even everyone in the just went along with them, because at that time you own them. So it's important, but for you to really do this is because over time I really believe that, oh, this thing I've done it over and over. It's in secondary school, it's in university. I've done it for some level of what consistency, and I've seen results in it. So that even when I know I was not prepared, I was still confident in myself. I was still confident. So you have to really set to it, knowing whether success begins what in the arts before it becomes what an act. And that way you'll not be working against yourself. You'll not be trying to act something that is not real in your art. Another thing I want to talk about there is, Carol Wick once said something. He said that people with fixed mindset, the reason people with fixed mindsets, the challenge they have is not really because they don't want to move or go above that limit, but because their mindset is already what? It's already fixed. So irrespective of the possibility you are telling them, this thing is actually achievable, this thing can actually be attained, but their mind is already fixed. And sometimes if your mind don't expand, you can't really expand in life. Because it's like, how will I put it now? It will act as a reactive force, acting against whatever you are doing. Acting against whatever you are doing. Because your mind or your heart is just like a machine behind the scene that is dictating to you what is possible. That is even defining experience for you, because two people might have the same experience, and when the other person is seeing possibility, you are seeing impossibility. Why? Because there's a way your heart is interpreting the situation. There's a way your heart is interpreting the situation. So you began to say, for individual, if you ever progress, if you ever have a level of progressive success, then you must be an individual with what? With growth mindset. Because imagine, just as I said earlier, the father of AI. There had never been any machine that thinks like human. There have never been any machine that responds like human. There have never been any machine that acts like human. But even for the fact he's thinking that and he's able to, how will I put it, to internalize it in his heart, it takes a level of what? Confidence. It takes a level of growth mind. That because he's trying to think. See, we've gotten to that point whereby don't think within the box or outside the box. Don't think that way. Think without the box. Yes, because for some certain things, don't let there be box around anyway. Just think without it. Because for that kind of man, how do you imagine? And now we having those machine now can even communicate with you like human. Why? Because there was somebody that decided to think without the box, not within, not outside, without it. Because you have to really understand the level of dominion human have actually experienced. To this extent, the level of dominion we have on earth is dependent on how far we've actually enlarged our mind. If we can enlarge our mind for more, we will experience more. We will experience more. So there's nothing that you might look at whatever you are doing now as small. But why don't you enlarge your mind? Enlarge your mind. Enlarge your mind. When you enlarge your mind, you see other possibility other individuals are not seeing. So success does not begin with acting or with doing. It begins with you sitting down and really believing that I can really achieve this thing. I can really do this thing. I can really do this thing. And this also leads me to some of the reasons why some individuals don't really have success in every of their goal or any of their pursuits. The reason why some individuals don't attain success in any of their goal or any of their pursuits. And the first reason I'm having here is lack of conviction, just as I've been saying earlier. They lack conviction. They don't even believe in it. And why you don't believe in why will you expect me to even invest in it? Why you don't believe in it? Why do you even expect me to encourage you to believe in it? Because you own the idea. You're the one that bring the idea. So you should be able to prove to me that this thing can actually be achieved. This thing can actually work. So if you don't believe in it, then you don't expect me to believe in it too. Because if the blind lead the blind, the both of them will lead what? We'll just fall into a ditch. You can't be blind and I'm blind. No. We'll just fall. So at least let it be that you are seeing what I'm not seeing. And that alone will keep you going. That alone would make you know, okay, this thing is not only possible, but what? It's achievable. Because some of us, we believe something is possible. We don't believe we can achieve it. We believe it's possible, but we don't believe we can really manifest it. So success is first begins in the act before it becomes what? An act that you express. And the second thing you have to understand is what? You have to pursue your vision clearly. You have to pursue it clearly. So when I mean you, and that point of me talking about it begins in your heart is a lot actually. You know, sometimes imagine the fact, let's go back to the father of AI now. When you actually think of creating a machine that can think like human, respond like human, and act like human, the first thing that kind of man will do what? He will go back and what? And research. He will go and research. Because that's how you can even build conviction in something. Because you know that the computer we are using presently, I mean the little CPU that you can just carry around, you know, move around, that is handy, we are using currently. The people that actually made that thing you are seeing were not the people that actually wrote the idea. Please, are you getting me? The person that initially wrote the idea wrote it down in some 19th years ago, in the 90s. And in the 21st century, people now really discover that, oh, this thing this person wrote, they now actually build what the hardware of what was being written down. I don't know if you're getting the analysis now, but he was confident enough that this idea, although I'm unable to really build it, but then I know it's valid, and he documented it. And for him documenting it and for them being able to do it, it means he has actually done the plus and minus. He has made the research. So sometimes the reason why you're not confident in your goal or in your dream, and you're not really believing you can really live it out, is because you've not really researched about it. It's because you've not really researched about it. Because if you really have, if you meet every other successful person in business, whatever field, they will have story to tell. There were days I did not even look as if they will really manifest what it is they are manifesting now. They have story to tell. And when you now begin to say, oh, this person's story is similar to mine, you know, principle cannot change, even if situation and context change. And you know you're heading somewhere. You're heading somewhere. Because I could imagine the father of AI, when he told some of his friends and they were talking him out of the dream, I imagine him going back and seeing his forefathers and his his great grandmother now, who became the first engineer. I just imagine him thinking about those people and how they would also skate through. So you look at it, okay, it's not new now. Every idea, people always talk down on it, it's not new. Because sometimes if you don't know, oh, this is how people will respond to a new idea, you just be there and be thinking, oh, it means I can't really live out this thing. It means I can't really manifest this thing. So I want you to understand, success first begins in the act before it becomes an act. It begins in the act. So you must see it, you must have captured it that, okay, yeah, this thing is possible. So even when others are saying it's not possible, you are saying it's possible not because you're trying to guess or speak in mirage, but because you truly have studied. You've checked that, okay, when we do this plus and minus, then we'll definitely get this thing. That does not mean you have everything laid out, but you know that this thing I'm actually working on can actually be achieved. And the fourth thing, okay, can be achieved. And this also actually implies the reason why some individual will start some things and don't finish it, because they get stuck on the way, right? Some individual will actually, start, is it a business, or they just start something, a business or a particular goal they've actually been working towards for a very long time. They start it, but they can't finish it. Why? Because they just get to the middle of it and they get stuck, thinking that, oh, this thing means it's no more possible again. Let's just pack off. Let me just fold up. Now, I'll be talking about the 3 layers of act success. The 3 layers of the act success. So the first thing you must come to understanding is what? Believe. And when I mean believe in this context means to accept is possible for you. Believe. To accept is possible for you. I was saying sometimes, I think in one of my speech, the previous speech I gave, I was laying this example. I shared this example that if you have a certain goal you are looking up to, you want to become an engineer, you want to become, there's something you're actually aiming of becoming, you can decide to just paint that picture or have an image of that thing and just place it somewhere in your room. So whenever you wake up every day, you keep looking at the image, there's something it's doing to your mind. You may not know, but there's something it's doing to your mind. Gradually, even when you wake up and you don't feel like reading or you don't feel like doing something that will take you towards that goal, but because you are seeing that picture, you'll be forced to read. You are seeing that picture, you'll be forced to move daily. So there's something it does to your mind. The same way some people have negative pictures around them. Over time, there's something it does to your mind. There's this example I also always make reference of when I explain something like this. The fact that I'm a believer and I checked the Bible one day, I saw a scripture like, he that is born of God cannot sin. Wow. When I saw that scripture, over time I just keep meditating on it and just believe that, oh, I cannot sin, I can. Does that mean I'm not perfect? No. But every time I want to sin, I remember that scripture. And I tell myself, I cannot sin. Why? Because I've meditated on it long enough. So sometimes if you don't meditate on your goal long enough, you won't manifest it. You get to the vet, you see someone that is ready to invest in you, but somewhere in your heart, you're not just confident enough. You're not just confident enough. You know what it takes that probably not, like, let me don't even say probably, I've not seen it before. With $1,000 million now, you've not seen it before, and someone is ready to give it to you. You know, it takes a level of confidence to really accept that money. I know some of us will be like, let them give me 10 million. It's true, but when you even receive the money, it takes a level of confidence to actually know what to do with it. If not, just panicking and thinking alone will just, you don't know the way, you know, I'm not kidnappers now. Scammers will just come with something juicy and take the money up. But if you're really confident, they won't. It won't be possible. So you have to really be sure. You have to build. So whatever it will take, is it putting the image of what you want to be or who you will be in the next few years in your room and constantly look at the image. Whatever it will take you to really internalize that thing, to really make sure you now know that beyond head knowledge that I can really do this thing, it's possible for me. Whatever it will take, do it. And that's why the first step to having an act for success is what is belief. The second one is identity. Identity is who you see yourself as now. Who you see yourself as. You know, there is who a perfect man is. There's what we see a successful man. There's who you dream, or your definition of a successful man. There's what you have as that. But now start seeing yourself in that particular area as that person. Yes, you might have not been a banker now. You know, when I was in school then, when I collect number from maybe someone that I said, oh, I'm in engineering, I'll just put it there, engineer, so. Whenever I meet someone I say is in medicine, I'll just say doctor this. Why? Because I believe in them. And I believe that in the next few years, when I look back at you again, I'll say medical doctor. So from 100, I did that from 100 level. So when I call some of my friends now that they've graduated, I'll say, do you know I saved your number as doctor this from 100 level? Yes, that's my own mindset, because I believe I'm building a network already, a network of doctors, a network of lawyers. So when I scroll through, I begin, oh, my contact, I have doctors, I have lawyers, I'm happy. There's the way I feel. Why? Because intentionally, and if you do that, if they even do that for themselves, they will see the reason to study while in school. Whenever it's looking tough, they will still be going ahead. So that identity from the beginning, start seeing yourself like that. So that way you start composing yourself like that. You start speaking like that. When you listen to news, you know, I always tell my friends, most time, whenever I read book, I don't read book like a normal reader. I read like a writer. When I listen to podcasts, I don't listen like normal people. I listen like someone that I really want. Yes. So it's a lot. So that way you start yourself from that place of identity as if it's already finished. Because in reality, it's already finished. And it takes a finished man to live out the victory. You start living from that point that yes, oh, this is my reality, and so at that, when you start living like that, when you get to the point, you know, you pitching yourself to the right investors now, you won't be surprised. The level of confidence at which you speak, they will even be surprised. They'll be surprised. And that's why, you know, it's not really the A student that leads the world. The C student that is wiser than the A student will lead the world. They will lead in the business space. They will lead. So you have to really know how to really harness all of this. You have to really how to, you know, manifest all of these things. And it begins with what? Belief, and after that what? Identity. Start seeing yourself as that your future you. Forget about the past. Look up to the future and start seeing yourself. Start seeing yourself as that future you. Start seeing the victory, the enjoyment, you know, all of the pleasure and all of the blessings and the wealth that success will bring you, and start seeing yourself on that point. And that alone will give you a reason to live for. It will give you a reason to keep going. And the third one here I have is what? Is value. And what did I call value? Value is what? What you prioritize now. What you prioritize. Because now that you have belief, you have an identity, it should influence your value. It should influence what is high on your scale. So when someone call you for events that, you know, the events are important. And when someone call you for other events, I know this event is not adding up, it's even minusing for my value, then you know what to say yes to and what to say no to without thinking. Because one of the greatest power you can actually have is to know when to say yes and when to say no. You know, over time I usually tell some people something. I said, I can't be everywhere, but I must be somewhere to be effective in life. I can't be everywhere, but I must be somewhere to be effective in life. I must be somewhere. So that way you'll not think twice. There are things that I don't think twice. I just know it's a no. And there are things that I just know is a yes. Because it aligns with my value. But imagine I don't have value. Imagine I don't have value. It means I'll just be running a rat race. Because value defines your life. It makes saying no and saying yes, it makes it so easy and possible. You don't have to rack your brain or keep thinking too much. You already know what is a yes and what is a no for you. Because you have value. But imagine you don't have value. So beyond believing, beyond identity, you should have what set rules that guide your life. So that value is now what will determine what will come first on your priority list, what will come second, what will come third, what will come fourth. Because you're not just seeing the picture in your room alone, but you're walking towards the picture. You're not just dreaming the dream. You're not just calling yourself doctor, but daily you're walking towards it. Through your what? Through your value. Because someone admitted into the medical field will not automatically become a medical doctor. But if he stay consistent, goes for lecture when he ought to, write his exam when he ought to, go for practical when he's supposed to, over time, those little things begin to what? Compile. Become a compound effect. And before you know, in 7, 5, 6 years, he or she is awarded what? A medical doctor. So nothing just happened. Nothing just happened. So this place of value tells you to know, yes, there are many things you can do, but there is what you should do. So beyond what I can do, beyond what I should do, and beyond what I may do, you should always know at every point in time what you must do. And that's where the key is. Because many people are dissipating energy, but only few are making progress in life. Only few are working towards success. So out of that energy you're just sharing around, why don't you just focus it on one thing? And when you build that thing, you scale across board. Because one thing that is constant in success is what? Is the principle. When you've gotten the principle, you can apply it in every other areas too. And you see yourself replicating success. There's something that amazed me when I see some certain family, you just be that the firstborn when he was in school was the head boy of the school. The secondborn was still the head boy. It's not that they are not forming it. It's just they are not forming it. Even when they graduate from school, you're going to see that same pattern. They are not forming it. It's just that the parents have actually discovered the principle and they've decided to raise the kids in that way. So in life, you can actually see the principle and decide to build yourself in a way you manifest the principle of life. Life is give and take. You can't ask for life what you've not imputed in it. But when you've really implanted those things in life, you can ask for it. And automatically you see the results. So I said it to say again that success begins in the act before it becomes what? An act. So sometimes don't rush and say, I just want to do. Sit down. Count the cost. No, okay. Do your plus and minus first. Because if you rush, when you get there, you realize that you've not truly been fortified. Just one blow. Just one how will I put it now? Just one failure. You just fall flat. Just one failure, you just fall flat. Looking at people like $100, for instance, if you've read his book now, you see a level of failure the man has made. But because he knows the thing is still possible, he keep going. Keep going. So that time you would understand that failure is just like a school fees you pay. It's a school fees you pay because you are learning something. That does not mean it's not possible. It just means you are only missing something at the moment. And that way you just keep forging forward. You keep moving forward. Knowing is what? It's not only possible for you, but it's achievable. It's not only possible for you, but you can really manifest it. It's not only possible for you, but you can really live out that which you have internalized in your heart. But imagine you've not internalized it in your heart. So that's where the foundation actually is. Internalize it long enough. If it takes you looking at your book again, looking at the vision again, over and over, if it takes you pasting the picture on your wall, do it. If it takes you attending seminars, to listen to people that have attained that height, do it. Because in the atmosphere of great people, greatness becomes what? Normal. It's normal thing. In the atmosphere of great people, you just see the father, because over time now, he's not expecting anything low. The first one got first result. The second one got first result too. In the class, the third one, the same. So it's normal in the house. They don't even celebrate it. It's just normal. But immediately you see second, what happened? Because greatness is normal there. So you are the one to define what will really become normal in your life. And for you to actually make those things, no, you have to make your environment reflect not just your past but your future. So when you start seeing it, you keep on moving daily because you're around those people that they keep pulling you forward. You're not among the people that avoid responsibility, the people that just dream low. No, you're among people that would keep making you move edge forward in a positive way. In a positive way. And that's why I've discovered something over time. Whatever you know now, if you keep, plunging deep, like just going deep into that thing, you will know more. Because that's how human beings are created. Whatever it is you're doing now, it may start in an imperfect way, for instance. But as you keep at it, as you keep doing that thing, you just see yourself evolving over time. So imagine you're doing the wrong thing, you also be evolving in the wrong direction. But if you're doing the right thing, you'll be evolving in the right direction. So today you may not look it, but believe it. Believe it. So even if I'm in a one room today, my mind is not in one room. My mind has gone beyond that one room. You're just seeing me there, but my mind has gone beyond that. My mind has gone wild. Because I've expanded my mind. And that's why whatever you can't think, you can't manifest. You can't manifest it. I always say, do you think people that became president, it happened suddenly? No, there was a time they were not in that height, but they were moving up the ladder. You don't know that time. They were moving up the ladder. So it takes a level of confidence. They're moving up the ladder. So I want you to understand, at this your current stage, what is it that you can, what is that action, what is that decision you can make that will be taking you up the ladder gradually? That's what really determines truly if you believe in yourself. Is it putting in for that course? Is it signing up with that club just to make sure you start seeing your future and start moving in that lane? Because that's the key here. Because nobody suddenly just appear. No. Nobody just suddenly manifests. No. I remember when I was in school, I had that strong desire that I'm going to write a book, right? But then my sentence is not always more than 2-3 lines. It will just be like a quote. So now look at, doesn't mean I have to just sit down and write quotes. Just have a book. I'll just have many quotes in the book and I say I've written a book. But I said no. But what did I do? I just keep writing it. It might just be 2 lines. I just keep writing it. And one of them is the one I quoted earlier on. And I said I can't be everywhere, but I must be somewhere to be effective. I just put it there like that. There was one I wrote too. There's an atmosphere where everything works. And that later became my first book. Why? But just that little quote, I just put it there like that. But I kept building myself. I kept reading. I kept studying. That if I can have this 1 line, this 2 lines, then there's a book. A book is coming. But I kept writing. I was diligent in those daily writing routine. It wasn't long. It was not up to 10 lines. It was not up to 15 lines. But I believed in myself that it's possible. I believed in myself and I was taking daily action towards it. So I don't know anyone in this room or watching online. I want you to understand those goals are not only possible, but they are what? They are achievable. But you must first believe them in your acts first before you can live them out as your acts. Because it's as long as your mind can see, as long as your mind can actually hold, that is what will determine as much as you can achieve in life. That's what will determine as much as you can achieve. So if you don't believe a thing, you can't manifest it. Imagine I'm being elected as the president and I don't believe I can perform. I won't perform. I will just take the mic and I will even be looking. I will not know what to say. Well, it takes a level of confidence. And before you can be confident, you have to really know what it is you want to achieve. You have to internalize that which you want to achieve in your heart. So again, I say, success begins in the acts before it becomes an act. And that's why I'm going to leave you with this word. You can fake action. Yes, you can fake action. But you can't fake your behavior. You can't fake your behavior. You can't fake your behavior. Even if you fake your action over time, you can't fake what? Your behavior. And even your belief over time will surface, it will show up. As long as you keep acting in that direction, over time people will see the belief that lies behind it. So above all, what is it you want to achieve? What is the goal you've set for yourself? Just come to that point where you truly believe it. You believe it deeply in your heart. You believe it deeply in your heart, and from there start acting gradually. Start taking gradual step. Can be just like me that I said I started with diary, just writing the diary, and in my daily diary I was just consistent writing the quotes, and I believe it will become a book. Another thing, I think this is also key. Sometimes, we try to talk ourselves out of, normally we try to hasten the process. I imagine me telling my roommates then, I told him, I just said, John, do you know what? I just want to sit down. I've been able to write some devotional. I want to compile it, and I just want to make it a book. John said, no, don't do that. You know why he said don't do that? He said that because you've written those things down daily before, and it will be more convenient for you. Go for the hard task, the book you really said you want to write. And that alone, he pushed me beyond my wants. Okay, yes, let me just go for the major thing. Because it's just a way of me trying to what? Ignore the real responsibility and just go through the easy route. So sometimes you must have friends that will push you in a positive way to seeing that what? You achieve your goal. To achieve your dream. And it still boils down to knowing the kind of company you work with. Knowing the kind of company you share some certain things with. So there are some things I will tell some people, there are some things I would not tell them, and there are some things I would tell some other individual that I will not tell the other people. So it's important you know all of these things. And that's why I spoke today about success is first an art before it becomes an art. So right about now, I would love to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you, Ayomide, for that. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so it's glad to be back, and I want to talk briefly on the topic I titled, When Truth is Not Trendy, the Society Scrolls Beyond Their Rescue. When truth is not trendy, the society scrolls past their rescue. When truth is not trendy. Yes, sir. No, when truth is not trendy. Yes, sir. When truth is not trendy, the society scrolls beyond its rescue. We live in a world where everything has been digitalized, where almost everybody is online. Out of about over 250 Nigerian citizens, over 120 of them are online. That 120 figure alone is about is more than I think some continents in South America. Country like Argentina put together, Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, put those ones together, they are still less than 120 million. And the numbers of Nigerian citizens alone who are online, they are over 120 million. This statistics is not this year. That was about 2 years ago, which means we have more than that online today. Now, as a result of what is popular, as a result of what is in vogue, what we now call truth has now been conditioned, which means that, just take a look at this, everyone has experience and everyone has an idea to share. Now, regardless of how well the person is thinking, regardless of how high or low the person is thinking, but everyone has the idea and then has something to share. Now, the loudest of these two people, the foolish one and the wise one, the loudest of them will gain trend. And because of how algorithms have designed things, or because of how people in tech area has designed algorithm to pick that which is more trendy, or to pick that which the people view the most, because of that, whatsoever is now trendy now becomes truth. And that which is truth, which is not trendy, becomes false. That is why I say that when truth is not trendy, the society is going to do what? Scroll past their rescue. They will scroll past the rescue without even knowing that that is what will have rescued them. Today being Sunday, allow me to bring a biblical allusion into this. So let me pull out a reference from the Bible. In the book of Exodus, when Moses saw that he was the one who is to deliver the children of Israel from the land of Canaan, he was a prince of Egypt then. He was an Egyptian prince. So he came one day and he saw an Egyptian soldier beating an Israelite, flogging him mercilessly. He came there, he defended the Israelites by killing the Egyptian. And because of that, the Egyptian, he buried it because, of course, it was desert. So he was able to easily have the Egyptian buried inside the soil. But now, the next day, he came out again as if everything is cool, thinking his own people will know. Of course, yesterday, we run some package yesterday, so they will understand. He saw two of them fighting again. And he was like, I thought you guys are brethren. Why are you people fighting each other? And they told him that, oh, really? Do you want to kill us the same way you killed the Egyptian yesterday? And that moment he knew that what he did yesterday has been exposed. So he ran away. So many years, nobody knew the implication of Moses running away from the land of Egypt until we now come to the New Testament in the book of Acts of the Apostles chapter 7. When Stephen was now trying to recall back what happened then, he now said that when the deliverance of the Israelites came to them in form of Moses, they didn't recognize him. They pushed him away. Why? It wasn't trendy. They wanted it to come. They wanted their deliverance to come in form of an army that will come from an external state, kill everybody. Africans and human history want drama. We love drama. If something is not dramatic enough, sometimes we feel we are not on the right path enough. If it is not trendy, if there are no likes and no views, we feel probably this thing is not right. And that is why many people are not liking it. But sometimes I feel you need to understand that it's not even about the likes. It's about the people liking the video or liking what you are doing. If fools are clapping for you, which means you are in their WhatsApp group. But if the wise are clapping for you, which means you are doing something. Somebody said something one day, I think that was this popular American actor, Denzel Washington. He said, if you are doing something and the devil is interested in it, watch out. But if you are doing something and the devil is not interested, you are on the right path. But if you are doing it and the devil is very much interested in it, say watch out. Sometimes that something is viral doesn't make it valuable. If something is viral, most of the time the value has been reduced from it. What do I mean by that? Look at the numbers of videos we have trending online today. Some of those music, they have values in them. But because of the emergence of DJs and some AI stuff, there is a way they can reduce the value of something into just comic or into just for gyration. Take for example, look at this song, Papa Ute. I believe we all know the song. Hello. I believe you know the song. You saw it on YouTube, on TikTok. People have used it for their videos and all those stuff. Now, the thing here is that song is a very important song. It's a very good song, sung in French. There was a day I was trying to put some videos together, so I was looking for the song to put it, and it was the song trending then. So I typed a Papa Ute song, and then while he was singing, something was like, look for the meaning of this song first. So I went to ChatGPT, okay, give me the lyrics of this song in English language. While I was reading it, I was seeing something like value. This man asking some existentially relevant questions in his song. But we looked beyond the question he was asking. We picked the beat. We now took the beat of that song, we took it to the studio, reduced the importance of those songs and lyrics, bring it back to TikTok, make it trend. By that song trending, the value of what that man is saying there has been watered down. When truth is not trendy, the society will scroll past their rescue. If you look at the number of some important podcasts that people should be listening to on a daily basis, even without going to school, if a child is born today and the parents say this child will not go to school, once he can read and the child can write, if you pull that child from school, if you ask the child to be listening to some particular podcast every day of his life until 18, that is until 13, the child will be better than those who go to school if he listens to some particular podcast. Why do you think people now try to home teach or self-teach their children? That is because they are losing some level of faith. They are losing some level of faith in the academic system. And because of that thing they are losing, what do? They say, okay, no problem. Let's just put the children at home. Let us home teach them, homeschool them, self-teach them. And that is what they are doing in the world we live in today. When truth is not trendy, the society will scroll past its rescue. There are so many things that has come to rescue us today, either in a political system, maybe in the church system, maybe in the educational system. But because it is not trendy enough, see, majority of the global audience, we do not know how to think deductively. I said this before, that deductive thinking means you induce an idea. Like how to induce idea means, take for example, like I explained the last time, that if you induce sleep, you will deduce rest. Deduce means to bring out. If induce means to bring in. If you bring in rest into sleep into yourself, maybe sometime, of course, some medical people can say, okay, take this drug, you will sleep for this and these hours. You are trying to induce sleep. If you induce sleep, you will deduce rest from it. The same way, if we can stay put and then we try to induct ourselves into an atmosphere of ideation, of thinking, we will be able to deduce perfection out of our thoughts. But because of the criticality and the toughness of the act of thinking, so many people have now outsourced their thinking, maybe to ChatGPT, maybe to Meta AI, maybe to things like that. Nobody wants to think deductively anymore because it is difficult to think. So that is why a lot of us today has now equated thousands of likes and views to truth. That because everybody is watching it, then it must be true. Thinking if it is not true, then nobody will watch it. And because we are out there watching it, then it is true. So these days we feel that if it is not trending, then it is irrelevant. And if it is not entertaining, then it is ignored. And if it doesn't flatter, then it is silenced. Everybody wants to be flattered. Everybody wants to get flattered on a daily basis, even when they know that this thing is flattery. And this is where the source of flattery came from. Human being loves to imagine something. Human being loves fantasies. And whenever they are fantasizing something, if today they are maybe at a level 1 in their fantasies, tomorrow they can't remain in that level. Tomorrow they will go to another level. It's just like people who do drugs. Today it could just be one rap. It's fine. Maybe the following day it was like, I think I'm graduating, and I'll take 2, 3, 4 until that particular level of drug is no more good anymore. You now look for something something to step higher in that realm. Also, human being, if your brain is thinking at this level today, tomorrow, because of how you kept that brain busy yesterday, you want to step up. That's why sometimes at this your level now, we can't sit you down that want to be teaching you alphabet. You will be bored. You will feel like it will be boring to you because you've left that level. The same thing it is in idea. When you keep your mind thinking and then you keep the mind busy, over time, you will be expecting some level of imagination on a daily basis, higher and higher and higher and higher. Also, human beings understand the fact that we are human species who love to think, who love idea, who love to imagine things. And because of our level of curiosity, wanting to know more, wanting to ask questions, there is now a particular set of us through the media who are now trying to heighten artificially human sense of imagination. And because of that, the TikTok, that is why you see that almost every 2 weeks you will see new TikTok challenges. New TikTok challenges. The one that is currently maybe the one that is currently in vogue now, even in 1 week time or 2 weeks time, that will be off. Because people will start getting bored with it. They've seen it over and over and over again. And human mind and curiosity want more of that. And in the process of looking for more, they don't know that some pillars of imagination are being removed. And when those pillars are removed, they want to watch anything just to make sure they feel free, just to make sure the dopamine will secrete over and over again. And the day that dopamine does not secrete, they start going into depression. That is how it starts. Human being has the ability to imagine. But if that imagination is not natural, if it is not betting something natural itself, if it's something that has been heightened by media, by entertainment, by vlogs, by blogs, by something in vogue, after some time, the dopamine will now overly secrete, and the day the thing stops secreting, that man will start going into depression. So depression itself sometimes is not because there are problems, no. It's because man is now becoming bored of pleasure, and there is nothing that can rescue him anymore. That's why a child of 7, a child of 13, who doesn't have any problem, is not married yet, they have depression. That one doesn't come as a result of life vicissitude. No, it comes because of a lot of boredom that they have accumulated over time as a result of something they've consumed, not even drugs now, but entertainment. And the greatest danger we do to ourselves in this generation is excessive love of pleasure. We love pleasure, most especially on this side of Nigeria. Every one of us love pleasure. Every Saturday, pleasure, Owambe. If it has not happened one Saturday, almost everybody here has one special native somewhere. It's for Saturday alone. It's for Saturday alone. Oh. So, everybody here has something that on this special day now, even as we are, okay, today is Sunday. Yesterday now, if not because you have an engagement here, maybe there's even a wedding you missed. You see that? You get? Now, that is, now, sometimes we have become so conditioned or so mentally dependent on some enjoyment that they have now become norm. We've now tried to make those things tradition because we love to enjoy them. So one thing here also is that there is a question online that Papa Ute asked that I want to dwell upon. That Papa Ute was asking some, like I said, some existentially relevant question. He was asking about the absence of fatherhood. In that song, he said that we know how children are being born, but nobody knows how fathers are born. We are going to teach children how to become what? A man. But nobody will teach a man how to become a father. We learn them by responsibility. We learn those acts by responsibility. And because of the burden, because of the load that come with those responsibilities, sometimes fathers too go into depression, and sometimes they leave home. My brother here was saying something this morning that he knew something when his father left when he was 7. If you know what it means to grow without a father, you will know that this man was asking a very important question. The guy there was asking a very important question, because a father can be physically present in the house, but then is emotionally absent. A father can be emotionally absent, provision-wise, is absent. A father can be provision-wise absent, emotion-wise, is not absent. And we have some fathers who are alive, but they are no more. They are not in the house, they are not there emotionally, they are just not there. These are the problems that children are facing in the society. Sometimes you may watch some videos online, maybe on YouTube or on TikTok, where you will see this small clip where a mother is telling the male child, maybe his son, to sit down, and the boy will refuse to sit down. But as soon as the father just walks in, the boy will organize. He will organize. That is a man in his own family. Imagine that boy now grows up without that father. What will he become? There are some responsibility that women should carry out if a man is not there. But preferably, if a man is in that house, let him do it. He will do it better. Not because the woman is not going to do it better. We have some amazing women who were able to raise their children, boys, properly. Kudos to them. God bless them. However, we cannot use that one to generalize for the whole thing. There are still places where men have to come into their home to be manly, to be manful, to handle the children. If, for example, you leave me alone, maybe if I was left alone for my mom, I look gentle. I'm a very quiet person. But like I said some time ago, I know the level of evil that is locked in my heart. My mother cannot bring it out. It takes my dad to bring that thing out. If he's not there today, it will have been a different story. So I need him to be in that family. In those days, it was looking like a burden to me. It was looking like I don't just want this man here. I need him to always travel. Because once he travels, we have that freedom. But then whenever he's around, we know what is right to do. But then we have to put ourselves in check. And everybody will align, and then we have ourselves organized. In the same way, when a man is absent from the family, a lot of things is going to go wrong. A lot of things. Not just in provision. A man can be sending money. A man can be doing a lot of things. Send money, provide this one, send this one to there. Anybody can provide anything, but there are some things that they will not be able to provide, and that is the provision of their presence. The provision of their presence. A man will be there and then he will put the son in check. Sometimes I look at some people today, some teenagers around me, or that I've come to check with. I come to understand that even though the parent of that teenager is still alive and then is around and is present, but because of a particular sense of lack in that family, in which the boy was able to provide that thing for himself. Maybe, for example, he tells the dad, I need a phone. Then the dad said, okay, I really wish to buy you a phone, but I don't have the money to get you a phone. So just stay with me for a while. And it was like, okay, if I go and work, if I go and work and I make some money, can I buy the phone myself? I said, okay, no problem. If the child works and he get that phone for himself, by the time he will be misusing that phone at home, there will be some level of caution that the father will give, but there will be some level of caution he won't be able to give, because the boy bought the phone for himself. But even if you seize the phone from the boy, you can't snatch it, even if you want to snatch it, because you know you didn't buy this phone for this boy. So sometimes some fathers know what to do, but because of some level of lack in some area, in which they could not provide, but their children have that thing provided for themselves, they are not able to fully exercise their parental right to ask that boy to drop that thing down. Probably because in this generation. But in our own generation, it doesn't matter, you buy it, you don't buy it, it's not your own. You labor for it, you didn't labor for it. As soon as you are buying the phone, you come and submit it first. But in this day, it's a different ball game. So parents are now being pushed to the corner. The authority are being unconsciously and unintentionally questioned, so that things can just move on in the society. Now, where do we get all those things? We get them because the society has, over the years, been scrolling beyond its rescue, because truth is no more trendy. So why do we now always have fathers who are not available? Of course, sometimes a lady this morning was talking about a relationship, how men and women should do things, which of course is totally fine. So like when she finished, we just have maybe a few seconds discussion, and I'm like, everything she said was 100% true. But then truth sometimes has to be put into context. You put it into context. If truth is not put into context, take for example 2 plus 2 here, for example, maybe the way we know it here is 2 plus 2 will give us 4. In America, they want to get their own 4. They say, okay, no problem, just do 3 plus 1. It will still give you 4. That is truth being put into context. Maybe you now go to Dubai, say, okay, this is Dubai, we don't do 2 plus 2, we don't do 3 plus 1. Here we do 8 divided by 2, we still give you 4. This is still the same 4, but they've put it into context and then into geographical location and how to make it work for themselves. So we have fathers today who are not available, and we even have a society whereby female will come out, feminism or feminists will come out to teach people how to live their home. I was watching one day. I think that was about 2 weeks ago. I was like, whenever I get married to a man, don't do anything official. Don't take the man's name. Don't go to court with him, so that by the time you want to leave, you can leave. And when you go to the woman's comment section, you will now see bundle of fools hailing her. Oh, go girl. Most time when a girl tell a girl, go girl, it's not real. Trust me. If you people will be sincere with yourself, it has happened here, like here on this platform. When a girl should tell a girl, say, oh, go girl, it's not real. I promise you it's not real. Maybe not all the time, but some of the time it's not real. They just want to want you to give you some female support, some moral support. Shall do and live there. Shall do and leave that place. But the thing is this, we have been conditioned by social media, and we are now depending on it to be able to think. Something will happen. Maybe a video is now trending, and some people do not know how to think for themselves. They will now go and tag a popular influencer to that video, so that the influencer can go and watch that video for them, interpret it for them. Then why do we now have brain? If we have a brain that cannot think for itself, then it's like a heavy load on the head. So we live in it whereby we now have people who have now subjected truth to fit into their own narration. Like, we now have people whereby people are now planning to say, okay, oh, this is how long I want to stay in my marriage. After this time, I will bolt out. How about the children who are the product of the marriage? They don't care. How about the female? They don't just care. Once they've spent this year to this year in that marriage with that man, they will just bolt out. And then they do whatever it is they want to do. When truth is not trendy, the society will scroll past its own rescue. And the silent fatherhood is that we debate about politics loudly. We debate about the economy loudly. We insult Tinubu all the time. But whenever it comes to the question of fatherhood, everybody keep quiet. And then we now begin to whisper. Because everybody at some level has some level of guilt in them. People believe I should have raised my son this way, but then I couldn't. I should have raised my son this way, but then I couldn't. I should have helped him to do this, but because of that, nobody wants to come and say, okay, I made a mistake raising this boy, but at least I thank God. Nobody wants to say that anymore. But whenever it comes to political debate, we'll debate it loudly. When it comes to sports, oh, men are there. When it comes to economy or whatever, we are there, raging and ranking ourselves high. Whenever it comes to the debate of fatherhood, begin to whisper. Because there's now a body of truth that is trendy, which has reduced the importance of fatherhood in the economy today. What will have rescued us is now against us today. The media, which will have been what should be able to use to push out for the truth, is now the same one that is interpreting truth to us, and by its interpretation is shortchanging the truth we ought to believe in. You will hardly see a complete human being today that can think for himself 80%. Half of it is half of it is influencer. The other half of it, cut that one into two. His pastor, only half of it. His imam, only half of it. Only 10% belongs to him. Now they've thought for this man, which means the man is not even living his own life. He's living the life of the influencer, partly of the pastor, and then 10% of his own life. When truth is not trendy, the society will scroll past its own idea. We have a lot of truth about marriage, about God, about religion, about tradition, about money that we should listen to today. But even if we listen to them, we don't even know that they are truth anymore. Because the amount of lies that we have today in the world is now overpowering what we know, or that which is truth. When the truth is not trendy, then a generation will scroll beyond that. A father can provide money and no guidance. It's not enough. And the father can be present while he's still irresponsible. I have met, during my days in the classroom, I have met some irresponsible father. You know, as a professional teacher, you cannot just tell them, excuse me, sir, you are very irresponsible. You cannot just tell them. But by their actions, by the words of their mouth, by how they compose themselves, you know this man is utterly irresponsible. Like, why will you bring a child to school? If you actually can teach this child from home, why not just keep him at home? But you have brought this child to school, let the child be taught. You say, no, you want to be involved in every comma and full stop in the child's life. Allow this young boy to make mistake. He said, no, his life must be perfect. And even you as a father, you don't have a perfect life. Somebody once said something that, see, in Lagos, almost all men in Lagos are mad. Although he said it metaphorically, and then he wrote a book on it, that almost all men in Lagos State are mad. He meant it metaphorically. But then, when you look at that thing, we now believe in Lagos that you must have some level of madness to have your way in some areas. You will now see like a 9-to-5ers who is coming back from work, suit up, dress properly, but because he's entering into the shadow valley of death of some guys, he's now trying to change his dress style to work in some kind of way so that those guys will feel he's among them and then they will not attack him. Almost every man in Lagos is mad. That is where we will find ourselves today. Which means that which is good is no more good, and that which is evil is now good. So the line between good and evil now is now beginning to get blurred on a daily basis. And if we pass this body of truth to our children, we will not have a world we are proud of. You know, sometimes I'm kind of scared about the type of world I'm going to give birth into. Because if the world is like this now, by the time we will give birth in the next few years, then what kind of world are we going to be having at that point in time? Sometimes the fear is not that I won't be able to raise my child properly. By God's grace, I will be able to raise my child properly. I will be present. But another fear is that how about one irresponsible somebody somewhere who won't be able to raise his own child very well, who will now become the teacher of my own child tomorrow in the future? Which means everything you have labored for, probably from childhood of that child down to that particular level, can be watered down by a teacher who was not properly brought up, whose set of value are incoherent with common sense. We need to come to a reasonable thing that, see, where are we going to in this generation? Because what you know to be true to be truthful today, if a man should rise up tomorrow on his ring light, off his brain, and then he start talking to the crowd, once that body of truth can trend, everything you know to be true that your children believe will be watered down. It could be in the area of money. Have you seen this video? A lady was reporting a particular video, and then he was calling out some of this blog, Yaba Left, Arise TV. He was calling their attention to a particular lady. There's that particular website where people go to. I think people go there, and then they do some rubbish online. While they are doing it, the white people who are joining their live video would now be sending them, is it gift or money they do. And this woman, she doesn't have anybody to practice that nonsense with. The only person available for her to practice that nonsense with was her 3 or 4 year old child, a boy. And this woman will lay down, will lay that boy on the bed, open him up, and do some rubbish to her own child. Imagine that boy at that level, being mentally conditioned to those nonsense. By the time the boy will grow up tomorrow, what will he become? Imagine that boy being your child class teacher. That's what I'm talking about. Imagine that boy raised up that way being your child class teacher. Because what he knows to be true is that way. He doesn't see anything bad in it. And in a way, you cannot blame him. Because if we believe that that boy is innocent, that that boy is empty, like open slate, as we call it, tabula rasa, then which means his mother's responsibility is to have him fed, is to now fill up his slate with something. And look at what they are feeding into that boy's slate. The boy will now grow up tomorrow to become a responsible child. Of course not. That will take a divine intervention for that boy to be mentally true, to become morally upright again. Imagine that boy becoming the teacher of your child tomorrow. He won't see anything bad in it. He won't see anything bad in it. Because where do they get it from? So that the mother could survive, they have to expose that boy about 3 to 4 years to nonsense online. And they do it. The boy's face is online. And then they've known him. And one thing is that social media doesn't forget. A time will come, they will just pull things up. See, one fear is that, let me tell you how messed up this generation is. Let me tell you how messed up it is. Now, just listen to this carefully. Someone's present husband could be someone's wife tomorrow. Just think about it. Someone's current husband, a man, will be someone else's wife tomorrow. Think about it again. I don't know. That is how messed up this generation is. It's not about broken home. What I'm saying is that, since my father is late, so let me use him as an example. To his blessed memory anyway. Now, my father, for example, let's say he's still alive. He's a man, right? And let's say he's still very young. Because if he were to be alive, he will be 67 this year. Now, so let's say he's still maybe around 45, 50 or so. Yes. And then he's still alive today. As a man, by tomorrow, he could change his mind to become gay. And then get married to another person tomorrow. So that is why I say that someone's husband, a man today, tomorrow can become someone's wife tomorrow. And someone's wife today can become someone's husband tomorrow. That is how messed up this generation is. You know who will suffer it? Is the moral confusion of the children. Because like you went to bed last night, you call this person mommy. And then you woke up, you said, "Mommy," he said, "No." He said, "You." And you are like, "Okay, mommy, is that a joke?" He said, "No, I'm now the daddy, that is now the mommy." You know, sometimes it's if it is confusing to you as an adult, put your children in that shoe. It will be confusing, mentally depressing. That is the kind of world we have find ourselves today. And that is because somebody just picked an idea, went to the political system or went to the office or the senator's place, and then they have those things legislated into law. And because your nation have stamped it, it becomes a body of truth that everybody have to go by it. When truth is not trendy, a society will scroll past its own rescue. Another thing is that a society will become uncomfortable with self-examination. A society that is uncomfortable with self-examination will prefer comedy. If you as an individual, you prefer, if you are not comfortable with self-examination, you will now begin to prefer comedy. Let me give you a good example. How many of you have taken this test before, your SWOT analysis test for yourself? You've taken it before? Okay, only one hand. I've not really, but you are thinking about it. Now, if you now compare the number of jokes you have read and the number of comedy you have watched, compared to the moment where you should have taken to self-analyze yourself, which one is greater? Let me help you to answer it. The number of times you watch that comedy. There are some videos you will watch that you will sit down, you will pick your pen and start analyzing yourself. But because self-examination is not comfortable, it's not convenient, it's a very uncomfortable ground, we prefer to go to Sabinu's blog, to go to Sabalo, to go to who again? Mr. Macaroni, to go there to go and explore, so that those dopamine could just flow, and then we have a feel of it for some time, and when we are done, we just go back home. Why the moment? See, I think somebody was talking about was it Joy who discussed about having uncomfortable conversation. That conversation is very necessary, and the lady that came after said that whenever you want to go into uncomfortable truth, get ready to get hot. Get ready to get hot. But most of the time, human being doesn't want anything that will hurt them. Somebody asked me one day, and then she was like, "Okay, tell me the truth." I'm like, "Do you mean the truth?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Okay. But if I should say this truth, you will not be comfortable with it." You know what she told me? She said, "Hold it. Hold it." And in another instance, the lady was like, "No, talk to me as your own sister." I said, I said, He said, "Talk to me as your sister." He said, "Look at me, talk to me as your sister." Like, I didn't need to move from this. I said, "Okay." And I fell into the trap. I talked to her as a sister. At the end of the day, it's malice. So it's malice. I said, because I have two sisters. I know how, if I want to talk to them, I know how to talk to them. And then it's as if we are stuck with each other for life. They can't disown me, I can't disown them. So we are stuck. So we just have to endure with each other. But then, if they see me going astray in some areas, they will pick up their phone and call me and then blast me. Younger sisters, which is cool. If I see them too, I've called them and then put them to. Now you are now telling me to talk to you as my own sisters, and I just picture my sister. I just picture her image into her, and I spoke. I fell into that trap. From that day, is malice. So for months, I needed some people's intervention to work on that relationship. Because truth is not comfortable. It's not comfortable. And if you are someone who doesn't like self-examination, you will prefer comic, something humorous, something that can just crack you up. And how long are we going to get cracked up when our life is wasting? How long are we going to get cracked up with jokes and comedy when our future is like when sun is setting on our future before our eyes? So we need to be talked to. And in this generation, if you are waiting for the truth that is trendy before you make an amendment, it will never happen. Truth will never become trendy. If you have a body of truth that is trendy, beware of it. It's not true. You have a body of truth that is trendy, beware of it. It's not true. Remember in one of my speeches I said that he who controls the narrative controls the world. If you can control that narrative, just make it popular, just make it true, you will control the world. If somebody just woke up one morning and then say, okay, these human beings have the ability to have, like, to express themselves, and part of that ability is for them to be able to choose what they can do with their lives. Maybe, okay, if you know, also in the nearest future, if you as a guy is asking a lady out, part of your question would be, maybe not for this generation anymore, but in people coming after us, part of their question would be, say, hello, lady, how long have you been a man? That question is going to become relevant after some time. It will not be, okay, were you born this way, or you work something out? It's not going to, see, in the nearest future, you will see some document you have to fill. They will ask you gender. Maybe you say male, say, okay, male, by birth or by other one. That is how crazy, like, these things has become. And all this thing is making waves out there, like, becoming more popular, because that which is truthful is not trendy. And if we are waiting for that which is truth to become trendy, then what do we gain? What do we gain? So you cannot wait for truth to become trendy before you get changed. You have to know the truth for yourself, because truth will never trend. And because truth will never trend, the society, the family, every one of us will most likely scroll our phone beyond our rescue almost on a daily basis. So the art as we have it today ought to be a mirror and not just for entertainment. Papa Ute was holding a mirror up for us this way. He held up the mirror. Now look at this mirror. The society came before it. Instead of them to see themselves, they saw trend. They saw TikTok dances. They saw TikTok challenges. They saw all those, and then they picked the trends, they picked the challenges, and they discarded the relevant question the man asks, because the society is scared of being confronted. Because when you confront something, you demand a change. Yesterday we have some uniformed men here who came to address the world, and then they spoke wonderfully well, and then everything was clear. But at some point, this particular sentence was made about what was destroyed during the NSAS, which painfully they ought not to be. They ought not to be. We don't have to go through that route for us to get what we want as a nation. But then, what were destroyed during the NSAS? They were symptoms, not the disease itself. If I have fever, for example, my head could be aching me, I could be shivering. It doesn't mean that because I'm shivering, you don't give me sweater, I'll now become healed. No, you are curing the symptom, not the disease itself. There were some things that led to those killing and those burning and those destruction. If those things are not healed, if those things are not cured, embedded in every average youth in Nigeria is the pain of what happened that night. And if a man held grudge in his heart for so long enough, one day he will burst. And when a man bursts, handling that man will become impossible. So what happened that day? The burning, the killing, the destruction, they are symptoms, not the real problem. They are symptoms of something that has happened. There is a disease underneath it, in which the people were crying for. And until we solve those symptoms, until we cure that disease, nothing will happen. See, there are some people, at some level in their life, they have some diseases which are kind of contagious. What do we do to them? We quarantine them. But the moment that person itself becomes the infection, we have to put that, not just quarantine, we have to put them aside at arm's length for such a long time until they become cured of that illness. And the society will never tell us that. The picture they will paint for you is a different picture. Art, which ought to be an entertainment, which ought not to be just for entertainment. Yes, entertainment is part of it, but it is not singularly for entertainment. It should be a mirror for us of what the society should be. Look at some people who have been here, and then they are quoting fella of some truth the man was saying during his lifetime. Have we not seen the truth today? A woman was here yesterday. She was quoting Wole Soyinka when that man was writing about immorality, about moral decadence. That moment was like, during his own time, those things were not there. So it was as if this man is just wasting his time to write that book then. But compare that book then to the what we have today, it's a different ball game. It's not as if that book is now maybe something small to what is happening today. And because such book can never trend, it will never trend. Such book will never trend. You know the one that will trend? Lucky Headmaster. That is the one that will trend. But the book that will cure the moral decadence in the society, in the children who are going to university, for them to read it, for them to know about, for them to be aware about how the world is trying to twist their mind, it will never trend. The one that will trend is the one who pays the more bill, where things can get sorted out on time. When truth is not trendy, the society will scroll beyond its rescue. So some songs are not just for entertainment. They are mirrors. And mirrors in the society are kind of dangerous because everybody wouldn't want to stand in front of that mirror because it will show you who you really are. For you to be able to live there smiling, you have to lie to yourself. There's a man who said something, I think that would be Socrates. Socrates said that, he said that for the world to be able to flow at some level, there ought to be what he called a noble lie. There will be a noble lie, which will be generally accepted. Singers of song will sing about it. Poems, singers of song will sing about it. Writers of poem will write about it. Novelists will work on it. That lie will become so noble that nobody will know that this thing is a lie anymore until everyone does it. And because he said that because it is for the good of the society, he calls it a noble lie. But that doesn't change the fact that it's still a lie. A lie is a lie, either white or black. And how would they be able to promote it? It is through entertainment. Whereas all those songs which people should listen to, that will make them ask some relevant questions, you can't listen to them because even those songs too, their beat, the beat of those devilish songs is louder, more attractive compared to the one that will have given us redemption. So the question that Stromer, the singer of Papa Ote, asked is still standing today. And none of us here has been able to answer the question. He's asking for fatherhood. Where is the father? The society will never teach you how to become a father. In your church, in your mosque, how many times do they organize men's program for you? Little or nothing. But go to how many times they now organize for women program? Almost every Wednesday. Women program today. But the men they are preparing those women to get married to are irresponsible. And society does not really care about how those men form up tomorrow. But they believe that in one way or the other, after some time, the man may not be available. Why prepare for a disaster? Why prepare for a disaster to happen when you can actually curb it from happening? We have to curb that thing from happening. So the question still remains unanswered in the world. And if a society would not be rescued by art and entertainment, who then is now responsible for rescuing the society? So that will now bring me to decision, consequences, and moral weight. The decision we have to make, the consequence, and the moral weight. Now, the moral weight. That I will now say that a truly made decision will not necessarily be followed by a good outcome. A truly made decision will not necessarily be followed, accompanied by a good outcome. The next consequence after a good decision is not always nice. Sometimes we believe that because I say I'm not collecting this bribe, which means by tomorrow, God will just open the windows of heaven and I will receive an alert. My brother, you lie. You lie. You can even become poorer, as the case may be. But then on the long run, you are building capacity of the kind of person you are becoming. So that on a bigger stage, on the world stage, you can just stand there to say, no, I do not get this thing from you. I said yesterday that, see, at some level of favor you receive from people, you lose some level of freedom. Sometimes you don't receive all favor. At some level of favor you receive from people, you lose some level of freedom. And for you to say, no, I'm not losing my freedom, it means I'm not receiving this favor. Keep it to yourself for now. Keep it to yourself for now. So a truly made decision, you may not be applauded. In fact, nobody is even interested in what you are saying. But one thing here is sure. It's also the fact that over the long run, or after some time, where you stand will be made known. And like Joyce truthfully said this morning, that how many of us can stand before maybe the church, your group, your classmate, your that see, I have not judged any man wrongly, and I owe no man. How many of us can do that? When I was still a teacher, then I was GS2 class teacher. So in that class, I had 18 girls, 3 boys. I almost died. But God said, it's not time yet. I almost died. 18 girls, 3 boys. I can't remember a day when those boys came to report themselves to me. It never happened. I know they have their own issue, but once it happened, they just sort themselves out. But the girls, as this one is coming to report the other lady, while he's going, another one is coming. Now, that one that came to report that is going back. On his way to his seat, he's picking fight with another girl on his way. The report almost up and down. I know when you have a class like that, sometimes they are teenagers. They want to, ask themselves out, ask some questions, play some funny games. So one day, that stuff like that happened. And then, sometimes in school they tell you, once it's happened in your classroom, take it to the head of school immediately. So yeah, I'll handle this one. So when they brought the stuff to me, and then they were discussing what happened, I said this one, right, that one, that. Okay, no problem. But then where I'm going is that when I start to admonish them, I said something to them, and I told them, I see, look at all of you here. Almost every one of you here are girls. But how many of you, sometimes you believe you don't know how to keep yourself, that your body is doing you one kind, then you want to touch something. But how many of you here have seen me, maybe by mistake, I try to touch what I ought not to touch, or I try to see what I ought not to see. Even if you want to lie, you can just come outside and lie, but make sure you have that courage to lie that lie. I have over 18 girls. Like how many times I even maybe by mistake, as we were passing, I wanted to pass, and then she want to pass, and then we now no. It's not that deep. You get? But this was me trying to tell these children that, see, it is possible. It is possible you keep yourself. It is possible you zip up. It is possible you have. It's not as if you are iron. You are human being. It's not diesel that runs in my vein. It's just Yakubu have to manage. You get? Yakubu have to just manage. Because at this point, if you buy this market, you won't see a buyer. Because at this point, if you buy this market, you can't resell it. It is yours for life. It's actually a slang. Yakubu manage. Actually, that slang is a slang for it's a slang that people use for people to endure something. Yeah, maybe somebody is going through something not comfortable. You can just tell the guy, okay, Yakubu manage. That is, you have to endure. Yes. That's so nice. That's very nice. So you can see, Yakubu have to manage. Because if you buy this market now, you can't resell it. It's yours for life. But then they have to see an example from which they can learn from. See, sometimes to teach children, what I do then is this. I'll just bring maybe not so deep part of my life, and then I'll just maybe like from the surface, I'll just bring it out. And I say, okay, guys, I need your advice on this thing. And I make it look as if it meant so much to me. You now see people contributing, okay, do this, do that, do this, okay, fine. Now, I have exposed to them, it's actually a deep secret. But because I have exposed that part of it to them, every day they will ask me, okay, how far? Has it worked? I say, no, I'm still working on it and I'm still praying, so no problem. By the time they will have problem, sometime before they tell their parents, they come and tell me. Because they've advised me, it's now time for me to return favor. And that was where I was going. Sometimes you need to know what those children have known that you don't know. I was telling them that one day, one of them wanted to use one slang for me, and it was like, that was the first time I had that slang. That one is not given. I look at the sentence. and the way she used that word giving, it was not correlating. So I didn't understand. I was like, okay, come. Like, what do you mean? It was like, so I don't know. I said, I don't know. Tell me. Just like that. Just like our daddy here too doesn't know what Yakub manage means. So me too. She was like, that one is not giving. I didn't get it. But then she came and she explained Islam to me. From that day, I started using it with them too. That one is not giving. That one is giving. From there, we communicate in their language. That is how to flow with them. As soon as their desire is not abomination, we can give them the time to explore all those things. So also, the goodness of a decision. The goodness of a decision lies in the intent. It is weighed and understood by responsibility. It's not good intent alone, but intent and action that helps us to make a decision at the end of the day. So, at this time, I want to go over everything I've said so far, in which I said that when truth is not trendy, the society will scroll past its own rescue. We've seen the call that truth doesn't have to be trendy anymore because truth will never trend. It is now your personal responsibility to know where life is trying to doctor you, to know where life is trying to whine you, to know where life is trying to play tantrum on you, to know how life is trying to spin you around until they have the desires of your heart changed. It is now your responsibility as a man, as a lady, as a woman to know that this one is truth, that because it's not going viral doesn't mean it's not valuable, and that because it's not entertaining doesn't mean it's not true, and that because it has been silenced doesn't mean it's not an ultimate truth that can be. But also, we talk about the absence of fatherhood and how the society is trying to water down what is true. It's trying to reduce the impact of fathers in our society today. We should not allow that. Fathers are still responsible. And then whenever we hear a song, first thing we should consider is the lyrics of that song, not the beat of the song. These days, the beat of songs is what is causing more harm to the value and the lyrics of song. Because if the beat is too high and too loud, the message will be missing. And if the message is missing, the value will be taken away. It will be watered down. Any pastor, any imam, any podcast, anybody can say a thing today. Once that thing is conceived and used negatively, once they bring it to TikTok and they use it for something for some stuff that's unscrupulous, that thing today will lose its favor. It doesn't matter how valuable it is. Name that song. No matter how valuable the lyrics of those songs are, no matter how sweet, how interesting, or the value, the truth, the body of truth that song, that lyrics try to communicate, as soon as that song is being overtaken, is now going viral, that song is standing the chance of becoming something you never expected it to be. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate you for listening, and I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to speak on the topic, winning is a mentality. Winning is a mentality. So before I address the topic, winning is a mentality, I would like to start by using a TikTok video that has been trending for some months now. So now, in this TikTok video, it is a video of a military aspirant or a military trainee that was undergoing serious, brutal training. In the process, he was shouting he was willing to give up. His name is Yakubu. Then his boss said, Yakubu, manage. Yakubu, manage. You will feel it like you want to die, but you will not die. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Now, the origin of this is that the mentality there's a Yoruba proverb that says that ẹni egunle ó máa sáré between rara ayé ní rara ọ̀run. In English, it means at the face of adversity, at the face of trouble, you have to what? You have to keep running. So the mentality of a winner is at that process where you win, at the process where you aim at winning, there will be trouble. And when those trouble comes, it's going to look as if I think it's the end of it. Now we have been speaking since. There is no speaker, right? Probably we should just stop. It's just an instance. So at the face of adversity, at the face of trouble, you have to what? You have to keep running. So now, what brought about the topic winning is a mentality? Winning is how you think before you win. Most of us believe that winning is about trophy, it's about breaking records, but it's not that. It's about that thing you have been doing before you win. Take for instance, who among us know the motto of Nigerian Army, Nigerian Navy, Nigerian Air Force? Now, Nigerian Army motto is victory is from God alone. Nigerian Navy, onward together. Nigerian Air Force, willing, able and ready. So if you look at the motto of these three armed forces, the motto is already displaying that even before there is war, in our mind, in our mentality, we are already a winner. So the mentality who a winner is not when he wins. It is who he is, who he was before victory came. Then now, are we moving to what are the things that are required from a winner? Or what are those things you do to become a winner? The first thing is discipline. Discipline in what sense? Of course, at the process of you trying to win an achievement, there will be discomfort. So you may start to feel like, since today is Sunday, I'm supposed to go to Owambe where I will be, like for instance, my brother, today is my brother's birthday, and since midnight he called me, he said, "Okay, so are you not supposed to be here?" Then when he called me on video call, I saw Ashake beside him. So on the norms, I would have left this place, the same Ashake, you know. Yes, I would have left this place to meet him at where he is. But because of discipline, I have to stick to the plan. The goal at the moment is to do what? Is to win. The goal at the moment is to what? To have that Guinness World Record award. Hope you get it. So now, in the process, as a winner, the amenities that will come. Sometimes you'll be like, from 12 to 1, from 12 to 5 a.m. in the morning, I'm supposed to be sleeping, not talking. So where discipline comes in is you have to forfeit that sleep so you can talk. Because if you sleep at that time, you would what? You would destroy those works you have been doing since day one. Imagine speaking for over 200 hours, then when you get to 201 hour, you decide to say, let me go and sleep, and there's no speaker on ground. So discipline. Doing that thing that you are not supposed to be doing at that time, even at your own discomfort. Another thing is consistency. Of course, the part of winning used to be very boring. Imagine you keep talking, you keep talking, you keep talking. It get boring. Yoruba will say, nítorí àwíjàre kí ìtọ́ gbẹmọ́ ní lẹ́nu. That was what my friend told me when he was watching my video. He said, "Yes, so shebi Yoruba used to say that, nítorí àwíjàre kí ìtọ́ gbẹmọ́ ní lẹ́nu." I said, "Ìyẹn ṣe fún Guinness World Record o. Ó máa sọ̀rọ̀ lórí. You will keep talking." You understand? So that consistency, at times it get boring. I've been speaking since I was in GSS2. I've been winning awards since I was in GSS2. But the longest speech I've ever done, aside from classroom is not speech because you have a book with you. The longest speech I've ever done is for 30 minutes. So now imagine speaking for 1 hour, 2 hours. So it get boring because when you go, if I leave here now, I would have to wait for another 4 hours. So after 4 hours, if there's no speaker, I would have to come back again. So repeating the same action. But you don't have to stop. You have to be consistent. You have to keep doing it until you win. Another attribute is you focus when there are distractions everywhere. That's one of the things. And how do I define distraction? I used to say distraction is an attraction that subtracts your intention. Before you get distracted, you will first get attracted. You understand? Before you get distracted, the first thing that will come to you is what? Attraction. That's why I said distraction is an attraction that subtracts your intention. It will first come to you as an attraction. Mr. Ezekiel is what? Today is Mr. Ezekiel's wife naming ceremony. Attraction. At his wife's ceremony, we will have whiskey there. We would have Davido there. We would have Burna Boy there, isn't it? Yes. So after having 3 of them at his wedding party, we would have food. We would have a lot of things. It will first attract you. Distraction is an attraction that subtracts your intention. Subtract in what way? When we say subtract, it means minus. It's minus. It will reduce your focus. It will reduce that focus you have. It's an attraction that subtracts your intention. Another thing is, records are broken publicly, but they are built privately. That is the winning mentality. As a winner, before you become that record breaker, it has been in that your head. I'm sure, before we think of this process, the dean of School of Eloquence, the only CSP in West Africa, had thought of it, he had processed it at first that someday we will speak for 20 days, non-stop. We will do what humanity has never thought of doing. Of course, nobody has done it before. And that was why when my fellow teammates are getting tired, I told them, I said, Yoruba will say, ẹni tó bá ṣe nǹkan tí ẹnìkan ò ṣe rí, ó ní ọlọ́kọ́ ojú ẹ̀rí nǹkan tó ju ẹnìkan rí. So if you want to do what no one has done before in the history of mankind, you will see what no one has seen in the history of mankind. You won't sleep at night. I remember Barrister Favour, she was talking to me, she said, this is the wizard among us. Why? Because I don't sleep at night. I said, yes, because the reason why you fear the wizard is because they don't sleep at night while you are sleeping. They do more work. So now, let's compete. You get it? So now, the mentality of a winner, you have a vision. What is your vision? You see what other people do not see. Explaining this vision, I will talk to you about my experience with the current, we have in Nigeria, we have what we call National Association of Nigeria Students. So the executives are not students. The executives are alums, probably they are doing masters or something. So the current director of gender, Zone D, that's Southwest Zone, Zainab Shuaib. So Zainab Shuaib, at the time, she was the social director of History Department at Faculty of Art, Lagos State University. So after final year exams, she came to meet me and she said, KSO, I want to become the social director of NAS in Lagos State. And she said, but it's sounding impossible. I said, it's possible. She said, why? I said, because you already thought of it. She said, but you know, I only served as the social director of my department, not even LASO at large, just my department. I said, it doesn't matter. I said, it's just about you. Think about it. The moment you are ready, the moment you believe in yourself that you will get it, come back and work our way around it. I don't know how it happened. All I knew was we followed all the required process. One of the advantages she had then is because my house is not far from Unilag, so I have established this very good relationship with Unilag stakeholders. My house is not far from Yabatek. Me and Yabatek students, you will see us more often. You will see me and Sheun, the SCG president, and the likes. At FC, I had been to FC before going to LASU. So I have this very good relationship with people at FC. So now, how many schools remaining in Lagos State? FC is gone, Unilag is gone. We are from LASU. So you should know LASU is what? Is a done deal already. Then I have Ima, who is my brother, my street younger brother at this school, Accord, that is now LASU, Lagos State University of Education. So I called him, I said, I have someone who is going for the post of social director, NAS Lagos State. He said, He said, she's very good, oh, please, I would like you to support her. And that was how we created a group. I named it Strategic Office. That was where we start doing our plans. In that group, we have only 4 persons in that group. 4 trusted people that if you belong to this group, anything that happened in this group, you don't say it out. And that was how we did it. Then we got to the election ground. She won the election. She was like, oh my God. So I became the now social director in Lagos State. As far as you can process it, it will happen. The moment you start doubting yourself, that's when it stops happening. So Winners don't do what? They don't doubt themselves. Another thing is, under vision, they act before results appears. As a winner, what you do first, you act before what? Before results appears. Of course, you would write an exam before you get a result. You would speak for 20 days before you break the Guinness World Record. So you don't expect the result to come before what? Before you start working. Those who wait for the result to come before they start working are people who are not winners. Why? Because at first they were sitting on the fence. What were they doing? They are most likely gossiping. Like, how will they even do it? Is it even possible for them to speak for 20 days? Let's see if they will do it now. They are waiting for what? They are waiting for results. After waiting for results, when the result comes out, they are most likely to be the first person to post. To be like, congratulations, School of Eloquence did this. It's just an instance. Another thing under that is resilience. Failure is not the opposite of winning. It is part of it. Failure is not what? Failure is not the opposite of winning. It is part of it. I'll tell you another story. When I gained admission to Lagos State University last year, my department then, Department of Foreign Language, I used to hear that Department of Foreign Language is a voiceless department. What do they mean by a voiceless department? They mean politically, we are nowhere. But there are some persons who have tried their best that the departments have a voice. But in the process, I won't say they fail, but things did not work out because of one mistake or another. So what did we do at that time? I had this person, Latif, Adade Latif. He started school politics before me. So while we got there, he met me, said, how are we going to go about this? How are we going to secure an office at the faculty? He said, because at this faculty, we've never secured any office. So now, this is where being a successful person comes in. You don't have to wait until you need an office before you start working. Now, the moment I go to school, in my 3rd week in school, I'd established this relationship between foreign language students and the student of NASEL. NASEL is English Language and Literature students. Why? Because we are doing the same course. So if you must get first-hand information, you must work hand in hand, because their major course is English language. So they have this relationship with their lecturers. So if anything will happen, their lecturer will send it to them first. For us not to mix out, we have to do what? We have to establish this relationship with them. Of course, I had classmates who said, there's nothing we want to do with them now. If they like, they should send us the information. But I tell them, if they don't send you the information, if you get it late, misinformation can cause a lot of things. Imagine having an exam. Imagine an exam proposal is supposed to hold by 3:30 on Saturday. Then an information was sent that it has been moved from 3:30 to 10:30 on Saturday due to unforeseen circumstance. But because of you not keeping contact with those people, because you feel you don't need them, now you don't get the information. So the information you got is from the exam officer. Meanwhile, the exam officer sent another message to the main student that this thing I'm talking about, it happened to a lot of students in my school at that time. So on that Saturday, even me myself, I got the information late. I got the information around 8:30 in the morning. And at that time, I was at Bariga. The moment I saw the information, I was like, hey, they have changed exam time. So I had to take bus from my house at Bagada to my 2. From my 2, I took bike to school. So I got to the exam hall 30 minutes before the exam. After I had finished the exam, I was still around school. So at 3:30, I saw my friend Dosu coming. And Dosu was like, where did you keep your bag? Let's go and do that. I said, which exam? Of course, I didn't know he missed the exam because at the school, in my class, we are 50. Those that did the exam were over 300. And this is Lasso culture. You sit one during the exam. It is one school that values academic excellence. It is not one school that you just come and think you want to come and pass anyhow. No, Lasso does not do like that. So I thought he's at one of those classes where we were always being posted to. Then he said he didn't come now, that he thought that should be the exam is supposed to hold by 3:30. And I said, it's not 3:30, they changed the exam time. So that was the point where they understand that it is important to build relationship with ourselves. That was when they start valuing that relationship I was building with them. But it did not just end there. In the process of building the department, when we produced a candidate that this person will be going to represent us at the faculty, when others were unable to meet them, to talk to them, I walked up to them and said to them that, please, Nasel, we would need your support in the coming election. And the first thing their stakeholder then was Arika. Arika said, if it is you that want it, we will do it, because we've established that good relationship. We know a lot about you, and we can always trust you. But she said, if you win the election, what will you give us? Now, this is where permutation and combination comes in election. What was our intention? Our intention was to produce the president at that time and the PRO. Them, on the other hand, wants to produce the president, the PRO, the welfare director, and the GenSec. Mind you, if an opposition party, I will call it a party now, if another department tells you that he's bringing 4 offices, it is just a strategy. He's not bringing 4 offices. So he's pushing those 4 people forward first, so that when you come to them, permutation will be sweet. It will make the permutation interesting. So that person that, among those 4 persons they push to you, that one that is not their main candidate. Maybe they push president, GenSec, treasurer, and PRO. Their main priority is treasurer and PRO. They know they can't become the president at that time. So because they want to do a sweet permutation, they will tell you they are bringing the 4. So when you come to them, they will not tell you that, okay, since you want to go, we would consider withdrawing our president for you. They did not withdraw the president for you, but that president that they pushed there was a strategy. They told me then, they said, you know, we are producing all of these things. So tell me, so which one is your priority? We are willing to give up our own candidates for your own priority. And I said, my priority is presidency. They come and see the exclamation on their face. Presidency is too big now. Okay, so you know what? Yeah, you know what you are bringing to the table. Presidency is too big now. And they said, you know what? We would withdraw our president for you on one condition. In the next election, we would take presidency and you give us all your votes. I said, okay, one. He said, secondly, when you become a president, when your department wins the presidential seat, you would nominate our presidential aspirant as a jury at SUG. That's Lasusu, not faculty this time around. You must nominate him as a jury. Have you seen it? Said the third thing is that 20% of the appointment you'll be making must come from our constituency. You see it? So the moment they stated all of these things, I said, okay, if that was what you want, we'll do it for you. You know, there's one Yoruba word that said that means if a child is not old enough to handle a sword, the child should not ask of who killed his father. So what I'm saying in essence is, at that point, I said, we are a very small department, we don't have voice. So at that point, the priority was what? To win. Gain presidency first. Accept what they bring to us, as far as it does not violate humanity, as far as it is not immoral. So accept the offer first. So after accepting the offer, win. After you have become a winner, then let's now start talking about the remaining things. I accepted everything, not just me. When I was doing the permutation, I carried my successors along. When I say my successors, I'm talking about those on my back. The reason why I used to carry them along is because I know days will come where I will not become a student anymore. I know one thing about culture. Culture is a way of life that is passed from generations to generation. So if those persons are your back, if you don't carry them along while you are doing it, the moment you leave that place, they won't be able to carry on. That is why one of the characteristics of success is that a success must have a successor. So as a success, what you must build must be sustainable. What you must build must be sustainable. The reason why religion is what success is because what it is sustainable. It is something that when you leave, another person will do it. Take for instance, School of Eloquence, for instance. If the dean is not around at the moment, you will see Barrister Favour coming. Is that not sustainable? It is sustainable. If Barrister Favour is not on seat, you will see Kelly sitting. If Kelly is not on seat, you will see Babangida will fall in for him. Do you understand? So it is sustainable. That is success. So there's one quote that says, a success without a successor is an outright failure. You have succeeded. So now who is your successor? And that's why it's always pain the Yoruba when someone does not have child. Because they'll say, Tinobaku, Afikini, Afieru Boju. So that's one of those things. That's one of the evidence in the Yoruba culture that shows that success without successor is an outright failure. So at that time, I will carry them along. This is how it is going. At times, there was a particular election where I didn't do the permutation by myself. Then I had Jesui, Sheiton, there were 5. I told them, I said, we are going here today. I won't do the permutation. You guys will be the one in charge of the permutation. All I will do is just to sit and observe how you permutate. I told them, I said, but remember something. Remember that I am leaving very soon. Every action you take at this permutation ground, 90% of the consequences would be upon you because you have longer time to spend here. Imagine you are in 200 level and you take a very rash decision. What do you think will happen to you? So I spoke to them about it. Then when we got there, they did the permutation by this, and I was pleased. I think the reason why they were more calm at the permutation ground was because of what I told them, that you will be responsible for 90% of whatever consequences the result of this permutation brings. What am I talking about? That's resilience. Failure is not the opposite of what? Winning. So now, while we were going for that election, you know, we had already promised that they already promised to vote for us for presidency. So what happened on the election day? On the election day, the people who had promised that they would vote for us, the same people had what? They had promised another department that they were going to vote for them. Of course, we didn't know, because at our front, they were telling their students, they were telling members of their department that please, you must vote for foreign language. You must vote for foreign language. That was what they did at our front. But at our back, it was a different game. But what style did I employ at that time? I told, because we used to have independent electoral committee. That's what we call it then. That's like the INEC. So at that independent electoral committee, we have nominees from each department. And I told our nominees at our side, I said, please, these are English students, these are ourselves. Anytime they are coming to the polling unit to vote, please observe their ballot paper very well. Let's be sure they are voting for us. Then he was observing, and he told me from the window, he said, these people are not voting for us, so they are voting for philosophy. Of course, they had established a very good relationship with them, but they believe it will be of more benefit if they support those ones than us, because those ones already had a very good history. Do you get it? So in the process, after everything, we lost the election at that time. So when we lost, what would you call it? You would call it what? Failure. Then I told my successor, I told them, I said, failure is not the opposite of winning. It is part of the process. Winners don't quit, they adjust. Then I told them, I said, as you lose today, you would learn many lessons so you can strategize for upcoming election. Then at the next election, what happened at the next election? We had made proper plans. We didn't just plan with them, we made plans with other departments. We had established good relationship. We had sold ourselves. I told, there was one day I was telling J Switch something. I said, J Switch, before you contested, the numbers of persons that know you, I don't think they are up to 100. But after you contested for this office, there are over 1,000 persons who know you that you don't even know. I said, at that point, you've achieved something. You've achieved something. And that reminds me of Burna Boy, Nigerian Grammy Award winner. In 2019, he dropped an album titled African Giant in the month of July 26. Then in the introduction of the album, there was one song that was there. The name of the song is African Giant. There's a verse there, it said, everything that is better requires planning. And he said one day it will be better, it will what? It will win a Grammy. Now, this man at that point has never gotten any Grammy nomination in his life. In short, Nigeria had this award, looks down on him, not to talk of Grammy award. But because of that winning mentality in him, because of he was able to process it, he said in his song that one day it will be better, we will win a Grammy. I didn't know what happened. That album titled African Giant was his first nomination at the Grammy Award. He was nominated as Global Music Award of the Year. Of course, he lost the award. He didn't win the award after the nomination. The award in that category was won by Angelina Kidjo. And after Angelina Kidjo has won the award, she dedicated the award to Burna Boy. She said she has been following up with what he has been doing. All she can tell him is that he should continue the good work, because one day he will truly win that Grammy. You know what? Imagine someone who was nominated this year in 2019 for a Grammy award and he didn't win that Grammy. What do you think would have happened if he doesn't have that winning mentality? He would have given up, isn't it? He would have stopped. But in the following year, he went into the studio again. Then he made another album. He titled it Twice as Tall. And he said, this time around, I am not just standing the way I was standing before. I am standing twice as tall. Then in the introduction, he narrated how pained he was that he didn't win the first Grammy. He said at some point he started feeling envious. But then he feel like, as a winner, I don't have to be envious. If it's not my turn today, it will be my turn tomorrow. Then at the second nomination, he won his first Grammy Award. Something he has been talking about since how many years? A very long time. But he didn't just talk. He was working. He was resilient. He has focus. I remember Burna Boy said something in No Sign of Weakness album where he sang Love. He said, no matter how they are close to you, never buy a dream if it is sold to you. I want to say something. I'm not trying to disrespect Nigerian musician Nice. I'm not trying to disrespect Nice. Nice was already, there was a time when Nice made this statement that he's going to win a Grammy. But I would say Nice did not win a Grammy because he lost focus. There was a point in time in Nigeria where Nice controls the music market. But Nice moved from controlling the music market to joining a political party. Will you win a Grammy at the political party? Grammy Award is not meant for politicians. It is meant for those who display artistic work, excellent artistic work, those who display their craft. So if you want to win an award as a politician, probably you wait for TVC News or Arise News to give you Peace Award. So another thing is what? Discipline. Doing what is required and not what is convenient. As a winner, you don't do what is convenient for you. You do what is required. If you look at one of our witnesses here, the way she is yawning, it is very, very apparent that what is convenient for her at this moment is to what? Is to sleep. But what is convenient for her is to sleep. But the required thing is what? Is to be a witness at this point. Even if you have malaria, what is convenient for you to do is to take malaria medicine. But what is required at this point is, while you take the malaria medicine, you have to still sit and serve. If you ask Kelly, a witness, he will tell you he's hungry. So what is convenient for him at this point to do what? Is to go and eat. But what is required is to do what? Is to sit and witness how I speak. Even if they're born you well, you won't want to joke with the national event. You get it? So now, another thing is self-belief. One of where the places where self-belief is evident is when Burna Boy, just imagine after winning that award in 2020, he won his first Grammy in 2020. The first time he was talking about he was going to win a Grammy was in 2019. Good. So now, that album where he was talking about he is going to win a Grammy in 2019, he dropped the album in July 26, 2019. So now, fast forward to 2025, July, where he dropped No Sign of Weakness album. The last song in the album, do you know what is the title of the last song in the album? The title is Born Winner. That mentality. He was expressing it there that I am born to win. I am born to be great. So this is a winner's mentality, self-belief. You have to believe in yourself that, don't worry. Imagine Zina coming from a departmental social director to NAS social director in Lagos State. Now, she is NAS director of gender at Southwest Zone, not in Lagos State anymore. Look at how she rose. Look at the process. That belief. This justifies the fact that winning is a mentality. I would like to tell you, if you want to win in public, you must first win in your mind. If you want to win in public, you must first win in your mind. Timaya was saying something one day in an interview. When someone asked Timaya, the host asked Timaya, he said, Timaya, I was told that you and Burna Boy has this good relationship. He said, are you surprised that Burna Boy has gotten to this point of his career? And Timaya said, I'm not surprised. He said, why are you not surprised? He said, I'm not surprised because even before he became global, anytime we are at the studio, he will be telling us that there's a point in time in life where people will have to pay him for him to jump in the jet. He said for him to travel to another country, they would have to pay him that, please come and travel on our behalf. And that happened. It still happened yesterday. Yesterday he was paid to travel to where? To Egypt to do his first stadium performance at Egypt. So now, I'll move on to reasons why some persons don't win. Reasons why some persons don't win. The first thing is what? Lack of clear direction. Lack of clear direction. It is you that want to become a medical doctor. It is you that want to sing music. It is you that want to learn barbing. Lack of clear direction. It is you that want to speak like Mr. Ezekiah. It is you that want to you understand? Lack of clear direction. You want to be at the club on Friday night and you still want to become a medical doctor. You still want to go to and meet Tidoland where he's dancing. Lack of clear direction. So now if I ask you, in all of those things you are doing, where exactly do you want to win? Is it at the dancing quest? Is it at your medical field? Is it at the club you patronize every night? Lack of clear direction. Another thing is fear of failure. Trust me, if you are afraid of failing, you will never succeed. If you are afraid of failing, you will never succeed. I became a writer officially in 2021. If you go on the internet, you would see many articles that I've written. Check Opinion Nigeria, People's Daily, Medium, and so on. I never thought of being a writer. But one thing I've always known is I would always speak because I like talking. I like talking when I'm around the right people, not you just start seeing me talking. I don't talk irrelevantly. But I never, that's thinking of I would become a writer, it has never come to my mind for once. But how did it happen? It happened this way. I was in 200 level, so we had this lecturer, Dr. Ganiu Abisoye Bangboshe, that's GAB, Dr. Gab. So now, Dr. Gab at that time, he gave us an assignment. He said we should write an article on any topic of our choice. So he said after writing this article, he was going to send us links of different blogs. He said when he sent the link of the blog to us, that we should send our articles to this blog. That is the first aspect. He said if the blog publish your article, you score 30 marks. If they don't publish your article, but if your article makes sense, you would score 20 marks. So aside from me sending it to the blog, you have to bring an handwritten evidence of the article you wrote. That attracts a different mark. But the students who like to work sincerely, I think I would like to address the fact that most students, the reason why after their schooling they become irrelevant is because they didn't do their work sincerely. And that's why you see someone who has in critical reasoning, in critical thinking, but in a global environment, that person cannot think critically. Then you begin to ask yourself, how do you pass? So that's one of the reasons why you see some persons who have degree in different courses, but you see them act, and people will ask them that Shebolo Okawe, I thought you said you went to school. So why are you behaving like this? Do you get? So now, why Dr. Gab gave us an assignment that time? I said I had no choice than to do this assignment sincerely. The first thing that discouraged me at that time was because my handwriting is very, very bad. But then I had not noticed Dr. Gab handwriting, because Dr. Gab at times might come with handouts while he explains. He dictates, do you understand? It's a university, not a primary school. So because he doesn't write often on the board, did not make me realize that even my mentor has a bad handwriting. But while he gave us the assignment, I was like, my handwriting is bad. Will I be able to write this thing? But I love the condition he gave us. The condition was, aside that you post it on the blog, you must write the article in a foolscap sheet. And that became a test. When I got home, I sat down and I think, what would I even write about? And I remember that I have seen many children who are victims of the negative effect of single parenting. I've met many of them, we've spoken, I've heard a lot of their experiences. So I said something, I said, maybe I should write about these single parented children. So I picked up my pen. Then I started writing. Trust me, after writing for like 10 minutes, I got tired, because even my writing is making me feel bad. You know what I did straight? I left it. Then I went to play ball. When I came back, I said I was not going to write the idea using pen. I said I'm going to type it on my iPhone notes. Then I start typing it. I start talking about what I know about it. And after typing it, I met my friend at that time, Biola. So I said, Biola, please help me read this article I wrote. And Biola said, this article is not okay. Don't forget, I'm explaining the fear of failure. So Biola said, this article is not okay. On the notes, I would have been afraid of showing her that I don't want my fellow classmates to be telling me that I did not do my work very well now. How will it feel if she's telling me, KSO, you didn't write well? But I didn't feel like that. So I sent it to her. She went through it and she told me that the article has good information, but you don't have an attention grabber. One, an attention grabber is that statement that calls your attention when you are reading. She said also, you defined concepts. Yes, you defined concepts. You talk about what is single parenting, who are children born by single parental business. He said, but you don't have thesis statement. So now, what is this statement? This statement is that statement that tells the reader the things the reader will find in your work. It's just like an abstract. It's not like a summary. In your project where you talk about, in this project I'll be talking about how self-awareness is about basic security awareness. Talk about example of basic security and awareness. Observe your surrounding. Don't display expressive things publicly. Do you understand? So that summary. And she said you used a linker. It makes sense. I like the fact that you used a linker when you were talking. He said, but aside from using a linker, I think you have another problem. He said your conclusion paragraph is not okay. He said your conclusion paragraph is not good enough. At that point, someone else would have been feeling like a failure, that my classmate is telling me all of these things. But I didn't feel that way. Then I told her, I said, please explain to me so I can become a better writer. Then she explained to me that this is how you do your attention grabber. This is where you put your thesis statements. This is how you use your linkers. This is how you conclude. Just an explanation. But while she was explaining, she did not use my work. She used her work to explain so that I would be able to do it in my own way. And I went back. I wrote it again. I gave it to her. When she saw it, she said, there's an error here. I went back again until I got it right. Don't forget, at that point I said I got it right. I only got it like 55%, not up to 70%. But because I was getting tired, how many times will I have to write? So at that time, I submitted. Then, luckily for me, the article got published. After the article got published, I started feeling like, oh wow, so I can even become a writer. That's fantastic. Then I started trying. Until Mr. Adejobi gave us an assignment. The assignment he gave us, he used a book from a Unilag lecturer whose name is Akachi Adimura. So now, the title of the book of Akachi Adimura is the Last of the Strong Ones. The Last of the Strong Ones is a book that explores the experience of the Easterners during colonial era. We talk about the Koziri and the Obuafo and the likes. So now, Mr. Adejobi said, explore the technicalities in this work. And that's where problems started from. Because Mr. Adejobi does not want you to send a printed file as well. You have to write it out. Then I wrote it for the first time. Not just me, everybody in my class wrote. Then we submitted. Then when he submitted, when he returned our work to us, then the highest among us scored 2/30. When I saw it, I was like 2/30, exploring the technicalities in the work. When I met him, he said, I know you not to be a lazy person, but are you comfortable, are you convenient with this 2/30? I said, sir, I will never be convenient with 2/30. He said, will you try to write it again? I said, yes. He said, but sir, can you explain to me how I can write this thing? And he told me, these are the things that are missing, these are the things that are missing. Then I went back, I wrote, I corrected them, I came back to him. Then I moved from 2/30 to 7/30. Hey. He said, sir, I am not good with this 7/30. He said, you have to write it again. But you know what Mr. Adejobi was doing? When I write the first one, I gave it to him. When I wrote the second one, he stapled it together. Then he pinned it on the wall. So I told him I was going to go back. Don't be afraid of failure. The fear of failure. That's what I'm explaining here. So I told him I was going to go back to write it. I went back again. I corrected those things. I came back to him. Then I moved from 7/30 to 11/30. To be honest with you. Then he said, are you okay with 11/30? I said, no. Then I went back again to write. When I came back after writing, I scored the same 11/30. Then he stapled it with the rest again. He said, are you okay with this? I said, no, sir, I can't. Because I know how difficult Mr. Adejobi exam is. I know Mr. Adejobi exam does not come with peace. It comes in a way where after writing the exam, you might have to take 3 paracetamol and paracetamol might start telling you that, why will you do that to yourself? Do you want to harm yourself? So I went back again. I came back. I went back again until I scored 27. So the point where I scored 27, he said, are you okay with this or you try again? I said, no, I'm okay. So I will not score less than 27 in the next attempt. The fear of failure. Another thing, another reason why people don't win is what? As a result of poor discipline. Poor discipline. Be at the right place, at the right time, doing the right thing in the right uniform. Now you might start to wonder that, what do you mean by in the right uniform? Are we putting on uniform here? Of course, we are putting on an invisible uniform. The invisible uniform is that you are, for the core members, you are the NYSC army. That's why you are what? You are leading the race. Be at the right place at the right time. When you are supposed to be at your PPA, don't ghost. You want to become a winner. So at the end of the day, when they start asking you evidence of, okay, you said you went for NYSC, just can you show us some evidence of your service here? Evidence is that I would have just bring, as I'm here currently, I would show you like about 50 evidence at my PPA. Then someone else will be struggling to bring just one evidence. Another thing is negative mindset. Negative mindset. Negative mindset is one of the reasons why many persons don't win. Because one, they have self-doubt. Self-doubt in what sense? They begin to doubt themselves that can we actually even do it? What do you mean I'll be speaking for 10 minutes? The longest speech I've ever had is 2 minutes. Self-doubt. If you doubt yourself, you won't discover that skill you have in you. Because the best of you is gotten from very tough moments. And that's why they say a smooth sea does not make a skilled sailor. The sea is going smoothly. No wind, no drama on the sea. It doesn't test your ability as a skillful sailor. It is when it is very tough. That's when you understand that, oh yes, I can actually do this. And that reason, under negative mindset, is blaming others. Many persons who are not winners today was as a result of them blaming other people for their own irresponsibilities. You would hear the reason why I left the hall when we have less than 10 persons is because Tommy was not here, blaming others for their irresponsibilities. You would hear the reason why I didn't make it in life was because my father left me when I was 7 years old. Of course, we have persons whose father had left them since when they were 2-year-old, but they became successful in life. We have leaders who, if you can track back, if you remember, we have a leader in Nigeria who does not even know his parents, but became successful. So losers, they are always do what? They always blame others for their misfortune. Another thing is lack of skills or knowledge. If you must win, you must acquire skill, because it's on that skill you will build what? The thing you want to win on. Like a scholar said, something, he said, at that time you are not winning, at that time you are still trying. He said, please make sure you take enough rest. He said, because the moment when you become a winner, the moment when you get that attention you need, you would barely rest. Look at Mr. Ezekiel, for instance. Before, he had enough time to rest. From 7 p.m. in the night, he would sleep till 9 a.m. in the morning. That's it. He had enough time to rest. At those times, he was not doing anything. But the moment he got that recognition from the dean that, please, come and speak, from that moment, he lost his peace. From while others are asleep at night in his house, you will see him reading. He will carry his book and say, what is it? KSO, what is the next topic we'll be talking about now? Do you understand? You have to acquire skill. You have to have a skill. Of course, His Excellency does not know he can even speak 3 times in a day. Then you begin to ask him that is it 3 square meal? What do you mean I have to speak in the morning, afternoon, and night? Do you get it? Skill. At that time, you are planning to win. You have to acquire knowledge. So I ask many of us now, how many language can you speak? Some will say Yoruba and English. Okay. But if you ask me how many language can you speak, I will tell you I will speak English, I will speak Yoruba, I will speak Hausa, I will speak Portuguese. And if you speak Spanish, I will understand, but I might not speak back to you. I might not respond back to you. Because my response might be wrong. Do you get it? Another reason why some persons do not win is environmental influence. Some persons let their environment take the best out of them. Because they feel at the place where they were born, when they wake up in the morning, the first 2 persons they would see would either be carrying a stick of cannabis or a cup of tequila. Not just that, when they will engage in conversation, it will always be about how do we make money through legitimate means. And they say, since this is what we find them doing in our society, we just have to join them. I remember I was interviewing one boy, then he told me something. He said the most beautiful ladies at the place he came from, the person they always date, are the street lords in his environment. And I said, is that the reason why you want to become a street lord? He said, does he not want it? Do you understand? Environmental influence. He said, is it not worth it? Then he started mentioning names for me. At some point, he mentioned a street lord who become a National Union of Road Transport Workers chairman. I told him, I said, this person you are making reference to, I'm sure he has paid so much sacrifice that you do not see. You might be seeing him from the angle of this person is a street lord. Meanwhile, maybe he's not even a street lord, maybe he's just working with street lords. But because of the way you were taught, like that mentality in your head that tells you that bank managers earn lesser than mechanic on the streets. And someone will tell you a bank manager does not earn more than 50,000 every month. Some people still have that mentality today. And they'll tell you that's the reason why I did not go to school. So mechanic used to make money than bank manager. I'm not telling you not to learn mechanic. Learn mechanic. Avoiding discomfort is another reason why some persons don't win. And don't forget the quote that says, life begins at the end of your comfort zone. You get it? Life begins at the end of your comfort zone. So now, you that want to live life, you don't want to leave your comfort zone. So now, how do you want to start living? How do you want to start living? Someone told you that life begins at the end of your comfort zone, but you don't want to wake up at night yet. You want to be at the lodge. It's not even a jamboree. Life begins at the end of your comfort zone. Another thing is lack of patience. Most of the people who do not win, they lack patience. They want to see results immediately. After they try once and things does not go well, they think of another deadly alternative. For instance, you will see persons on the internet who post things that are very morally, who post things that has to do with morals and culture. For example, you might see someone who, anytime he's posting, it's supposed to always be about how you make things better. For example, if I come on the internet today and my post is always about cleaning Lagos, making Lagos a better place. Do you understand? So now, because of our social life here, because of the way we are currently in Lagos, because of the way our generation thinks, when they see you post things about keep your environment clean, make yourself a better person, don't constitute nuisance, things like that, they won't engage you. When you post things like that, you might get maybe 5 likes, 2 comments, 3 retweets, for instance. So now, because of that, you will then start feeling like, what is the point now? The reason why I'm on this internet is to get enough engagement. So now, why am I on this internet and I'm getting 3 likes despite the fact that I'm talking about moral and cultural things? So you don't want to wait for that time where you gain that attention. where people will start engaging you. One of the moral persons we have is the likes of Rufai Oseni, for instance. Rufai Oseni of Arise News, anytime he speaks of moral, he speaks of integrity. But trust me, despite the fact that anytime he posts anything on the internet, he would get good engagement, enough engagement. But don't forget that Rufai Oseni did not start getting this engagement one day. But we have persons who, because when they started posting good things, they don't get the engagement, so they switch from posting moral things to posting themselves dancing naked. I call that nakedness. You know, Titi like will like my post, she will do this. Do you get it? Patience, being patient. And that is why some persons do not win. It's because what? They don't learn from their mistakes. You know, I was talking about the last election where I said we believed that Nasel was going to support us. Then we got to the election day, and on the election day, Nasel did what? They did 50-50 for us. They had negotiated with philosophy, so they told half of their students that please vote for philosophy. Half of you vote for what? Foreign language. So at the end of the day, if foreign language wins the election, we will tell them that it was us that assisted you. If philosophy wins the election, they will tell philosophy that it was us that assisted you. By so doing, they would what? They would have faces in two places. Politics is not dirty. It is those that play politics that is dirty. Politics is not what? Politics is not dirty. It is those that play politics that is what? That is dirty. Not every one of them. We have outstanding people who do it. So as far as you can think about, as far as you can imagine it, it can come to pass. There was a time when I was telling someone, that time I was still very, very little. Then I told my brother, I said, you look at this our environment that you are seeing today. I said the time is coming where people across Lagos State will be running down to come and get an apartment here. Then he said, in this place, let him make you even they think like that. That was what he said. I said, don't worry, it's just a matter of time. Clear vision. He said, it's just a matter of time. Then we waited the first year, nothing changed. The second year, nothing changed. The third year, nothing changed. And don't forget where I come from is known for what? For conflicts, insecurity, and many other things. But the moment the former governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, became a governor, the first thing he tackled at that place was insecurity. The first thing he tackled was insecurity. Where once it's 6 p.m. in the evening, you will see mobile police officers at every bus stop. You dare not misbehave, they will beat the hell out of you. You will find them at every bus stop. He tackled what's there. He tackled insecurity. Is there no change? Is change not occurring? Change is occurring. From that, we move to Akin Omiambode, who did the road. The moment he repaired all the road on that lane, there was even a particular time where he commissioned about 10 roads at the same time. Those that are familiar with Bariga in Lagos. He did Ifelodun, he did Ayedun, he did Keke Street, he did Adewale Adenaya, he did Oyenaya, he did what's it called? Olokudano, he did Adepeju, he did Temple. Understand? So I mentioned 8 already. He commissioned those places within a very short period of time. Then you start seeing people coming down to that place and say, I think it's high time we get a land at this place. Those who were smart at that time, they got it. Some persons were still waiting for it to get better. Now, talk about one of the most expensive places in Lagos State. Is that place. You have to have vision. Pointing is what? It's mindset. As far as you can think about it. As far as you can think about it. It can work. Like they will say, if you may need to pause, but don't quit. If you need to pause, but don't quit. If after Ogulu Damini Eboluwa had dropped the first album then in 2013, assuming after dropping that album he lost that belief in himself, because when he got the album, you know, one of the things about social media is at times streams do tell us lie, right? There was a day I was listening to one of these musicians. His name is Brimo. When I was listening to Brimo sang a song titled Olaribaju. Then in that part he said, tó bá ṣe ohun tó fẹ́, he said tó bá ṣe ohun tó fẹ́ ó máa kọ̀yìn sí ẹ. It means if you don't do what people want you to do, they will turn their back at you. He said tó bá ṣe tiẹ̀ ó máa jẹ́ èrè fún ẹ. He said if you do your own, if you have the mind of your own, it will be of good benefit for you. So in that album, I was listening to all the songs in that album, and I now start to wonder why that album does not have half of the streams that Shaolin or Sheyi Vibes have. Please ask yourself. I'm not trying to talk down on Sheyi's artwork, but imagine someone saying money na the formula, the girls then someone who is passing very important information is not getting that audience in it. Sometimes as a winner, when you are not getting that validation from people, it doesn't mean you are not winning. You are winning. It might be as a result of you not being at the right environment. You would see someone was talking about Fireboy, and he said, "Don't you see that Fireboy has gone down?" I was like, "What do you mean by Fireboy has gone down?" He said, Rema is better than him. I said, I'm not ready for that conversation. As a matter of fact, both of them are Nigerians, so I should do my best to promote them. So I do my best to what? To promote them. You get it? So the message is clear. The message is this: winning is not just by trophies, it's not just by record. Winning has to do with your discipline, your mentality. When we talk about your mentality has to do with what? The way you think. If you can think about it, it can become reality. If you can think about it, it can work. As I'm waiting for the next speaker, as you can think about it, it can work. At this point, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, my predecessor, if I can put it that way. My name is Pius Usasuye Runsa. I am a HRO enthusiast. I don't call myself a HR professional because HR is what I live and breathe, right? I've been in this space for quite a while, and because of how important I know people are in the big picture when it comes to that corporate world and even our everyday lives, right? Because no man is an island. You need human beings to achieve anything you want to do. So particularly in that corporate world, you can't do without paying attention to the people, the kind of human beings that you surround yourself with. And I'm going to be discussing on winning with people, right? And when you hear that topic, winning with people, what comes to mind is, okay, this is for leaders, this is for CEOs, this is for HR managers. But what I tell everybody is that winning with people is a topic for every human being. Even those that are students, those that are just starting their career, those that are the mid-level, those that are the higher echelon, winning with people is something we all need. Because the first person you can ever lead before you lead any other person is yourself. You must lead yourself first of all to tell yourself that, hey, I must succeed before you can even start engaging others, networking with them and guiding them to achieving that desired set goal. And I recall in our economics way back in tertiary institutions or even secondary institutions, where we're taught the 4 key factors of production: land, labor, capital, entrepreneur. They will tell you the most important factor of production is people. Because no matter how much in abundance you have the other factors of production, referring to land, capital, and entrepreneur, right? If you do not have people, labor, you are as good as nothing. So let's dimension it properly. So I will be speaking on winning with people, 7 power kits that everyone needs to have in that intent to win with people. Because back to what I said, no matter how good your strategy is, no matter how good every other thing you have business wise, if you do not have the right set of people to work with, you are as good as nothing. So this 7 toolkit, number 1 is power of delegation. Power of delegation. Yes, this is so while I'm speaking, I'm going to be speaking to leaders, but like I said, the mindset is that irrespective of the level of the ladder you are, you must see yourself as a leader, because I said that the first person you ever lead is yourself. So this the power of delegation. As a leader, you cannot do it all by yourself, because only one being in the world today has that characteristics of being omnipresent, and that is our Father in heaven. What do I mean? You can only be in one place at a particular time. All thanks to technology, you can join 3-4 meetings. Sometimes I'm in 3-4 meetings. But if we want to be sincere with ourselves, in terms of your attention span, some of those other engagements, those other meetings will suffer. One will always take prominence over the others. So because you can only be in one place at a time, physically and also mentally, you actually need to leverage others to do that which you cannot do. I spoke about omnipresence, right? There's also the bit of your capability as a human being. Let's even look at physical strength. Let's look at physical strength. If I have a big truck in front of me and I have to move that truck from point A to point B, and I do not have any machines to work with, it's just myself and I and that truck with me, and that truck needs to move from point A to point B. Even if I'm the strongest man in the world, putting my hands behind that truck and trying to move it from point A to point B, the chances that I will not record any success are super high. But guess what? If I get into the streets and I get 10 average-sized men and maybe even women, and we all come together, put our hands on that truck, collectively, you see that that truck would most likely move from point A to point B. I had to make it that granular, right? So that you can see it from that pictorial perspective that we all need to learn the art of delegation. And in delegating, there are some key things we need to pay attention to. I gave an example of moving a truck from point A to point B. If I go and meet 10 people, come and assist me, I need you to help me with something. If I do not define, if I even just say I need you to move the truck, right? If I do not define what exactly I need them to do for me, we might not be able to achieve the desired success. And where am I going to? I'm talking about making sure you clearly define your goals and objectives when you are engaging others in the art of delegation. Looking at that same example, I called 10 people, come and join me, let's move this truck from point A to point B. By the time I'm explaining the help I need, I'm telling them, okay, this is where this truck is right now. We need to move it to this particular point, right? These are the landmarks where this truck has to occupy, right? So in moving this truck, we need to ensure that it is able to fit into this particular landmark. It shouldn't go out of it, and it should just fit in properly. By the time I go that detailed with these extra hands that I've called in to help me achieve this, they understand the goal. And I do not even stop there. I also tell them that this thing we need to move from point A to point B. We have 30 minutes to move it from point A to point B. Probably if we're not able to move it from point A to point B, that space might be occupied. So you see, I've been able to clearly define what the goal is. So it's one thing to say you want to work with people, you want people to do something, but it's another thing to be able to break it down. That's which you really want these people to do for you. How clearly defined are the goals and objectives with which you are communicating with these people, right? So that's one, speaking about clearly defining goals and objectives. Another thing too is empowering people to act. You can't say you are delegating to people and you are closely, it's good to monitor, right? But there's a difference between monitoring and micromanaging. Imagine I call everybody, 10 of you, yeah, come on, put your hands on this truck. Let's move it from point A to point B. And instead of me to, because again, you know what I want to do now is the theory of compounding, right? Everybody's input, everybody's strength is coming into play so that at the end of the day, you know when they say the power of synergy, right? When they say 1 plus 1 is no longer equals to 2, but equals to 3, right? So instead of me to also do my own bits to ensure that my own input is felt, then other people bring in their mix, and at the end of the day, we have a consolidated push to make that object move from point A to point B. I leave what I'm supposed, the part I'm supposed to do, and I'm going everywhere. No, touch this well now. You're not touching this well. You're not touching that well. You're not touching that well. And at the end of the day, if you're not careful, you even get people super confused. So, in the art of delegating, we need to be careful not to mistake monitoring with micromanaging. We need to be able to empower people to act. Empower people to act. Empower people to be to be innovative, right? Allow them make mistakes and learn from the mistakes. Because if there's no point you delegating to someone and that person knows that this thing my supervisor has delegated to me. If I dare make any mistake, I am done for. It means that they're going to walk in fear. And when anyone is walking in fear, trust me, that person is already in the pathway to most likely fail. So delegation is super, super, super key, and it has to be done rightly. So that's toolkit 1, right? No, we're talking about 7 toolkits, right? To win with people. So toolkit 1, delegation. Toolkit 2 is performance management. And I like bringing motivation into that mix. Performance management and motivation. Performance management is super, super key, right? Because, especially in the corporate world, when you're working with people, people need to, communication is very key. Communication is going to be one of the toolkits. We'll talk about communication along the line separately. But people need to be constantly engaged, and they need to be aware of what they need to achieve, which is a desired goal and objective, which I even also spoke during delegation. And they also need to, from time to time, they also need to be well communicated with in terms of how well they are pulling their weight, right? Based on, so what I'm trying to talk about is what is the desired or expected outcome versus what is the actual outcome. I have told you, okay, let's say it's a sales team and there's a target of we need to bring in 100 new clients every quarter, right? So at the end of that quarter, we should be able to pause and objectively measure, okay, how many new clients have you brought at the end of this quarter? You have brought 70 new clients. Probably 20 have not materialized, or 30 have not materialized and all that. So that has to intentionally happen. You can't just keep working and working and working, and from time to time, you are not giving people feedback in terms of how well they are performing. And before you can give that feedback or measure performance, goals and objectives, they have to be clearly defined at the beginning of that conversation. And in defining goals and objectives, I'm sure SMART goals is now common knowledge amongst all professionals. But as common knowledge as SMART goals is, that's when SMART goals must be specific, measurable, attainable, realistic or relevant, and time bound. As common knowledge as that is, I tell you that is super, super profound. Because the goals must be smart. It has to be clearly defined, right? It has to be, there should be no ambiguity. There should be no, this is what I thought you were trying to say. I didn't know this is what I thought. I didn't know this is what you actually meant. So those conversations in terms of alignment, right, of the understanding of the goals and objectives, those conversations, they need to be well articulated at the beginning of that performance review period. Let's say we are discussing 2026. So by January 2026, there should be those clear engagements, if possible even December 2025. This is going into 2026. This is what we need to achieve. This is how we'll be measured. These are the this is what will be measured on. These are the milestones where we'll be measuring either quarterly, either biannually, or on an annual basis. So those conversations, they need to happen. I'll give you an example, just like in a football match. Everybody on that pitch and the coaches, they all understand what a goal means on the field. They understand that, yes, both opponents, they have a goal